人生就好似一場馬拉松，每一步充滿期待，每一步都係經歷，每一步只有堅持，然後勇往直前。12月3日，2023銀河娛樂澳門國際馬拉松賽道新體驗，帶來新挑戰，約埋朋友一齊挑戰自我，跑入城市脈搏，跑出自我突破。
Prix 大賽車咧，我諗對於澳門好多朋友嚟講咧，都係一個伴隨住我哋成長嘅一個活動嚟。我細個嘅時候咧，其實係住喺個賽車場裏邊嘅，即係夜晚黑咧，佢哋就會係喺個賽道周邊嘅一啲嘅公寓啦，咁去到維修啲車，咁啊當然成晚都唔使瞓。咁但係咧就覺得好興奮嘅，因為你每一年只係有呢一個時間係會有一個咁即係澳門有咁大型嘅活動，即係一到賽車嗰日嘅話咧，咁啊自己都會特登走上去天台嗰度咧，去到睇大賽車。
細個嗰陣時，我讀小學啦，嗰個年代咧就所有參賽車咧都係去摩羅園嗰處驗車嘅。其實離開我哋學校好近嘅啫，一有時間咧，我哋就會走去摩羅園嗰處就即係睇下，可以近接觸望到啲車，可以掂到啲車，所以就中意咗賽車嗰樣嘢。
第一次睇大賽車係2歲3歲啦，咁嗰時喺水台灣就已經覺得好刺激啦。之後每年我都有同屋企人一齊去觀看呢個比賽嘅，希望自己有朝一日可以喺呢個賽道上面進行比賽。
估唔到啦，自己有機會參與佢嘅組織啊，咁同埋亦都參與好多嘅即係周邊嘅活動啦。咁所以呢一個即係對於我自己嚟講，真係真正係伴隨住自己成長嘅一個活動咯。
我響1975年就第一次參與澳門電單車新手賽嘅賽事，好彩我第一年參賽咧就攞咗個亞軍。 直至到去到1989年咧，電單車咧就係連續一日就攞2次冠軍。98年咧，房車都響葡國杯嗰時就真正攞個冠軍咧。咁就即係達到我自己本身嘅目標啦。
我第一次參加格蘭披治大賽車嘅時候係13年，咁就參加呢個青少年冠軍方程式，就第一次可以喺東望洋跑道度進行啦。終於可以喺呢個賽道上面駕駛一架方程賽車，就非常之開心。
澳門嗰個東望洋賽道咧，佢唔係單止咧個車手出色咧，你就可以攞到冠軍嘅。天時地利人和運集齊晒啦，你就可以贏冠軍。佢係要嗰個整個車隊，因為嗰條賽道咧個車嘅 setting， 你想直路快咩？你上山一定唔快。你如果想響山路快咩？你下路直路咧又唔快。咁咪變咗咧，即係你好難去平衡嘅。
東望洋跑道就係一個街道嘅賽事啦，個用錯率係0嘅。咁因為你一出現錯誤啦，你就會炒車啦。咁你需要係一個好高強度嘅專注力啦。
呢一個東望洋賽道比賽咧，第一頭腦冷靜啦，第二唔好貪心。你想搏多半秒咧，就嗰半秒出事。我識得嘅無論係咩國籍嘅朋友都好啦，佢話我去邊度鬥都唔夠嚟澳門嗰度賽一場車咁有榮幸感啊！
今年嚟到第70屆啦，咁我哋都係即係做咗好大量嘅宣傳嘅，無論係一啲國際媒體啦，或者本地嘅媒體啦，甚至周邊地區咧，我哋都會做好多嘅宣傳工作啦。
今年70屆咧，100%嘅鍾意賽車或者玩開車嘅人咧，都會係好興奮嘅。疫情過咗啦，今年咧都會係有好多外來嘅車手啦 ，F3 啊、Super GT 啊、FIA 嘅房車錦標賽咧，都會嚟澳門。咁啊，格電啊唔使講啦。
咁今年就係非常之特別啦，70屆。咁我哋有2個禮拜嘅比賽啦。咁就會多咗好多唔同種類嘅車型啦，咁全部車手喺外國已經係好出名㗎啦，咁好大機會你喺呢度見到佢之後 F1 裏面成為咗世界冠軍嘅。
咁我相信今年嘅70屆嘅大賽車咧係會好精彩，我哋都喺度期待緊。
嚟緊嘅11月咧，我哋都會喺我哋賽車博物館嗰個立面嗰度咧係做一個嘅光雕表演嘅。咁我哋咧都希望咧大家既然嚟到澳門睇賽車就唔爭再睇埋我哋嘅博物館啦。除咗話一啲專業嘅賽車啦，或者係一啲嘅賽車嘅遊戲之外啦，咁我哋都好希望咧係同文創方面有多啲嘅結合嘅。咁其中一樣我哋都傾咗成2年咧，先至傾到翻嚟嘅咧，同杜莎夫人蠟像館嘅一個合作，亦都係可以話咧係杜莎夫人蠟像館第一次係容許一啲佢哋製作嘅一啲嘅蠟像咧，喺佢哋自己嘅館以外嘅地方咧去到做展示嘅。賽車呢一樣嘢唔係單單係體育，其實賽車呢一樣嘢都可以延伸好多嘅可能性嘅。無論你係對賽車有認識嘅，或者係甚至係可能你比較難去到接觸賽車呢一個運動嘅朋友咧，都係有機會咧係可以係享受到賽車或者係接觸到賽車嘅文化。咁亦都希望咧能夠賽車博物館真真正正咧可以傳承到我哋呢一個賽車嘅文化嘅。
東望洋賽道平日係交通道路，咁喺舉行大賽車期間就會成為賽車跑道。全長6.2公里嘅東望洋賽道被公認為世界上其中一條對車手有極高要求嘅賽道，既包含迂迴嘅山路，亦都有高速嘅直路。連接幾條大直路嘅彎道包括有著名嘅葡京灣、文華東方灣、漁翁灣等等。舊年喺東望洋大賽奪冠嘅本澳車手蘇莎認為文華東方灣係最具挑戰性嘅彎位。
呢個係全條跑道最高速嘅彎道。如果我哋揸緊我哋 TCR 級別嘅車咧，呢個彎咧，我哋入去呢個彎嘅彎心速度咧，可以達到去230至230幾。因為呢個彎我哋入彎嘅時候係唔會睇到出彎嘅時候嘅情況㗎嘛。如果有咩突發事件嘅話咧，真係睇下當場執生嘅啫。所以呢個彎就比較危險嘅，成條跑道嚟講。
咁至於從山上路彎多路窄，對車手同樣有非常大嘅考驗㗎。
因為上路就會轉左轉右轉左轉右啦。當你係第一個開始入去第一個左或者第一個右嘅時候，你做錯咗呢，你就會成個打落嚟嗰啲轉左轉右呢，你就會冇咗你嘅節奏，或者咧你失咗你個時段㗎啦。所以咧，我哋上親從山上路呢，就會係每一個彎都會一定要做得最好。如果你一有輕微嘅失誤嘅話呢，一蹦咗埋牆你就冇㗎啦。澳門就係街道就係有呢樣嘅。幾多人中意嚟呢度？因為就係太過高嘅挑戰性。
容許出錯嘅空間非常之少，都係東望洋賽道嘅魅力所在。第70屆大賽車亦都係疫情後嘅首屆，咁眾多海外車手都會重臨澳門，向東望洋賽道發起挑戰。
Attention in the pedal. Attention in the pedal. TCR Asian Challenge competitors. 10 minutes to start qualifying one. TCR Asia Challenge competitors. 10 minutes to start qualifying one. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. TCR Asia Challenge competitors.
It is time for qualifying here at Macau, and the TCR Asia Challenge qualifying session, broken into two parts, is going to kick off the afternoon. Free practice has taken the morning, and so now qualifying will be underway. Having said that, another feature of the morning was the red flag. Not a single session of the 5 that we had got through without at least one stoppage. Only once did we have a checkered flag, and this really is going to put the onus on the teams now, because it is two parts. The first part of the qualifying is to determine the top 12. They will go through into a shootout. So this will determine, if you like, those that go through, but it will confirm the order 13th and back. And for race 1, it will be the order out of the top 12. For race 2, it's going to be a reversal of the top 10 times. So drivers sort of need to work out whether they want to go for a first and a 10th, or whether they want a sort of couple of mid-grids, which might help them. First call, though, they've got to keep off the wall and get into Q2. David Addison, Alan Hyde, trackside, and this is going to be good, Alan.
Which didn't prove to be terribly easy this
No,
morning,
right,
did it?
right.
It was quite a difficult morning as far as the stoppages were concerned, because nobody could really sort of get into a multi-lap groove as such in any one of the disciplines. So it started with Formula 4, and I think we had 3 red flags to read in Formula 4, and that sort of set the mood for the morning, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Maybe that means that that's for free practice. We've got all of that out of the way, and this afternoon is going to go just seamlessly.
Okay, I might hold you to that. Let's see. One interesting thing is going to also be to find
have
out...
an optimistic nature.
Yeah, I do. Whether we gain back Tian Kai, whose car was
Yes.
damaged, and also Lim Chin Pang, who rather triggered the big accident that stopped the session. It was coming onto the pit straight, in fact, and Lim Chin Pang ran wide, hit the barrier, bounced off it, and was collected by Tian Kai. So we wait to see whether those cars will be able to go back out, because, of course, also another little quirk for the TCR teams is that qualifying doesn't follow in the rotation of free practice, because F4 went first, F4
Yes.
goes later. So they've actually got less time.
So
to
they've had
rebuild
3
cars.
hours to get the cars turned around, haven't they? Just
Yeah.
about, yeah. So we shall wait and see how many cars we get out. But we were saying if the cars were sort of pretty badly damaged, it was going to make quite a lot of hard work for the teams in the ensuing 3 hours. And they are working in pretty warm conditions underground, just the other side of the paddock. Yesterday it was an unseasonably hot day. It was 28, 29 degrees yesterday, with clear blue skies, sunshine, very humid, and therefore go underground and put a huge amount of cars and machinery down there. It was pretty hard work for the team. So a little bit more of a workable temperature today, but still very warm, very sticky, very humid, this is a bit more the kind of temperature that we would normally have here at Macau. I think it's still pretty warm.
Now Q1 is 30 minutes and Q2 is 15 minutes. So when you get to the second part of qualifying, although there are fewer cars on track, you've got less time in which to make an impact, if that's the right word, given what we had this morning.
Don't.
Sorry. But the TCR Asia Challenge, which brings drivers from the region, but it's not a championship in itself, it's really a one-off event for here. But you've got a lot of drivers with a really good pedigree in touring car racing. Number 1, Lo Se-ho, for example, he's been a champion, but he's been a regular front runner. And if anybody deserves some luck, it is him, because 2 years ago in the gear race, he was excluded for a turbo boost infringement. Last year in the gear race, he had a big accident at the end which stopped the race. So kind of deserves some fortune, doesn't he? Lots of other drivers with plenty of experience as well. Calvin Wong, for example. Sean Tong's going to start as one of the favourites. Hugely accomplished driver, whether it's been in GT cars, single-seaters, or more recently sports prototypes as well.
Paul Poon as well goes incredibly well here in the Teamwork Motorsport car, which is a big team, a very impressive teamwork. And Paul Poon in an Audi was third quickest this morning in free practice. He's a multiple winner here at Macau in touring cars, saloon cars, all sorts of disciplines over the years, and he's going to be one to watch as well. How much did we learn from free practice at 1 this morning? Well, Lo Si Ho was top of the times. Second quickest was the number 10 car of Sean Tong. Third quickest was Paul Poon. And whether that translates to what's going to happen in qualifying, we are about to find out. Green flag waved down in pit lane, half an hour of Q1 underway.
And first out is Lo Si Ho there with Sean Tong behind him. And then third in the queue is Paul Poon. So they're going out in the order from free practice. So it was worth, of course, doing a decent lap because it puts you up the queue, gets you into clear track space.
That's a really good point, actually, yeah.
So it's a bit like Porsche Super Cup. That's another example of how it operates in other championships. You know, the release for free practice in championship order. Free practice order is how you release the qualifying. And therefore, the better you do, the more chance you've got of being away from the traffic. That's the entry just scrolling through. And you can see the variety in terms of Hyundai, Honda, Seat, Audi, Lynk & Co, Volkswagen and Cupra, all on the entry. And at Lisboa, it is going to get busy. It always does. That red and white curving you can see used to jut out quite a lot further, but the road therefore taper coming into the corner. These days it's pretty much consistent with all the way down. From Lisboa they head to San Francisco and then make the climb up towards Eternity, and that will take you to the end of the second sector, a pretty short sector. Lo Si Ho then we're looking at number 1 in the Hyundai, and another example, isn't it, Hyundai, of a brand making motorsport work for the image.
It really is, yeah, and the TCR format of touring car racing has proved so popular, hasn't it, the world over, and not so much in this part of the world. It's incredibly popular, and you can see why as well. The cars are great, they sound great, they look great, they're good to drive, they give us good close racing, and in this part of the world, it's really the touring car to have, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Chinese series, there's another TCR series in Chinese Taipei, there is this Asia Challenge. So yes, the cars have found a very happy home over here. Back in 2015 when TCR first ran at Macau, there was a little bit of worry initially as to how big the entry would be, and it was okay, it was fine, and we had some good racing and a champion crown that weekend from the European Series. TCR regulations then became vogue for the World Touring Car Championship, and then the World's TCR. Now, of course, it's TCR Tour. Around that we will have here next week, and that will be for the gear race. The top 8 out of the Asia Challenge Race 2 tomorrow go into the gear race next week. So the whole weekend for these drivers seems to be about progression, doesn't it? We're going to progress to Q2,
yes, progress
to race 2, progress into next week. Keep going, keep going.
It's an elimination competition this weekend and next weekend as well.
Well, Lo Si Ho goes through then. The car moving around a little bit as he heads then now through Reservoir Bend, and with the road to himself, now you see the benefit of being the first one out and being good in free practice. He's on it.
Big benefit, big benefit. The clear track in front, and the importance of doing this lap early on in the session. This is going to be so important.
Rides it close to the wall there, wasn't he, on the exit of Mandarin as he comes now down to Lisboa. So Lo Si Ho brakes hard, uses all of the road. He knows the place well, even though it's not been that kind of racetrack to him. And now makes that short run from Lisboa into San Francisco and makes the climb up the hill. And now we'll start to see what he can do in sectors, although the better of the leading drivers in Sector 1 was Paul Poon. Yeah,
Paul Poon going perfect in Sector 1. This, for Lo Si Ho, is a really committed lap. You can see it's only one lap to get the tyres up to temperature, and has pressed on with this lap. Let's hope everything is up to temperature, because this shows a fair amount of commitment. A committed lap around Macau, around the gear circuit, is probably the most committed lap you'll do.
Absolutely right. A little trace of smoke out of the back of the car. It's been there all lap. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Just might be a tiny little bit of too much oil, but it's certainly not slowing the pace of Lo Seho, who has gone purple now in sector 2. And this, at the moment, is a masterclass in how to drive Macau, isn't it? Because he's keeping it absolutely away from the walls, but inch perfect, and drops down now towards Police. Makes the climb up the hill, through Moorish, and then on to Donna Maria. That's another part of the circuit, that section where, with the road being so narrow, it's oh so easy to come a cropper. Now the left-hander at Donna Maria.
The long left-hander, which will lead up towards the no overtaking zone, so downhill to the Macau hairpin. It's so tight over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Try and keep it neat and tidy. You can do it when you're on your own, and that was beautifully done as well. Down the hill, the circuit opens up now, down through Black Sands onto Fisherman's. The cars get very, very quick in this section, head up towards the completion of this lap. It's going to be our first flying lap. It's for the #1 car of Lo Seho around the final few turns to complete a lap around the gear circuit. And yeah, you're absolutely right. How important it was to be first out of pit lane and have that clear track. That is something that isn't often afforded around this circuit.
Well, Lo Seho will do the target time as he breaks the beam now, then goes through. And he was doing 2:34s in free practice straight off, 2:33.687. What about Sean Tong behind him? Second fastest this morning, and second fastest now, 2:36. So Lo Seho, on his first lap, has absolutely thrown down the gauntlet, hasn't he?
Stunning, wasn't it? Paul Poon, 2.6 seconds slower on that lap, 2:36.297 for Paul Poon, and Lo Seho with a 2:33.687. Said it looked committed. It was committed, wasn't it?
Yeah, we went wrong, were we? And to do that on the first lap as well means that he's pretty much guaranteed being in that top 12. And at the moment, that's all he has to do. Doesn't have to be the fastest yet.
Pop it in the bag early on in the session. Anything can happen in the session. The track might not be the same at the end of this half an hour as it was at the start.
And it could also be that if you think, OK, I'll do a couple of start-up laps and then go for it, you never get there because other people have triggered a red. So
you're constantly going through that process.
Lo Seho's done exactly the right thing, not only put in a banker lap, but a really outstanding banker lap very early on indeed. 21 then. Paul Poon, who has been a winner here of the Roadsport Challenge in seasons past. You're looking at him right now. Here he turns.
I think 8 race wins in total here at Macau for Paul Poon in various different disciplines.
Yeah, across the board.
Across the board, is incredibly impressive, isn't it?
And comes back year after year. I think we said it this morning, but he finds every season something to drive, whether it's in the touring car race or races, because just like GT racing has grown of late, so also we have not only the gear race, but the China Touring Car Championship next weekend as well.
That is Paul Poon that we're looking at, and Lo Seho has gone purple sector 2, purple sector 3, so another committed lap just a little way further up the road for Lo Seho. But this is Paul Poon. He's in second place. He is a master of Macau. He's won multiple races here at Macau. Heads around Donna Maria. 2.6 seconds behind the quickest time so far for Lo Seho is Paul Poon. Let's see.
So down to Melco hairpin, no overtaking zone as you say, but doesn't affect him because he's on his own. He's managed to time this right, so he's got clear track space around him. Lo Seho dropped a little bit of time in that last sector, but it's still looking like it's going to be a good lap for the Hong Kong driver, Lo Seho. Paul Poon presses on behind him. Should be able to narrow that margin, I would have thought. But Sean Tong remains the slight surprise that he's not going any quicker. Lo Seho over the line, doesn't improve. Interesting. Here is Paul Poon heading down now in towards our bend. 2:36.2 his own best. What can he do here, Alan?
Right, 2:36.2 for second place for Paul Poon. He goes third because... second. So at the end of that, 2:35.945 for Paul Poon. But Lee Kai Hay is now second, car number 27, 2:35.505. So closing the gap to Lo Seho, who is quickest, 1.8 the gap now. So Lee Kai Hay, car number 27, pops up into... Where did that car finish this morning? Fourth, wasn't it? So the top 4 are in a different order, the same top 4 that we had in free practice this morning, but no change for the car which is going quickest, and that's Lo Seho, car number 1.
Yeah, the surprise is still Sean Tong. Lo Seho has just done an absolute best in the second sector, you're looking at Lee Car-Hay in number 27 then, which is the Audi RS3 here on screen, doing the chasing, but actually on this lap, well, personal best sector 1, sector 2 yet to be revealed to us as he's heading to the end of it now.
Hey, they've worked really well to get clear track, haven't they?
Yeah.
Really well.
But again, by coming out in a line with the quick drivers at the front and the quick drivers pulling away, you'll get those 2-3 laps before you're liable to catch anybody.
And we have now had 3 laps of this qualifying session. It is over half an hour. It's the same distance as they had this morning in free practice. Lo Si-Ho is quickest, has gone purple on this lap in sector 2, not in sector 3, not even a personal best in sector 3, and has the best lap of the session so far, 2:33.6 for Lo Si-Ho, car number 1. Around police goes the second place car of Lee Car-Hay. Turns through the 2 right-handers, Police and Moorish, and then that leads on to the left-hander at Donna Marie, a long left-hander, and then down towards the Melco hairpin once again.
And this is Lo Si-Ho, still with that wisp of smoke out of the back.
Every lap.
Yeah, but doesn't seem to be affecting him. Now, interesting this, it started well with an absolute best in sector 2, a personal best in sector 1, but he's then dropped a bit of time in sectors 3 and 4. He does stay out and he gets right up to the wall, comes over the line now. Lo Si-Ho's lap time 2:33.687, so that's his best. The last one was a 2:34.1, in other words, no improvement. But I'm interested that he's staying out there.
Start of the lap was good. It was a personal best in sector 1. It was an overall best in sector 2. And then 3, 4 and 5 were nothing to write home about, were they? No. So 2:33.687 is still the benchmark time. And the gap is coming down meanwhile. So the last lap for, and now you're getting what you asked for, because Sean Tong has gone second, 2:35.154. So that brings the gap down to 1.4 seconds, which is still quite a lot.
Yeah. But again, is Sean Tong keeping something in reserve? Tyre management is part of this, because if the teams are confident that they can still push, they might use the older set of tyres from this morning, keep a fresh set for Q2. So if that's what some people are doing here, trying to run this 30 minutes on an older set, keep a new set for Q2, that might be why the order is as it is. Although Lo Si-Ho, who I think must be on fresh tyres, has now done another absolute best in the second sector, and Sean Tong is also speeding up again.
Yeah, for Lo Si-Ho, it was a personal best sector 1, an overall best in sector 2. You know, when you're at a special race in the world, when camera angles are iconic, and they are camera angles that you know so well. I'll talk particularly about the one looking down at Lisboa. That corner is one that so often has provided such amazing overtaking opportunities, such excitement. It's also claimed a few scalps along the way as well, hasn't it, over the years? But just the camera angle looking down on Lisboa on the run up towards San Francisco is one to behold.
Car in the wall.
That's
and
not good.
One of the Audis by the look of it. So I'm hesitant to say Paul Poon because he had a yellow Audi, but green light on there, yellow in advance of it, and I rather fear if that car can't drive itself away, we have a red flag and the session is being stopped. So you can see the reason for it. You can't leave the car there and it can't drive itself away. So that again illustrates what Lo Si-Ho was doing right, and that was to do that good lap early on, just in case of anything like this.
It was so important to put the lap in early on in the session. Now, of course, depending on how long it's going to take to get that car recovered and to get the circuit ready for racing again, then potentially you've got a situation that heat is coming out of the tyres, heat is coming out of the brakes, so you've got that out lap to do all of that work again. Lo Si-Ho did that so well, so fresh from the start. One lap, everything up to temperature, and then a really quick lap, a banker early on. So our first red flag of qualifying in our first qualifying session of the afternoon. Cars making their way back to pit lane, looking down at Lo Si-Ho. Provisionally the quickest car on track at the moment. 17 minutes and 25 seconds of the session will remain. The difference from the stoppages this morning to the stoppages this afternoon, the clock continues to count down during free practice. In qualifying, not so.
No, indeed.
We're going to see what happened here.
It is Paul Poon.
It is.
and he's just got it wrong, and it just clatters off the wall.
3 times.
Yeah.
It is. What did you say?
Pinballs.
Yes, it was exactly what I was going to say. It was like my old Bagatelle set when I was younger. But that's exactly what it was. 3 hits.
Okay, so he's 4th now.
We've known each other too long.
Can he stay in the top 12 was my question. So if he does, it's obviously not going to be possible for him to do Q2 because the car won't be repaired. He'll be 12th on the grid. But at least that's better than being outside the top 12.
Yeah, it is. That's the 27 car of Lee Kar-hae. Lee Kar-hae is currently 3rd. The time of 2:35.505. Sheldon Tong in 2nd position, 2:35.154. 1.4 seconds behind Rosie Ho, who tops the times. Yeah, not surprisingly, just wiping a bit of sweat away, these cars are going to be getting very, very hot indeed. It's humid, it's muggy, it's hot, and everything you don't want is to be wearing a race suit.
And sitting doing nothing. With
and sitting in pit lane.
Temperature going up and out.
Yeah, that's when you cook.
Right, Rosie Ho arrives with the team, the Evolve Racing team, which runs the Honda, as well as the Hyundai, Leo Chin. Interesting, isn't it, that the team splits different brands. There's another Hyundai for Cao Chia-hong, but Cao Chia-hong, there it is, and the Honda for Leo Chin, the other Evolve Racing drivers.
It's been a feature, David, since I first came to Macau 10 years ago that that teams do split their manufacturers within the team, and it took me slightly by surprise when I first came here because certainly in the UK that's not something I've really come across.
Not anymore. No.
No.
I mean, I can go back a long, long time to in 1981. In the British Saloon Car Championship, as it then was, Tom Walkinshaw Racing ran 3 manufacturer programs that year.
Did they?
Yeah. Rover, Audi, Mazda.
Hedging the bets.
Well, but in different classes, so there's always going to be a champion in the days of multi-class engine size racing. But yeah,
would that be a spread bet? It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And because it was Tom, he came up smiling, come what may. He won. Right, Paul Poon's car is being retrieved. Thumbs up from other drivers, though. They're content, they just want to get on with it. Number 65 being pushed back to the team. That's Henry Lee Jr., who's another Macau stalwart. We had him in F4 last year because he wanted to, and it gave him a chance, and wanted the other drivers a chance to be in the Grand Prix when normally they wouldn't be. Henry Lee Sr. was a bike racer. Henry Lee Jr. came into karts. First raced here in 1988 in the Gia race. And Asian Touring Car Champion, Hong Kong Touring Car Champion over the years as well.
So the question for this is Paul Poon is now 4th, car number 21, 2:37.840 to the last best lap to 2:35.945. So we're just wondering in the remaining 17 minutes and 25 seconds of this qualifying session, Q1, just how far that car is going to drop down the order.
I'll tell you something else.
Go on.
He's thinking the same thing.
Yes, I think he probably is, so I said it quite quietly.
Yeah, because he can see his weekend might be unravelling here. But it was self-induced, as far as we could see. Didn't get involved with anybody else.
Yeah.
Oh Yang Zhengwei, you are looking at there, number 77, Star Cars Racing with the FK7 iteration. And he is under investigation for possible overtaking under the red flag. Sean Tong, or Tong Wei Fung, to give him his full name.
It's one thing to overtake under a yellow flag, it's another under a red. Yeah.
Session will be resumed in a very short call. In other words, as soon as it's possible to scramble the cars back on track, then it will be. Of course, the length of the lap means that you can release the cars even while that recovery vehicle is still moving, and it's not that far from its access point because it can be out of the way by the time anybody gets close.
And they do these recoveries so quickly, so efficiently here, that it's an inherent feature of the Macau Grand Prix weekend that we're going to get stoppages like this. Of course we are. We don't have run-off areas. We don't have areas that we can do a live grab in a gravel track. But inevitably there's going to be a recovery vehicle on the circuit, and it's going to cause a stoppage of the session. So the way the crews work, the recovery vehicles, the marshals, all work together. They all know their job. They just go into action. They get scrambled and they do it. And they do it so quickly. I think you were talking about new tyres going on, weren't you?
Yeah. I think that one or two teams had a plan anyway to try and put another set on, but you saw there the car, I think it was Luke Hay opening the set, cooling the front of the Audi. The temperature is still warm, so it gets an air through number 11 in Tang Meng's Audi, the macXony driver, Team Pro Spec. And there is Paul Poon's car making its way back towards us.
It's a real shame. A main player in this.
Yeah.
On the back of a recovery vehicle, making its way back. The 27 car, Lee Hay.
Paul Poon, just quickly, the team run Motorsport, which next week we'll see running all the Lincoln codes and the Sham colours like that as well. And Paul Poon has been racing this year in the sort of AM cars, if you like, of the China Touring Car Championship, but has elected not to do that next week, but do these races this week instead.
I suppose when you've been a multiple winner at Macau, the draw is too great, isn't it, to be back here. And also, they love driving the circuit. Who doesn't love driving the circuit?
I suspect if Paul said he could do well in these and get into the World Tour races, there's more racing to be done. Now, he was, until he fell off the road, going well, because he'd done a personal best in the second sector at Paul Poon. But the play was the green flag now shows his is the car that caused the stoppage, and Henry Lee Jr. needs to get back on board because the session is live again. So take your flying
helmet on
and get back into the car. Away goes number 22 of Yang Trang, fancy Lincoln coat. Fancy is the team, like the description of the car, you understand. Might be.
Most of them are, in fairness. The liveries in this part of the world are absolutely fantastic. They're unusual, they're different. So often you see a colour scheme that I've never seen that before. I mean, we'll see a few of them over the course of this weekend, and even more next weekend as well. But they think really hard about what colours to put together and how to dress their cars up, because this is the showcase. This is what they're looking forward to all year as a racing driver. If you're from Macau, if you're from Hong Kong, if you're from China, this is what you look forward to.
Whoops, the Audi there. I think that was Ryan Wong's car getting a bit sideways as it arrived, but he held the slide. It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly the tyre temperature gets out of the cars.
Yeah,
drops away.
And some of those cars have had a change of tyres as well, so they need to use this opening lap even more wisely to set them up for the remaining 16 minutes of this session now. So look at the wall on the left-hand side. It just kind of looms ever so closely as you are now on the twisty section, the climb up towards this part of the circuit, the Melco hairpin, and then the circuit opens up. It's faster and faster. 2 seconds on one, isn't it? Very definitely.
It is really, yes, and that's why in part the drivers love it, because it is such a challenge and
it's got everything.
This unforgiving nature. Next accident, there you go, that's down at Police, and the road is narrowed. Didn't quite catch who it was that had gone off there, but off it was gone, and so we wait to see whether the car can get going again. Yellow flag at turn 15. Well, you've seen the reason for it, with the one of the goals.
Gets going, it's number 6. It's Lee Wen-ji.
Hyundai then, yeah.
So
has got going.
It gets going, yeah. Which is good news.
Yeah, much mopping of brow in race control.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that on the. This is the outlap, isn't it, from the restart? So yeah, that would be really tricky. Let's hope they can get a few meaningful laps in now and get into a little bit of a groove in this session, because we are now into the second half of the session. 14.5 minutes remain. Low C Ho currently quickest with a 2:33.687. They're not going to go quicker on this lap. They will potentially on the next.
So there through is the Chuncheon Cupra TCR. Goes over the timing line. More strife now. That is James Tang who's lost it. And I've got a bad feeling about this.
So have I. That's. Is it?
I think he's trying to turn it round.
I think he is. But it's reluctant to do so at the moment.
I don't think he's going the right way. So the road has at least some room around it, and he has got it to go.
That's good news.
Again, that's popping the brow all round.
Yes, good news. This is all quite stressful, isn't it?
Yeah, where was that? Oh, that's coming into Fisherman's.
Was it?
Down Black Sands into Fisherman's,
Was
yeah. The pit lane goes the lane G. And lots of the Audis and lots of the others have slowed down, which might mean how to get some clear track space in fairness.
Well, that's going to be an important part of this, isn't it?
Right, this is James.
There was a correction. Car 23 was, I can't remember which car they said previously, but
Henry Lee,
was it? Okay,
yes,
that was a correction.
23, Zhang Han Biao. Right, another one off. That could be Ryan Wong's Audi. You've just seen a replay of Li Zhengwei going off in the Hyundai. It's now come to the pit lane. And here is a sideways Audi that comes across the road. And actually, that could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, that was neatly avoided.
Yeah, I would have thought that could drive away. I think it is Ryan Wong.
And it was Zhang Qilong who did great avoidance there, just behind. He read that absolutely perfectly. Placed the car, got through, and is pressing on.
Absolutely right. Right, Lo Si Ho has not yet gone out, nor has Sean Tong. I think they've decided that, well, they're in. And if people keep doing silly things on track and bringing out yellows, they're safe, aren't they?
No further action against car 23. Zhang Han Biao.
Good.
Which is good news. Very good news. That's Lo Si Ho. We can see the 87 car. Oh dear, again. That's Zhang Qilong.
But that is going to get going again. It doesn't get collected.
There's not a lot. Hang on.
It might get collected, but it is able to rejoin.
That's a tight space to do a three-point turn as well.
Green flag shown, however, at turn 6, as you look at number 22 there, of Yan Trang in the Lincoln coat.
And that's the car of Ken Kwan Wong. Car number 8. Currently in 10th position. Right, now what are we going to do? Didn't hit anything, which is good news.
So I think that it was Chang Chi-lung, not Ran Wong, that got it as well.
Yeah.
Another modern feature of touring cars, where the numbers get smaller and get hidden away.
They do.
Now, 22nd at the moment, Iptat Nang. And hustling on down to Lisboa, trying to claw something out of this lap. We have got just 11 minutes of Q1 remaining now. So at the moment, Lo Si Ho is in. Sean Tong goes into Q2. Lee Kar-hae goes through Paul Poon notionally. Henry Lee Jr., Yan Chuang, Hu Heng, Chan Wang Tong, Chun Cheong, and Wang Yang Huan, Zhang Han Biao, and Tang Chi Lun are the 12 drivers that would go through.
Lo Si Ho still in pit lane, so too is Sean Tong. So the top 2 in pit lane at the moment. 1.4 seconds the advantage that Lo Si Ho has. That's the car we're talking about, talking to the team. What's the immediacy for that car to go out on track at this stage?
None. Nothing at all.
I don't think we'll see it again. I think we may well.
He's got 8 seconds in hand to the 12th place car.
Yeah.
No one's going to find 8 seconds.
Yeah.
So he's in.
Yeah.
And so sit there,
look after the car, look after the tyres.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So don't put yourself in jeopardy, don't go out and get caught in somebody else's driving.
So that plan to put the laps in nice and early, it's paid off. The only disappointing thing about it is remaining in the pit lane when it's very hot. You've got your race suit on, and there isn't too much airflow. So let's see what emerges in the remaining 9.5 minutes. Normal life on the right-hand side of the screen, and racing life on the left. So repairs being effected down in the pit lane. Not too long to do that for the Li Wengji car. 66 is King Veng, another regular here at Macau in whatever discipline presents an opportunity each year. Through Lisboa, up towards San Francisco. Great series of corners, those. And then up San Francisco, up towards Eternity. Hospital on the left-hand side. A great facility as well, the hospital here in Macau. Absolutely superb facility. Had a reason to go there some years ago with a journalist, Marcus Simmons, who was a regular here at Macau for many, many years. And he had reason to go, having slipped over and damaged his wrist, and the service that he got in the hospital throughout the course of the day was absolutely superb. So, Lo Siho, top of the times, 2:33.687 into Police, into Moorish, so close to the edge of the corner, and then onto Donna Maria. And this is an incredibly tight part of the circuit. Soon it's going to open up, and once you go down towards the Melco hairpin, that iconic shot as well of the Melco hairpin looking down on the corner, and now the circuit opens up down through Black Sands on towards Fisherman's. Lo Siho, top of the times, 2:33.687. And in, has left pit lane.
He has gone back out. I wonder whether that's to scrub in a set of tyres between the two.
Very possibly, yeah.
So Lo Siho in the Hyundai Elantra, which is a car that you only really see in terms of racing in TCR, but immaculately presented, as you anticipate, for the Blue Ribbon event for these drivers.
I mean, the car looks exquisite, beautifully designed, but what's the glittery bit on the front? Looks like it's shimmering.
I thought that was just...
I don't know. It is, yeah.
Just the,
yeah.
the decor. Yeah, with a sticky tape on, I noticed earlier on, which I think might have just been side. 23 is up the road ahead. That is Piao. And the clock has 6.5 minutes on it as you look now at Kelvin Wong coming down towards our bend. Seat Cupra up towards the line, and 9th he was, and 6th he is. That was a good improvement there by Kelvin Wong.
We kind of
Whoa, gets all sideways and just managed to hang on to it.
My goodness.
That's the save of the day, isn't it?
That was a good save. Thank you for doing that, because I was just about to say, we asked for them to be able to get into a groove. I think we might be approaching that point now.
And at this point of the racetrack, speed building, come out of Mandarin, which is a proper brave corner, and you're still accelerating, and then this heavy, heavy braking zone down towards Lisboa.
I think probably Mandarin is the most thrilling corner on the circuit. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. And as we said earlier on, it's not just a kink, a very high-speed kink. It's a corner.
Yes.
It is a corner.
And as we had last year with two GT3 Mercedes going side by side for the rapid race, it's a place not for the faint-hearted. Right, Iptat Meng coming up towards the line. 18th he was. And 18th, I rather fear, he stayed. Yes, he does. Went slower, in fact, on that last lap, so it didn't improve, even though it started off okay.
Another regular here at Macau over the years. So Lo Siho comes straight back into pit lane after that lap. So you reckon just the scrubbing of tyres, didn't you?
Yeah.
I think that rather proves it. One lap, just take the edge off those tyres and they'll be nice and ready for Q2.
Ryan Wong's improved and Deng Bao Wei has also improved, and that means that Zhang Hanbiao has been knocked out of the top 12. So he's got to dig deep, but he's in the pits as well at 23. That's the fastest driver so far, both in FP and in Quali 1. So Lo Siho out of his car has got there. Who's that we're looking at? The car Hay, I think.
Paul Poon remains in 4th place in car number 21. So Lo Siho, Sean Tong, Lee Kai Hay and Paul Poon are the top 4, with Henry Lee, and completing the top 6, the number 8 car of Ken Kwan Wong.
That was us getting fearful for Paul Poon's chances of staying in the top 12. He's even 4th.
Maybe we need to have a slightly more positive attitude about these things, yeah.
Maybe. But I was positive he was going to drop, so there you go.
And hasn't done so far.
No, right, Kelvin Wong, after his brown trouser moment at the start of the lap, carries on here to Fisherman's. Looks a bit more subdued now. You can't perhaps blame
I'm not
there.
surprised,
No.
yeah. If you have luck, you're only going to have it like that once, because the next time it's going to snap a little bit and into pit lane.
And then to the laundrette. So Kelvin Wong in. Improved last time. 2:36.5. Bales on that lap. 66 Henry Lee Jr. 66 Kim Wang, I should say. And he's outside of the top 6. In fact, he's 21st. The two drivers we were talking about pre-session, Tian Kai and Lim Chin Pang, have not ventured out, so the damage clearly too great, certainly for today.
Not surprised, really.
No. And Arsenal's on in his Audi. Didn't improve last time, 18th. And he's not going to improve on this lap either, because none of the sectors are improvements. And is he going to stay out?
That car is carrying a livery of car story,
yes,
as opposed to any other kind of story.
Car story being?
I don't know. It's just in the same script.
Well, it is
as a film.
Right. I want to say it's a motor part.
Okay. Right. The livery looks really good.
It does.
Close.
Yeah.
Really smart.
But you've got to go a long way to find a car that doesn't look good.
Yeah,
actually.
that's true. Totally true.
Right, Deng Bao Wei's improvement I think I have given you. That is Lo Seho. To make the point again, better coaching in the last couple of years. The racing driver, coach, that counts, despite last year's huge accident.
And in the pit lane, taking a bit of fluid on board, that's going to be an important part of this weekend for everybody involved. Hydration, very important with these hot, humid conditions that we've got.
Big Kahei smiles and he enjoys himself.
And we've got our wish, haven't we? They are certainly in a groove and able to find a bit of track, find a bit of clear track and press on. We've got 1 minute and now 15 seconds of this session remaining. Looking at the number 11 car of Ip Tak Meng. And that car currently down in 19th position. Is this going to be an improvement for the Car Story backed car, Car Story liveried car? Getting out of the way, allows it to continue on this lap. See if this can be an improvement from 18th through Police. Tight twisty corner that's caught out many great drivers over the years. And then on to Moorish. Donna Maria is next around the long left-hander. And to Melko. And then the final sector of the lap after Melko hairpin, which is single file throughout the course of a racing weekend for pretty obvious reasons. And there are still, quite surprisingly, a number of different lines that you can take through Melko hairpin. That was a slightly different one for Ip Tak Meng. And now down through Black Sands onto Fisherman's, Bend, and that will be the checkered flag. Checkered flag comes out for the conclusion of the session, so Ip Tak Meng we're looking at, aren't we?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's going to be an improvement.
So Lo Seho 2:33.687 as the best lap time. Second fastest Sean Tong, who did a 2:35.154, and third was Nick Carhay 2:35.505. So Lo Seho comfortably quicker than anybody else, but it's pretty competitive after him.
1.4 seconds the advantage over Sean Tong in second place. The car you're looking at now, the number 10 car down in pit lane, making the opportunity of getting that last little breath of fresh air before being strapped into the car ready for Q2. So for TCR Asia Challenge, the first segment of qualifying is complete. Q1, Q2 due to get underway. It was due to get underway at 12:45. It's now local time 12:49. So with the break in the session that we had, only one break during that half an hour session, which is good news. We have just lost a little bit of time, and now we get confirmation 12:53 is the time that we'll get this Q2 underway. So we lost 8 minutes during that stoppage. So it's back to 12:53 for the start of just quarter of an hour. So will that be the first session of the day where we don't have a red flag?
Well, one would hope so.
We have doubled our chances by halving the time.
And also, in a sense, halving the field, because there are fewer cars to have a problem.
Yes, true.
So you might be onto something here.
Yes, true.
And you did say we have to be more positive in our attitude.
We're trying.
Yeah. So now, possibly a new set of tyres to go on. But again, I think we've seen from Lo Si Ho go out, scrub them in, and we might see exactly the same approach to the next part of qualifying, which is that he absolutely nails a lap very, very early on.
So 12:53, local time is 12:50. Not long to wait before we get Q2 underway, and a chance to look back at Q1. Got underway, and really from the outset, it was Lo Si Ho that was setting the pace. It was the first flying lap. Sean Tong also pressing on as well, and so too 66 car at the start of the session. But it was Lo Si Ho really very much from the start that was setting the time until Paul Poon hit both sides of the gear circuit, hit the barrier, hit the wall as well, and caused the session to be brought to a stop to recover that car. And at that time, Paul Poon was running in fourth place. That was the off for Li Wenji, straight on. And then it got all of a sudden very busy, didn't it? Including the 68 car of James Tang. And a double pirouette.
Right, one off. And the subsequent Audi. And it was also of Tang Shi Lung. But there's no stopping Lo Si Ho, was there? He just absolutely annihilated that session.
From the outset as well, it was very, very impressive for Lo Si Ho. So, confirmation, Lo Si Ho, car number 1, quickest with the 2:33.687. Sean Tong in car number 10, second quickest, and Lee Ka-hei, third quickest in car number 27. Paul Poon didn't drop down the order too much. Car number 21 finished up in fourth place, and Henry Lee in car number 65 in sixth place. Car number 8 was the car that completed the top 6, and that was the car of Ken Kwan Wong. So we see the full order running down, some familiar names: Geronimo Badaraco, a regular here at Macau, and Ip Tak Meng as well, another one of the regular drivers here, and not improving on that lap that we followed him around. Finished up in 21st place. So we've got our 12, and they will be competing from now because the green flag is waved. 15 minutes for Q2, and a level playing field once again. No times on the board. I think maybe not just one car with potentially new scrub rubber on. So we'll see. But, certainly judging on Q1, there was no stopping Lo Si Ho.
Absolutely. And it was interesting to watch the way he was attacking free practice, because he went out late in that, did a really good lap, but he then abandoned it and hit it. And clearly the whole focus was on just getting the feel of the car right. Didn't have to do anything else in his housekeeping, but knew exactly what the plan was. Did one lap to put him fastest, that then in turn gave him that free ride on the outlap in the first part of qualifying. and went fastest. Now he's got to do it all over again. Now the pressure is on a little bit, and look, it's a lot more racy early doors as everybody jousts there for track position.
It's a bit more immediate, isn't it? We've only got 15 minutes for this, so getting track position was absolutely vital. And once again, look how committed this lap is going to be. This is just the outlap for Locio, and the car moving around on the braking for Locio just shows the commitment in the early part of the session, which worked well for him in Q1. And you see also he was flashing the lights to try and get that track position. The one he was forwarded when he got Q1 underway, rather light position. He's got it once again, clear track.
Sean Tong going up here then, so Hyundai versus Honda. We're going to have 12 qualifiers, but only 11 cars for this part of the session. Yet to get to the end of second one, but anyway, the 11 that we have now left the pit lane, and we'll, on the next lap, start to piece it all together. And Locejo, interesting, even on the outlap, he's leaving nothing on the table.
He's just pushing on, pushing on.
Yeah, there's no, I'll get round to the Malco hairpin and then pull the trigger. He pulled it for the moment he left the pit lane.
It really was, yeah, and that's really brave, committed stuff, isn't it? Because the tyre's not fully up to temperature. That's one way of getting them up to temperature, but it could go wrong in the process.
Very true, very true. Right, so here comes Locejo. Sean Tong behind him has a very, very useful yardstick, doesn't he? Because he knows how quick Locejo is. He can measure his lap against the Hyundai ahead of him. It's going to be quick. And Sean Tong then now on this wide approach to our bend starts to use the full width of the road virtually to get the warmth into the tyres. So does Locejo, who now accelerates out of our bend and starts to fly back. And already 3 minutes are gone.
Pin pulls. So here we go. Locejo top times in Q1, and now we're on to the first flying lap in Q2. Look how committed it is so early on. My goodness, how close to the barrier do those two want to go? So Locejo and Sean Tong, the top two. Sean Tong pulled back a little bit just to enable a little bit more space in front of himself and Locejo, which would suggest that he thinks that potentially he could go quickest on this lap, the fact that he wants a little bit of space, and does indeed go quickest on sector 1. So Sean Tong in car number 10, who has put in purple. Locejo, they're reasonably close as far as times in sector 1 are concerned, but 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Sector 1.
Right, so Sean Tong quicker than anybody in the first sector. As you look there at Wong Kian Kwan, or Kelvin Wong, who is now third fastest. So that Cupra, despite having had its big slide in the early part of the session, Kelvin Wong, very experienced driver from Australian GT racing through the Macau Touring Car Championship to TCR Asia, so knows what he's doing. And ready to put himself then into the mix.
So Locejo has responded to Sean Tong going quickest, overall quickest in sector 1, because Locejo went overall quickest in sector 2, briefly overall quickest in sector 3, but now Sean Tong has responded. So yeah, I reckon Sean Tong thinks this one might be on. He dropped back a little bit at the start of the lap to give a bit of space between himself and Locejo, and with 2 purple sectors, Sean Tong looking pretty useful here. That is the top 2 in order as they make their way down from the Malco hairpin down through Black Sands Fisherman's Bend and then onto our bend. That will be the conclusion of the first flying lap, and they're not going to get that much time, are they? Once we complete this first flying lap, 9 minutes and 40 seconds of the session remain. Q2 well and truly underway up towards the conclusion, and the first flying lap for Locejo, car number 1, across the line, and it is Locejo with a 2:33.010. Sean Tong, what's the gap? 0.4 of a second, so 4 tenths.
Shows, doesn't it, also now that Sean Tong perhaps was also holding something in reserve. He did enough to get in.
A set of new tyres?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And maybe even there's another set for a second run in this, depending on how they played it. You'd ideally like to keep a brand new set for race 1. Maybe not so much for race 2, because if that's the reverse grid, you might struggle to get through the traffic and there could be a waste. So perhaps if you qualify well on a good set, keep a new set for race 1 and then use a used for race 2 if you're on that reverse grid or 5th row or back. But let's see, because Sean Tong has already gone on this next lap, 7/10 quicker than Lo Se Ho in the first sector. Big quiver under braking there for number 22, the Lincoln Co. of Yan Chuang, which did get round the corner, but it looked a bit skittish for a minute.
Someone else is in the picture as well now. Lee Kar-Hae, who is currently 5th, has just put in the purple on sector 1, 26.2.
And there he is, look, going up the hill out of San Francisco. So the blue and white Audi of the Hong Kong driver looked good. He's done a personal best in sector 2. Lo Se Ho's 2:33 remains the gun time. 8 minutes to go.
So Lo Se Ho, not even a personal best on sector 1, not even a personal best on sector 2. Briefly an overall best on sector 3, then taken away by Sean Tong, who is pushing on here. Let's just compare these lap times. So Sean Tong is on a really good lap here. Car number 10, currently 2nd, is 0.4 of a second behind the quickest time for Lo Se Ho. So let's now monitor what the time screen is going to tell us about this lap for Sean Tong. Looking at the 27 car of Lee Kar-Hae, currently 6th place, personal best in sectors 2 and 3, overall best in sector 1, and that is the car that we need to focus on. That said, not even a personal best in sector 4. So this is Sean Tong, currently in 2nd place, closing up on the back of Lo Se Ho.
Although Lo Se Ho doesn't look to have been quite as competitive.
No.
He breaks the beam and Sean Tong goes quicker, 2:32.864. That was about a second faster than Lo Se Ho's equivalent lap. And I wonder now whether Lo Se Ho has just turned up the wick. So he had a push lap, slightly relaxed lap, and then he's going to go again.
It did rather look as if Sean Tong, the thing that gave me the idea that he thought he could go quickest in this session, although all drivers do, but he gave himself a bit of gap between himself and Lo Se Ho, and that was saying, no, I think I need it, I need this car is good, it's going very well, and through San Francisco and now up San Francisco Hill, he's just put in a 26.6 in the first sector as Sean Tong. Lo Se Ho has put in a personal best with a 26.8, but a 2:32.8 is the time they're aiming at now, and is held by car number 10, Sean Tong.
Now, Lee Kar-Hae up to 4th. Yan Chuang in the Lincoln Co has gone 3rd, which is good. That's number 65, Henry Lee Jr., and his Honda has done what? It's dropped to 7th in the times. And 5.5 minutes to go now.
And we are therefore about to go into the final third of this 15-minute Q2 session. And I'm not going to say anything yet, but they have been able to run this these first 2/3 of the session without interruption.
You can go on.
That's all I said. That is all I said.
Right. Lo Se Ho is on a lap of 2 personal bests here. And in contrast, because he got a little bit close to the wall there, Sean Tong has backed off slightly. So he might feel he's done enough. Lo Se Ho is still charging, although he's not been able to go purple. So oddly, despite all the energy put in at the start of the session, is he going to be mugged for pole in the end? Possibly. Comes through Black Sands now, then on that run down towards the very, very fast right of Fisherman's Bend. This third of the lap, there aren't really many not fast corners, but again, he's right up against the wall, almost skims it there. And that possibly, not deliberately, fired into the other side of the road just because the trajectory forced him so to do, not necessarily by choice. This is our bend, up towards the timing line. So a 2:32.8 to beat, and that lap for Lo Se Ho is a 2:33.3. He can't do it, he's got another shot though, he's got certainly one, maybe even 2 more laps here.
And he's got nice clear track in front as well, hasn't he, once again? So Lo Si Ho continues on his way. Top the times in free practice 1, top the times in Q1.
Sean Tong in the pits. I was about to say he's been a long time through sector 5, but he's backed it right off. That was why. Back to the pit lane.
3:50 left on the clock for Q2.
I'm not sure he's going to go back out.
I'm not sure he is. I think that's it. 2:32.8 is the time to aim for. And Sean Tong, car number 10, in pit lane. Ryan Wong as well in pit lane, 2 cars in pit lane. Ryan Wong in car number 93 in 10th position.
And Chan Weng Tong, number 42, has just gone up to 3rd, another of the Audi drivers. So here, Lee Kar-hei is flattering to deceive a little bit. We keep thinking he's about to deliver. He's doing absolutes occasionally, but he's only 5th.
And on the previous lap, we put in the overall best of this session in sector 1 as well. It remains in 5th place, no change in position. A change in position on that last lap for Chen Chang, and with a time of 2:36.051.
Okay. So with Paul Poon not being able to take part, 11/12ths of the entry have all done a time. 42 going through is 3rd, Chan Weng Tong, but he's slower again within the 1st sector of this lap. So no improvement coming this time for the regular TCR Asia racer. Behind Yan Chuang in the Link & Co. He just gets on with it, he doesn't really draw attention to himself, but he's still looking very racy, Yan Chuang, and has done 2 personal bests on this lap alone. And there is time enough at least to start another lap if drivers need it. Now, how is Lo Si Ho? Not in sectors 1, 2 and 3. Slower, slower, slower.
No, this is going to be quite a decisive session for Sean Tong. That was really impressive the way it was, this session was attacked really from the pit lane. Really thinking about what to do and where to position the car and what the tactics of the session were going to be, and it looks like they may well be paying off.
It's encouraging, isn't it, for the racers? Because at one point it looked like Lo Si Ho was going to be so far ahead.
Yeah.
What we now have is not only him not far ahead, but he's not even ahead. He's a 10th down on Sean Tong, and it's going to offer us a real battle, I think, going into the races tomorrow. Right, this is Yan Chuang. 4th at the moment. Is he going to be an improver? Goes up to 3rd, does he? He does. So 2:35.394.
That's impressive, that. Yeah. So 2:35.394. 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock remain. But the Link & Co. into 3rd place. Impressive stuff, that. You said it was doing it almost by stealth, didn't you? And that was really pretty impressive. Personal bests in 4 out of the 5 sectors around the gear circuit here at Macau.
Now that's Chan Weng Tong, who's backed out of it because he isn't going to go again. Lo Si Ho was pitted, so even though he could have started another lap, he's realised that he's just not quite got the pace of the Honda of Sean Tong.
By a 10th of a second, 0.146 of a second, the gap between 1st and 2nd. I think this sets us up rather nicely for an exciting race. They will race tomorrow, 9:05 in the morning. That's a wake-up call for everyone. 9:05, and it will be a 9-lap race for TCR Asia. That's their first of 2 races.
It is indeed. And I suspect Lo Si Ho's doing a bit of head-scratching now. So, what do you mean I'm not fastest?
Hang on.
But it was all going to plan. But, yeah, Sean Tong has done a great job there. And as I said earlier on, although he does have lots of touring car knowledge, he's not somebody that you associate with it perhaps as much as GT or one-leg sports car racing.
Please, may I say something?
I know what you're going to say, so please do in your best Alan Hyde voice.
Thank you very much. Checkered flag is out, and the first session of the day without red flag interruption is complete. Q2 for the TCR Asia Challenge. Is that okay?
Was? Yes. More, please.
Yeah, we'll have a few more of those. Sean Tong takes provisional pole position, car number 10, and he's going to be very happy with that work.
See on the back of the team clothing, come on baby, what he did. So thumbs up for Sean Tong.
He's got it on the car as well.
Yeah. There is the Link & Co.
third.
Good effort by Yan Chuang, that.
Yeah, it was. Very impressive. I like the way you say that. He's doing it sort of undercover and impressive stuff. That. So too for Chen Wang Tong, finished up in 4th place in car 42. But Lo Si Ho, you're right. The battle is on for tomorrow. Sean Tong, top of the times at 2:32.8, an advantage of 0.146 of a second around the gear circuit here at Macau. If you bear in mind it's a 6.1 kilometre circuit, that's pretty impressive stuff.
It is, isn't it? Well, there to the pit lane comes Yan Chuang, but Sean Tong has, as we've been saying, retaliated marvelously against the gauntlet thrown down by Lo Si Ho, and it did look as though he was absolutely dominant in that, but when it mattered, Sean Tong able to respond, and respond he did in style. So he's the fastest.
And of course the other story about tomorrow, and we didn't mention this during the 15 minutes because there was plenty to talk about. Paul Poon was in the top 12, so got through to that, but of course now has qualified 12th.
Yes, so we've got plenty of work to do.
A damaged car, yeah.
In both races.
Yeah.
So Roadsport Challenge coming up next, and Sean Tong the fastest then in TCR Asia Challenge Q2 from Lo Si Ho and Yan Chuang, with Chen Wang Tong 4th, Li Ka-hei 5th, Yu Heng 6th, Zheng Qian ahead of Kelvin Wong, who fell away, Henry Lee, and then Ryan Wong behind him, Deng Baowei 11th, and the one that couldn't take part in Q2 with his damaged car, Paul Poon. And that sets us up nicely for the qualifying race, the qualification race for the TCR Asia Challenge tomorrow morning.
Attention in the pedal. Attention in the pedal. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. 1 minute to start qualifying. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. 1 minute to start qualifying.
So the Roadsport Challenge qualifying session about to get underway. That's 30 minutes of action.
Attention in the pedal. Attention in the pedal. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. Pedal gate is now open. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors.
So on track go the cars for the Macau Roadsport Challenge qualifying session. Again, they've had their pre-practice period already this morning. And so now the grid to be decided for drivers who have been racing in the Macau Roadsport Championship this year. And these are the drivers that out of the two groups, because it ends up being divided into groups A and B, have finished the season 16th in their group or lower. And the Macau Roadsport Challenge has always offered some good racing. It gives the local drivers, the less high-profile drivers, a chance to shine on the Macau stage. And although we had a stoppage in the qualifying session, you can still anticipate that this is going to be a very busy qualifying period, and will give us, for sure, a good race tomorrow, with the top 15 out of the two groups being seeded through, as it were, into next weekend's activities, when there is the 70th anniversary challenge, and that's for the more successful drivers within the championship this year. Fastest this morning, and it was an interrupted session, was Ivan Cito in number 21. The regulations for the championship this year tweaked so that you don't have quite the same variety of car, but what you do have are cars that are far closer to a road spec, which is an improved production Group N style. And the eligible cars are the Toyota GR86s, of which there are many, and the Subaru BRZs, of which there are some, but not as many. But added all together, it still makes for a busy track and some good, hard racing. We've had a number of drivers over the course of the weekend being in hot water with the stewards for crossing the pit lane line on the exit, on the arrival on the track for the first time. It's less of a problem then than it would be if you had cars making pit stops and others on flying laps. But number 8, which is Tam Ying Fat, has been reported to the stewards. And there you can see, weaving left and right, is Chan Ka Ping, and he's got everybody stacked up behind him. It's all very well doing that weaving, but if nobody can get past, then it does rather create a problem. Now, Vincent Yip was a driver that got involved in an accident in the free practice session and stopped the session, but he is on track. The other one is 86 of Yu Kam Chung. That was very badly damaged, and that I have not yet seen, nor is 84, which is another car I think that was damaged late on, of Chen Chak Yin, and there's another car missing, which is 89 of Lam Chan Chung. So potentially we've got a few that haven't been able to be repaired after the rigours of this morning. Might be that they're just a bit late out on parade, but normally from the paddock rather than the pit lane, you would go out when everybody goes out. You haven't really got the ability to bide your time. You've got to get out on track straight away. But right now, 54, I can imagine he's not going down a storm with those behind him, because Chan Ka Ping, as you can see, with all of this weaving around going on, is just creating a complete traffic jam. Nobody can get past because he's weaving to try and get some warmth into the tyres, but the speed he's going at isn't all that great either, so you're going to end up with two distinct waves around the circuit, and here, the second wave, all in this bottleneck. So now I think the speed does start to pick up as this group drop down out of the Melco hairpin. Of those that were quick this morning, Ivan Cito in number 21. Also Roly Sham, who took a race win in the championship this year in the Team Master Champ entry. And third, number 66 of Chen Da-shung. So that's 41, that's the repaired car of Vincent Ip. Goes down towards our bend now. Cito on a bit of a push as well. Man that was fastest in the free practice period this morning. And as the rest come filing through, over the timing line there in 71 of Wang Wencheng. Now he's a double winner out of the championship, the Subaru BRZ driver, so he could be one to watch here, in fact, number 71. Let's keep an eye to him. He's got the Toyota of Vincent Yip behind him, but with a couple of race wins, as I say, Wang Wencheng should be worth watching now. I thought for a moment there at Mandarin the dust was settling, but I think they've all survived, as number 42 then, Kenneth Wong, goes through. As ever, very spectacular paint schemes on just about every car in the Macau Roadsport Challenge. Number 21 here, Ivan Cito, down to the end of the flying lap then, so this will give us a proper time. Ivan Cito being chased on the road by Roly Sham. Top two out of this morning's free practice session. So now to the line, Cito goes through. Let's see what the time is. It's a 2:56.6. Better than this morning, which was 2:58. But then number 18, which is Sekar Hung, goes onto a 2:53.9. So number 18 of Sekar Hung, much quicker than anybody else. There he is, hazard lights on, flashing lights, the white and pink car storming its way past Roly Sham. End of sector one down towards Lisboa. And as he breaks the beam, let us see whether he can go yet faster, because this is looking very good for him. He's slightly down, in fact, on this next lap, maybe because of the traffic, but Sekar Hung, certainly a man to watch now. So that is number 18 then, the Hong Kong driver, Sekar Hung, threading his way between the barriers now as he accelerates down from the maternity right-hander through Teddy Yip corner. On towards Payol, and then down the hill towards, ultimately, Police, the sharp right, which he's approaching shortly. Sekar Hung doing, again, absolute bests, as so too, number 66, Chen Da-shing. Interesting, I think it's the heavy braking from the Roadsport spec Toyotas that brings the hazard lights on. So as the driver hits the brakes hard, as we look like in an emergency stop, on come the hazard lights. But with 21 3/4 minutes to go, Sekar Hung going well. And the driver that was quickest this morning, Ivan Cito, coming out of Melco hairpin, but he's only fourth in the times at the moment, so there's a little bit of time for him to find, I think, before the very end here. Right, to our bend comes Cito, And there you can see behind him, Sekar Heng. So he's a little bit closer this time on the road. Does that mean that the lap time is even better still? They both break the beam now. And a 2:52.8 from Sekar Heng keeps him at the top of the times. Ivan Sito's up to second, though, so it was a better lap. Not as good as Say, but even so, it was a good effort by him. And now Sekar Heng looks for a way through on the inside, look, diving down towards Mandarin, which is brave, and he can't do it there. Ivan Sito maintains track position. So confirmation, 2:52.838, best lap thus far for the Hong Kong driver Sekar Heng. Whoops, big crash in the background, and that's enough with the car in the middle of the road to bring out a red flag, I should have thought. So Mandarin strikes again. Debris on the road, tyre marks, as you can see, all across the circuit. And that, I think, is Chen Da-Xing. It is, so the driver that's third in the times off the road. Red flag shown. So Chen Da-Xing hits the barrier hard coming out of Mandarin. And with the car damaged, question one is, are we going to see that car again for the weekend? Here's how he did it. Just sideways into the corner, couldn't catch it, and that was a hard hit. Nose first into the wall. So Chen Da-Xing, third fastest, but out of the session, possibly out of the event now, with the frontal damage to that car. And the car sits forlornly on the road. I'm not sure that he's jumped out of it yet, but the crane arrives. Of course, only when the situation permits can the marshals be allowed to attend. So the car stricken lies on the circuit, and the race officials would attend as soon as they can. The rest of the field having to be marshalled, first of all, back to the pit lane. And then when that is done, then the clear-up operation can be underway. So Sekar Heng, the man that's fastest then, from Roli Sham. And Chen Da-Xing, who's caused that red flag, was third in the times, but rather looks as though that could be the end of his weekend now, given all of that damage that the car has just sustained. So there is the very battered Toyota. Marshals attend to clear the debris off the road, and others get pushed back to their teams, including Joe Kwok. So the red flag ending things for the moment, with Chen Da-Xing's car being the one that's up against the wall. Number 41 there, Vincent Yip, after the damage sustained this morning. And you can see there, third fastest, but now looking decidedly hobbled, is the car of Chen Da-Xing. But it was a big, big hit that into the wall. As you'd seen the replay, the back came round, and he just couldn't save it, and it went nose first into the concrete on the outside coming out of Mandarin. Now the session is going to restart on short notice, so as soon as that car is in a position to be out of harm's way, then the officials will get things back underway. Of course, as we made the point earlier on in the day, there is this finite amount of running you can have because the road has to be reopened at 6. The timetable normally has a couple of hours slack in it, just in case, but even so, at 6, it's back to normal Macau life, not motor racing.
Gets dark about 5:30. It starts to lose the light here at 5:30, and the scheduled final activity of the day is for 4:15, so we have got that wiggle room as the afternoon goes on, which hopefully we won't need. We have just enjoyed our first checker flag of a session without a red flag intervention, but it was only quarter of an hour.
Well, true. And the clock stopping then with 20 minutes, 2/3 still to run. There is Chardonnay, again, Cheddar Shing's car on the flatbed. And the recovery crews are hugely important to all of this. Yes, you need the marshals to attend to the track surface, but it's getting cars out of the way quickly, which is so important to keeping a timetable anywhere near on target. There's number 42 then, which is Kenneth Wong.
Will start soon. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors qualifying will start soon.
And the teams in the pit lane just being told that the session will restart on short notice, so it won't be long before we're back in business. Michael Wong, number 28, who was 16th in the championship this year, so first driver, if you like, to miss the cut into next week's races, which are the top 15 drivers. There's number 43 of Lung Chun Yu, 20th in the times currently. And in fact, the session's restart has gone from being on short notice to very short notice. So
yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah, determined to crack on as soon as here.
Yeah. Well, I think they are.
Ian Chut Lung's car there, number 99. He's quite a long way down at the moment. So 25 cars we've had venturing out. Not all in healthy conditions now. Toyota GR86, that again is a car with its own championship in Japan, not unexpectedly perhaps, but great numbers of these have been sold for competition purposes. Another little pocket rocket, Toyota's GR stable. Sunny Ko there, number 9. The netting just take that, I didn't get a bit of air. Thumbs up, so another happy driver wanting to go back out on track.
And a warning of the slippery track after turn 2, and there you can see what they're trying to do about that. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? The workforce that goes to work to get this done, and there's got to be getting on 20 marshals down there all working away to dress the fluid. Still the warning goes out just to let everybody know that things aren't absolutely as quick as potentially they have been.
And it's only when you look at that you realise how much liquid a racing saloon car can drop. 48, Joe Kwok. 19th in the championship this year, the Hong Kong driver. Doesn't matter what you throw at drivers at Macau, they're always hugely enthusiastic, always
happy to be
smiles,
here.
Thumbs up, yeah, indeed.
Who would not be happy to be here, eh?
True enough.
Look at that, beautiful. Just a great example of the kind of bright colours, the bright liveries that we get here in Macau. I love it. It's one of the features. You couldn't be anywhere else, could you? With the designs on the cars, look absolutely fantastic. Boy, they're working hard down there, aren't they? Right the way across the track as well.
Brody Sham's car. It's 4th at the moment, having been 2nd in free practice. And even in something like this, the driver very, very hot, and the temperature needing cooling inside the cab. So Subaru BRZ's, Toyota GR86s, the eligible cars. And 20 minutes of the session still to run once we get back up and running.
So the number 18 car, Sir Hing, is quickest car, 2:52.838. We've only had 3 flying laps completed, and gives you an idea. This is weekend 1 of 2 weekends for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, and it's busy out there. Very, very busy indeed.
And they've all found themselves on the big screens. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because at the start of the day, it didn't look that busy at all, but it has definitely picked up over the course
It really
of the day.
has, yeah.
And of course tomorrow is race day, second part of the weekend, and this whetting people's appetite for the very international 4 days that we have at the end of next week.
Yeah, 4 days. It's kind of that gives you an idea of the gravitas of the event.
Yeah,
one
indeed,
day for free practice, 1 day for qualifying, and then racing all the way over Saturday and Sunday. It's superb.
Vincent Yip, whose car was damaged this morning in an incident, he is set to go back out, as also there is
No uniform.
correct, another of the Toyota drivers. Green flag.
Toyotas look really good, don't they?
They do indeed. Now,
Nicely
session's
on the
restarted. Are there any takers?
Let us see. 19 minutes and 50 seconds of this qualifying session for the Macau Roadsport Challenge gets underway now. Cars leaving pit lane and make their way out in one long line of Toyotas and Subarus. Not everybody take this up straight away, are they? So some staying down in pit lane, which might buy them a little bit of space on track, because that is quite busy, isn't it?
And compared to GT3 cars that we'll see later on, these look quite narrow, don't they? But
They do. They look little and nimble,
yeah,
don't they?
but get them together like that, they
Yes.
still fill a lot of track.
They do.
So that's coming out of Mandarin, where that incident took place, where the liquid has been soaked up. And now heading towards Lisboa, with, so far, everybody being suitably cautious.
Such a great shot, that, with the shops in the background, as you were saying this morning. It really is everything about summing up Macau. Absolutely superb. So, getting heat back into tyres is the main thing here. And I can tell you, having just been out of the commentary box, it is hot. It's still very hot outside. The paddock is absolutely bustling with activity over there, and horns, air horns being deployed to let people know to mind their backs as cars are wheeled out into the paddock. It's really is a hustle and bustle of a paddock.
Yeah, it's not a quiet place, is
No,
it, Macau? There's
there
always
is-
activity, there's always
This is
life.
day one, David.
Yeah,
Day
yeah.
one.
For this year of 6. Yeah, these
Yeah.
2 weekends to celebrate 70 years. It's interesting that you talk to people in Europe, they don't necessarily claim to be motor racing fans, but you say, oh, the Macau Grand Prix, the what? And you say it's the 70th anniversary of it. Really?
Yes,
It's been going that long.
Yeah, it's true.
I was mentioning earlier on, while you're out of the box, that every time a driver does a heavy brake, on come the hazard lights. It's like an emergency stop.
Oh,
so
it's
you'll see.
automatic.
Yes, on a few occasions the hazard lights come on, but it's at the part of the circuit where it's a really, really hard brake for a slow corner.
I think that happens with my road car.
Does it?
I think so, but I've never been at the back to look.
Fair enough.
Or, of course, I've never braked that heavy.
Either or.
One or the other. I think a lot of cars do that now. It's sort of been built into them, isn't it?
But it illustrates what we've been saying
It
earlier
does,
on about
yeah.
how pretty much standard these are. Very much a entry-level type car. And although they're run by teams as much as independent drivers, there you go, hazard lights on, hit the brakes, come out of the corner, hazard lights off.
That's quite cool.
So, okay, Sark car hanging the fastest at the moment, but it's good that you've got these cars with the limited modifications allowed, easy to police and lower cost as well. And it's a welcome change also from lots of Mitsubishi Evos, although it's not to say that they didn't give good racing. So 99 has gone through of Yun Chuk Leun onto his next lap, and this is the fastest man of the session then of Sekar Hung up towards the line, and through he goes now then on to another flying lap with 16 minutes still on the clock. So this lap is when we should start to get an idea of people improving. Just the one race this weekend for the Roadsport drivers. But sad to say, looks like we've lost at least 3 of them after the incidents this morning.
That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
10:20 tomorrow morning is the time for an 8-lap race for the Macau Roadsport Challenge. 10:20 tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, we are approaching half distance in this red flag stopped qualifying session. And still sitting at the top of the times with a 2:52.8 is the number 18 car of Kar Hing. Mainly Toyotas. I think there are 6. Did I count up 6 earlier on? Subarus? 2.
Something like that. They're certainly not as numerous.
6. Yeah. The choice is free between the Toyota GR86 or the Subaru BRZs.
And it's a series that races predominantly in Chinese circuits, but has drivers from Macau, Hong Kong and China all on the grid, run by the Automobile Association of Macau.
So we've got a full set now for the car that sits on provisional pole position. Sector 1 was purple, Sector 2 was green, personal best, and Sector 3, nothing to celebrate. So let's see what this lap is going to be. The first of the quick laps after the resumption of the session. Number 18, Kar Hing, with a time of 2:52.8, which is almost a second ahead of the number 21 car of Ivan Sito. And the car is pushing on, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, where was he this morning? 6th fastest in free practice, Kar Hing, but he has done in this a really impressive job. He's looked racy. There is Ivan Sito, who was the quickest this morning. But he's found himself now on this restart released in traffic.
We're beginning to learn that the story of free practice this morning was not necessarily the story of qualifying this afternoon.
No, quite.
And that's free. Free practice, the very notion of it is you do whatever you want. You could be bedding in brakes, you could be scrubbing in tyres, you could be doing all manner of things during free practice. There's nothing particular that says that you need to put in a quick lap. It's good for pit lane position.
It is. It's also good for track knowledge. But it still amazes me how many people have wanted to make a race out of it and therefore got themselves into a bit of strife.
So Ivan Sito, we've been watching this lap, haven't we, for car 21, currently in 2nd position. Did a personal best in sector 1, nothing in sector 2, 3 and 4. But is this the start of a quick lap? Because I think the track is relatively clear in front.
Well, let's see then.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, good line
Not
going
too bad.
through Reservoir, isn't it? 54 is up the road, which is Kar Hing. 1 or 2 more looking rapid in the background, but Ivan Sito needs to find effectively a second, because it's 0.990 that he is down on Kar Hing, and with 12 minutes to go, what can he do before the very end?
Let's see. No, nothing particularly special in sector 1, so that's not so good for Ivan Sito, the car that topped the times in free practice this morning. Only completed 6 laps in their half-an-hour session this morning to the Macau Roadsport Challenge cars. But it's number 18, Kar Hing, who tops the times. 2:52.838. Pretty much everybody is improving on their own personal times now in this resumption of the qualifying session. Coming up at the conclusion of this here at Macau on day 1 for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, we've got GT cars in the form of qualifying for GT4, then qualifying for GT3, and then the cars that open the day. Feels like quite a long time ago now, doesn't it? When we had single-seaters, the Macau Formula 4 race will close our qualifying at the end of this afternoon at scheduled 3:45.
It's 1:45 local time right now. So the organisers, despite all the stoppages, rattling through the programme.
Just under 11 minutes of this session remain. And a couple of overall bests coming in. One is for Ivan Sito. He's gone overall best in Sector 3 on this lap. And also for 66 car, which is Chen Jiaxing.
No, that was his lap before the one he crashed.
So I beg your pardon.
He never got as far as the timing point to reset that line.
I didn't see him crash.
Yes, he was the red flag.
Ah.
So ignore him. Or
Okay.
don't ignore him, because he's well placed to
doing
make a
all right,
rebuild
yeah.
the car. But
Yeah.
at the moment, I'm afraid he won't be circulating.
So just Ivan Sito's purple sector in Sector 3 to get excited about on this lap. Although there are personal improvements right the way down the order. Not so for our pole sitter, our provisional pole sitter. And then on Sector 4, not so good.
Yeah, so that margin is still 9/10 between Say and Sito. Next little wave of cars goes over the timing line there with Mike at the head of the queue, number 53. 77 you're looking at is Lam Hongfei. And this is courageous, 3 abreast then as they come diving down towards Mandarin, but Chan Ka-ping, number 54, is the bravest of the lot, and he goes through, and they all survive. Interesting that they can do that without anybody looking as though they were going to be in jeopardy.
Such a lovely sweeping corner, isn't it, that? Absolutely gorgeous. And on the run down towards the right-hander at Lisboa, just beside the Grand Lisboa Hotel. Lights up at night time like the proverbial Christmas tree. So for our pole position car number 18, we've got a personal best in Sector 2 on this lap, so keep an eye on that. Nothing in particular on Sector 1, nothing in particular on Sector 3 now, just a quick Sector 2.
But the way that this session has panned out, there's not really much to argue against, say, Ka-hing. Nobody's got that sort of pace, have they? Although we did just have an improvement last time around for number 71 of Wang Cheng, who's had a couple of race wins this year, so 8 fastest, and a good effort. But you could argue, so it should be if he's been a race winner. And who else have we got that's been an improver? 48 also, Joe Kwok. 19th in his group in the championship this year. He was another driver that went slightly faster last time through. 8 more minutes to go then.
That's the car that sits at the top of the times at the moment, the white and pink number 18 machine of Sir Ka-hing. Time to aim for 2:52.8, and this one is not going to eclipse that, but it'll be interesting to see what this time is going to be. A 2:53.2. So not far off.
No, half a second or so, yeah.
Not far off at all.
It's interesting as well, isn't it, that, I hate to use this word amateur, but these are not professional drivers as in GT racers or aspiring single-seater racers. So you give them half an hour to qualify, they'll take it. They're not interested in just doing one lap and then sitting in the pit lane and preserving time. They want to get out there and keep driving.
You wait all year for this.
Oh, exactly right, exactly right. Roddy Sham here is 4th fastest and slightly quicker in the first sector, but then lost out in sectors 2 and 3. Up to 6th, there's just gone number 48, Joe Kwok, so that's another improvement. 2 laps on the bounce, he's improved, in fact, now.
And significant as well, our provisional pole sitter has just done purple in Sector 1. So the way the car was skipping about, it looked as if the urgency was on.
Yeah.
So purple overall best in Sector 1 for car number 18. Personal best in Sector 2. This is going to be a lap to watch for car number 18. Sir Ka-hing has pole time of 2:52.8, and this is definitely a push lap. We're looking at Roddy Sham, car number 2. That car currently in 4th place. with a 2:54.439. That was an improvement. So personal improvement, but no improvement in order on the previous lap. And keeping an eye on the provisional pole sitter, Sir Ka Hing, went overall best in sector 1, personal best in sector 2, and then neither of those in sector 3. So 2 more sectors remain. Is this going to be a further improvement? Not of position. The car is quickest at the moment, but will it be an improvement in personal time? We shall see at the conclusion of sector 4. That's coming up any moment now, on the run down through Black Sands down towards Fisherman's. And it's a personal best in sector 4. This might be on for an improvement, you know.
I would go along with that. So this is looking very promising indeed, isn't it? Timing line beckons then. Up towards our bend now comes Yoon Chuk Lun. So 2 personal bests, 2 slightly slower sectors, but looking quick. And then here, 18 of the pole man, Se Ka Hung. Absolute personal, slightly slower personal across the first 4 sectors of the lap. So he's coming up towards the timing line, breaks the beam now and goes quicker still, 2:51.583. So instead of being 9/10 up the road, he's now over 2 seconds up the road. That's quite remarkable.
A lap bookended by overall best sectors and a couple of personal bests in there as well, and a 2:51.583. The advantage over the second quickest car, 2.2 seconds. That's quite a tall mountain to climb, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that needs him to make an error and go off the road. And I think he realises that he's now pretty much done everything he can do, because look how much slower he's going. He's done that lap, and having left nothing on the table, now he can crawl back to the pit lane.
I think he's aware that the everything was given on that lap, and in particular on the final sector, to further consolidate the provisional pole position. 2:51.5 for the number 18 car of Sir Ka Hing, and that's pretty impressive stuff. With 3.5 minutes to go, it's up to everybody else now, isn't it? And Ivan Sito just put in a overall best in sector 4, but still 2.2 seconds is the deficit to the provisional pole position. And in the final moments of this session now, so was there just the one red flag when I was briefly out? So just one interruption in this session.
And in fact, so slowly there was Se Ka Hing going that a white flag came out from the marshal's post. I think that sort of spurred him back into a bit of action.
Didn't spot that, You're not just driving for yourself around the Macau circuit, are you? You need to think about everybody else that's around as well. So this time keeping well over towards the left-hand side, because that's not really a passing point, is it, going down through Teddy Ip?
No, you're right, it's not. And there are enough drivers still out there who might be able to respond if they can maintain the pace, and that pace was being quelled by Se Ka Hung ahead of them.
2 minutes just over of the session remain, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to be precise. That's the 99 car of Yoon Chuk Lun in the Winston Motorsport Centre Toyota. Car number 99, which is currently in 8th position, coming up towards the conclusion of a lap for Yoon Chuk Lun. Up towards the line, break the timing beam. And remain 7th. 2:57.124 is a personal best for that car, the 99 car, but no improvement in position. There was an improvement for 41, wasn't there? Vincent Ip on that lap, so up to 5th place.
And he's steadily got on with that, bearing in mind that he lost quite a lot of running in free practice, being involved in one of the stoppages.
Chipping away at it. So Vincent Yip then up into 5th place. But I don't think, with 1 minute and 10 seconds of the session remaining, that anyone is going to be able to do anything about number 18, Sir Ka Hing. 2:51.583, some 2.2 seconds quicker than Ivan Sato, who topped the times this morning in free practice. But free practice doesn't count for the grid for the race. This does.
Yeah.
Into the final minutes of this qualifying session now, with GT cars to look forward to after this. GT4s first of all, GT3s.
And then single-seaters at the end of the day, which is going to be really interesting, given that there'll be as much rubber put down at the end of the GT session as there will have been at any point during the day. So it should be a quicker circuit. Flag is imminent then.
Yep. 10 seconds remains on the clock for the Macau Roadsport Challenge. And with only just a couple of cars putting in personal bests on that lap, the checker flag goes out. And I think it's fair to say that we have already decided who is going to be sitting on pole position. Car number 18, Sir Ka Hing. Ivan Sato not really able to do much about that in this qualifying session. 2.2 seconds is quite an advantage, isn't it? That was pretty impressive lap, that last one. So checker flag is out. Qualifying about to be completed for those that are out on circuit. Not that many. Quite a few down in pit lane.
Yes, you're right. And there was a wave of drivers that came in not long ago. But for Sir Ka Hing, an excellent qualifying session, that, giving him the top time by over 2 seconds.
Time to reflect with the team, to talk about anything that they need to think about before the race. I don't know what they're discussing there, just looking at the front of the car. Tyres, brakes, condition of tyres after qualifying. Could be any one of those things, couldn't it?
Make sure there's no damage on it.
Yeah.
But no, that was a really, really impressive job done there, the way that he attacked the session, and was only 6th this morning. It was good stuff by Sir Ka Hing.
Really good stuff. So
next question is whether or not Chen Da-Xing's car can be made good for tomorrow. Another example there, look, hit the brakes, on come the hazard lights. So this is Michael Wong heading up towards the line. So we're almost done, pretty much everybody's taking the flag now.
Currently in 28th place, that car. I beg your pardon, in 10th place, car number 28, up towards the line. And session about to be complete. Is there going to be an improvement? Not in position, but an improvement in time. So worth doing, 2:59.4 for that final lap for Michael Wong. And then somebody has gone quicker, which has demoted him down to 11th place. Was that car 22?
I think it was.
Lam Kam San. Yeah, I think did.
Who did a very good last lap with lots and lots of improvements in sectors there.
Yeah, all bar the first sector. So an improvement in position, but once again on timing screen, sometimes you get the checkered flag rather than the arrow indicating where there's an improvement. But it was 22, Lam Kam San, who improved. Macau driver, 6th place, which is impressive right at the end of the session.
Yeah, good effort that. Well, I reckon that given how many of these we've got, we're going to have an entertaining race tomorrow. They won't be the quickest cars, but they will certainly give a good account of themselves. That's looking down towards Lisboa with that oh-so-Macau backdrop of
Isn't it just?
The hoardings, the barriers, the sky rise, the shops, the shopping centre, everything there, all in one. And the big screen for the fans in the grandstand that you don't really appreciate, but because of where the camera is, but actually that's a really popular corner. And it's one that always gives plenty of drama.
Yeah, it does. So many grandstands are situated around the Macau circuit. So many really super vantage points.
Yes, yes.
Great opportunity for, in these days, not only photographs but also videos as well. And so many of them proliferate and get commented on over the course of the year in between Macau Grand Prix.
Well, for these drivers then, a chance to go and ponder before tomorrow's race. And even the in-lap takes a long time when you've stayed out right to the very end. But we did get a checkered flag there.
Oh, yes.
So it wasn't
We
without
like
some
this.
interruption, but we are
Yeah.
seeing more of the checkered flag.
Yes, we are. Quite right too. So free practice this morning was the one that was being so interrupted.
Yeah.
And qualifying this afternoon is really enabling them to get there, to get into the groove. And
It is,
so,
yes.
put in some meaningful laps, which is good news.
So GT cars will be next for the next part of the day.
And that will start with the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars. Half an hour of qualifying coming up, and will be coming up fairly soon as well. It was scheduled to get underway at 2 o'clock, and with that slight delay with the Roadsport red flag, it's going to be a little after. We haven't been given a estimated start time for GT4 qualifying. We'll let you know as soon as we do. That will be followed by GT3 qualifying. Yum yum.
Yes.
At the prospect of that.
Very much.
And yum yum again for the final qualifying session of the day. The Macau Formula 4 cars. Confirmation of the Macau Roadsport Challenge sees car number 18 to car Hing, top of the times. Ivan Sito qualifying in second place in car 21, and 66 in third position, car 66. That was the car that unfortunately caused the red flag, and car 66 being driven by Chen Jiaxing. So a full rundown of the Macau Roadsport Challenge for you on screen, and next our attention will turn to qualifying for GT4s in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup.
So cars on track for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 machinery. And this session already underway. We haven't got anybody onto flying lap, but it is about to be so because the car's coming towards the conclusion of an outlap. Free practice earlier on was topped by the two Lotuses of number 75, Lau Kai Loa and Adam Christodoulou. And the two Lotus Emiras do look fantastic. And they go through with 30 minutes on the clock for this session, which of course determines the grid for tomorrow's sole race for the GT4 cars. A good mix of not only Lotus, but also BMW, Ginetta, KTM, McLaren, and Porsche, and Mercedes, AMG, and Toyota as well, all for good measure. So, the qualifying period underway, and there are the two Lotuses. 75 is Lord Kai Law. The BMW that just went through shot last year's winner, Liang Jiatong. So that's another car to factor in. Very rapid driver is Liang Jiatong. Last year he won it in a Lamborghini Huracan, and this year switching to the BMW, which has been a very successful car. The type of car that won the GT4 European Series, for example. So a car with great success. There it is, the BMW from Harmony Racing in the Rover colours. Rover Racing, of course, has its own GT3 BMW programme. But in GT4 trim, it's the local Harmony Racing operating the car with the Rover colours.
It was quite a little battle for the two Lotus at the end of free practice this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, Lord Kai Law was the quicker of the two to begin with, and Adam Christodoulou was getting there just where traffic got in the way, and that rather unravelled around him. But the two Lotuses have looked really good, not only in terms of presentation, because they do look really good, but they look competitive as well.
They look stunning, don't they?
Yeah.
I saw the post from Adam this week, sort of the first view of the car. I think he was pretty impressed as a driver that it was going to be his mount for this weekend. So, and first time here, isn't it, for Adam? I think
Probably right. I can't think that he's done the GT.
No.
Oh, and a red flag straight
already.
away.
Oh no.
So that's not good.
No, not good at all. So the two Lotus going round together and slowing the pace down because they'll be heading into pit lane, seeing the notification of the red flag. The reason for which we don't know yet. We've not seen the reason for it. Not had any indication on the timing screen either. But into pit lane they will go. And that is quite a frustrating way to get this qualifying session underway, isn't it?
Well, it is, yes. And I suspect it was a pretty urgent one because we didn't even get a yellow flag. It went straight to red, didn't it? So somebody's piled in somewhere.
Yeah. No doubt we'll identify that with... It's a long circuit, over 6 kilometres. It's a car that stopped. It's the... Oh,
is it 18?
Or 13?
No, it's not KTM.
No. It's not a Porsche, it's a Ginetta.
It is. I want to say it's 83 of Chan Chi Ho, who did exactly the same thing, if you remember.
Which is white
in
and
free
light
practice.
blue. It is.
And he stopped the session then.
Chan Chi Ho. So...
That's got some sort of, I would offer you, electrical cutout.
Yeah.
Gremlin.
Yeah.
And it's cutting out.
So it's doing its job, the Gremlin.
It is, but it's not helping the car.
It really isn't, is it? No.
So everybody else coming down the pit lane, and that Ginetta clearly couldn't be left there at a fast part of the circuit. So there comes a point, doesn't there, where the officials have to say, look, if the car is going to do this continually, we can't let it back out.
It shows you how technology with television has come on as well, because something that was said back in the 1980s and the 90s was that not to have a gold livery on a car because it didn't transcribe particularly well through camera technology onto the television screen. It does now, doesn't it?
Does it ever?
Absolutely pops.
Yeah.
I think that I first learnt of that when Jordan decided to run their car completely in gold, didn't they, with red lettering down the side.
Yeah.
And they didn't stick with it because
bright yellow.
Yeah, did a bit.
Yeah.
So, chance to see the cars down in pit lane. William Chern in the number 19 car. Hong Kong driver in his Mercedes. In the zone by the looks of things.
Absolutely, yeah. Others still arriving in pit lane. The two KTMs coming in. There's number 8 of Ao Chi Wang. Session will be resumed on short call, and that Ginetta is possibly just going to be thrown into the sea the way that it's affected the event thus far. So they'll pick it up, they'll swing it left, and eventually drop it down somewhere.
That's quite a boom on that crane, isn't it, to get right the way across the track, yeah.
But again, so much thought goes into this.
It does, yeah.
What's the best way that we can keep the event on schedule? Move cars quickly. How do we do that? We lift them, and if we're going to have the crane on the other side of the road, then yes.
Big long boom arm, swing it across. I can't get over just how lovely these cars look. It's weird how it plays with your mind as well. When you know they're also quick, you like them even more.
It's true, that.
Yeah.
Ginetta there, number 2 of Brian Lye's car, the Parkview Motor entry, which went well this morning from memory. That car was in the top 6. But Lau fastest, and there is the repaired 18 KTM of Li Shanyu, because that was another car that hit the barrier this morning, but looking KTM shape once again now.
It is, and a remarkable and unique shape as well, isn't it? It's a great bit of design, that car. I'm glad we've got a couple of those out this weekend. Really good to see. A lot of manufacturers represented in GT4 this weekend for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. BMW, Ginetta, Toyota, KTM, McLaren, Mercedes. We just got a couple of McLarens. We have, haven't we? Yeah.
Yeah, there's Ip Yun Ho's 570S, and I think that's, is that the only one? No, there's another one for Patricio Wu.
That's it, yeah.
The Macanese driver. There's number 11 of Kanchi Y, Mercedes AMG, with the rather fearsome crocodile on the side of it.
Yeah.
Rather more understated is the Rover BMW of Liang Jiatong. Again, session will be resumed on short call, so it won't be long, I think, before we're in a situation to be able to let the cars go. Green flag shown.
Wow.
So Ginetta out of the way. There's the BMW from the Macau Watt stable, Calvin Lung, which was about to blast away, but there are others trying to do exactly the same thing. So he gets
got
going
good brakes,
now.
hasn't it? Needed them as well.
Yeah.
So the session gets back underway. We say that they hadn't completed one quick lap. They hadn't completed one slow lap.
And this will be the same. So they're going to lose, let's say, 3 laps now.
Yeah.
It means that it's a 20-minute session, effectively.
It is, essentially. Yeah. Well, I think the team working on that Ginetta need to get to the bottom of what that problem is, because clearly they thought they'd resolved it, but now it's not. And it's just going to end up a frustrating weekend, not just for them, but for everybody else as well. So no doubt they will. Lotus are playing the team game today, aren't they? 2 of them together once again. Traffic in front when they complete this warming up lap, this out lap from pit lane. And it was the 75 car this morning of Law Kai Law who was quickest in the Toro Racing Lotus. It's the Emira, GT4 Emira, and these are dream cars, aren't they? All of them. As you make your way down the field. Cars that you'd be very happy to open the garage door and see them in. And a huge spread of different manufacturer and different manufacturer cars. This is going to be a good one, this. It's a great entry.
And further proof of how popular and how strong GT4 racing is these days. Whether it's here, whether it's in America, whether it's in Europe. And there, Akai Law will get through the traffic. So, just as he did in free practice, oh so keen to get clear track space. And finally terrorised out of the way there is Ken White.
Well, he sort of jinked out. It was quite menacing, wasn't it? I'm here.
Yes. Sort yourself out.
Make sure you see me.
I'm coming through. So Lord Kai Law accelerates on.
Up towards, or down towards the Macau hairpin. There'll be more traffic to deal with. It was quite a slow approach, wasn't it? To get a little bit of track space between the two Lotus and the cars in front. It was maybe a good place to do it up at the Macau hairpin, which is a pretty slow approach.
The subplot to all of this is that both Lord Kai Law and Adam Christodoulou are quick. They're together on track. But who's going to come out on top? Because each wants it to be him. And so the inter-Nissan battle between the two teammates, I think, is going to be just as interesting as the race overall.
Adam weaving the car to get heat into the tyres. Lord Kai Law is not doing that because he's broken off. He's getting ready for this lap. If you remember, the first of his flying laps today, so committed, so committed. Let's see if this one is going to be similar. Yep, it looks like it's going to be. Car skipping around. I love the body language of this car. You can really see when they're pushing on and powering on down towards this awesome corner at Mandarin. Slingshot through the corner and then down towards the braking area for the right-hander at Lisboa. The start of the more twisty section of the circuit. Adam Christodoulou, for what it's worth, put in the best of the two Lotus. In fact, put in the best of anyone on that first sector. A 25.9 through Lisboa they will go. And then start to climb up through the tight and twisty section of the gear circuit here at Macau, into Teddy Yip around the left-hander, through the Solitude S's, onto Payol, which is the left-hander, and then the run up towards Police. That's a problem for the number 19 car. That's William Cheung.
It's up the escape road, isn't it?
And it is. A three-point turn can be exacted there.
I think that might be Lisboa, but
yeah, it was.
Straight on.
Yeah.
So the yellow flag shown as the Lotuses battle together.
I had this conversation many years ago when we had the what was it called, the Lotus Elise Cup, wasn't it? And the man from Lotus, or it might have been a woman, I can't remember, told me very definitely the plural of Lotus is Lotus.
Ah,
so
white sheep.
So yeah, so no, I always put an S on the end of sheep. It's more amusing. But apparently the plural of and so I then got fascinated with the question.
Right.
So I asked the question of a Ford person about the plural of Ford Focus. And I was then told the plural of Ford Focus is Ford Focus.
Is that right?
Apparently so.
Gosh. Did you just ask the one person, or was it a focus group?
Very good.
To the plot. Here
yes, there is one.
Here are the Lotus. In fact, here's a BMW and a Toyota, just to break the trend. So Liang Jiatong, now second fastest. And behind him is the car that's quickest. Han Li Chao in the Supra look has gone quickest of all. 2:35.838 now. So here you've got a great little battle. Adam Christodoulou now goes quicker than anybody. 2 minutes 30.815 in the Lotus.
First time we've seen that today.
Yeah.
The quicker of the two Lotus. Adam Christodoulou. 2 minutes 30.815.
7/10 quicker than his teammate. So that goes back to the earlier point about this intra-team battle. And look, Lord Kai Law putting himself ahead of Adam Christodoulou. Brian Lai's Ginetta gets between them, interestingly, comes right across the road. And I don't know what all that was about, because he wasn't going for an apex. That was like a proper race block, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was certainly more a manoeuvre for a race than you would see in qualifying normally. And Lord Kai Law is now ahead and has got the view of the rear of Adam Christodoulou's Lotus now. The only car in front, and I did rather think when the announcement was made this week that they were going to be here, and the calibre of driver that was going to be in them, I thought, well, they're going to be quick.
Yeah.
They would not be here to do anything else than be at the very front of the field, that's for sure.
Another good thing about GT4 machinery is that although they do have aero, clearly, it's not as much as on a GT3 car, or certainly not a sports prototype LMP spec car. And so what you have is quite a bit of movement. And around a circuit like this, there, look, the Lotus wagging its tail, or Kylor accelerating out of police with the tail trying to step out of line. They just look quite spectacular. And
they do.
The driver's input rewards them.
They do. And Adams dropped back, hasn't he?
Well, he had, except Lord Kylor has now backed off and got in Adams' way. But Adams the quicker anyway.
At the moment, 88, Adam Christodoulou, the British driver, 2:30.815, 7/10 ahead of teammate Lord Kylor. Through the Melco hairpin they go. Down from the Melco hairpin into Black Sands and Fisherman's Bend. They can open the cars up, really make them skip around on the circuit, because the two Lotus do exactly that, don't they? BMW right on the tail of Lord Kylor.
As here, you've got Kelvin Leung, number 6 BMW, looking for a way to get past number 7 Toyota of Han Li Chao, who was the quickest. He's now third, but on that lap, Li Chao no faster.
So, 16 minutes just over of this session remains, so we are approaching half distance. And after having that red flag so early on in the session, we've actually getting some proper laps in now, aren't we? Lap after lap, so they can get themselves properly into this. Put a few laps together, makes a big difference. So number 1, BMW, just ahead. Through goes, oh, bit of weaving to get heat into tyres there.
Which you'd think would have been done by now.
I would have thought that would have all been done by now. But, just on the run from Lisboa into San Francisco, a little extra wiggle. So, rundown of the order, it's 2 Lotus at the front. 88, Adam Christodoulou. 75, Lord Kylor. 7/10 between the two of them. The target time, 2:30.815. Car number 7 is third at the moment. That's Han Li Chao in the Phantom Pro Racing Toyota, the Supra. And fourth quickest is Kelvin Leung in the number 6 Songven Racing Team BMW. Fifth place, car number 1, the Harmony Racing Liang Chia Tong in the BMW as well, the M4 GT4 car. And completing the top 6, the number 99 car, and that's the car of Lo Ka Chong. So that's a rundown of the top 6 into the second half of this qualifying session for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 cars. Heading down towards the Melco hairpin. No overtaking throughout the course of the weekend and next weekend as well. That's the rule about Melco. You can just get through it. Don't try and do anything silly.
So they're number 7 of Han Li Chao, third, the Toyota GR Supra, which again is a bit like the BMW. It's a big car. I mean, it's on the same build platform anyway, but front engine, lots of grunt, goes really nicely, and hustling now up towards the timing line once again. What does Han Li Chao do? He goes up to third, and Liang Jiatong up to fourth, so Kelvin Leung falling to 5th quickest now.
I'll tell you what Lord Kylor did. He's just completed another lap, has put in a personal best of 2:31.2, and also that included an overall best in Sector 4, and that brings the gap down to Adam Christodoulou of 0.4 of a second, so 4/10 between the top two. We've got a yellow flag at turn 15, which is police, so we'll see what that problem is in a couple of moments. It's the right-hander, it's a tricky right-hander at police. It claims many over the course of a Macau Grand Prix weekend, and with a yellow flag being displayed there, we shall wait and see what happens to the remainder of this session. 13 minutes just under of this qualifying session remains.
Whether or not the car in question can get going again, but here the cars that are 4th and 3rd in the order, the Jiatong, Han Li Chao, BMW and Toyota respectively, are heading to that part of the racetrack, aren't they?
Well,
but it's still only a yellow.
Just a yellow at this stage. And once the BMW... red flag, okay. Oh. Did my voice express disappointment then?
Did a touch.
It did, didn't it?
Yes, it dipped. It dipped.
Well, I'm disappointed. I was becoming quite positive they'd be able to resolve that, but we haven't seen the problem, have we? We haven't seen what it is. So red flag comes out with 12.5 minutes of this session remaining.
Well, there's your problem. There's a car hidden from view.
There is, yeah.
But it's enough to stop the session.
Yeah, well, that's a place that historically does catch a few outs, and the whole track needs to be absolutely clear of anything other than the track furniture itself in order to complete a session. And this session comes to an end for this part of it with 12.5 minutes remaining. So everybody heading back into pit lane. So a pause in action for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT4 cars. Guess what? GT3 cars are after this.
They are.
Plenty to look forward to this afternoon.
And F4 after that, which is going to be really interesting after the free practice session this morning. The drivers have had a lot of time to go away and learn and think, and it's a Ginetta that has caused the stoppage. Ploughed straight on, very nearly ended up in Hong Kong. It went so far off that, but that was quite an impact.
That was odd, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's not been a good session for Ginettas again, has it?
It hasn't. No, you're right.
There's your McLaren. That's the car of Patricio.
Yeah, the Ginetta was caused both red flags.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Got quite a few of them in this field. We've got 2 less now.
Yeah.
Adam Christodoulou, though, he is a top driver, isn't he?
Yes, I'm trying to think how much time I've seen him doing GT4 stuff over the years. I don't think it's that much, if any. Shouldn't affect him at all, but he's certainly of late made a name for himself in GT3 Mercedes AMGs and has done a tremendous job.
He's a really nice guy as well.
Yeah.
Very easy to talk to. Always seems to be a happy soul. And I remember him back in karting, and he was a happy soul back then. Both of the Christodoulous were. It's his cousin, isn't it?
Ricky.
Yeah.
Who's still around doing driver coaching.
Doing a lot of driver coaching, yeah. And some years ago, very proudly showed me an invention, a helmet transporter, so like a flight case for race helmets that I've been involved with some time ago. Don't know if he's still doing it. Very good at table tennis, Ricky.
Was he?
He still is.
Oh, okay.
I made the terrible mistake once of saying that I used to play table tennis. He said, "Oh, I'll give you a go." No, I wasn't saying it for that reason. Far from it.
But he still gave you a go.
So get a good close look at these lessons now.
Yeah. Door opens on 88, which is Adam Christodoulou's car. The overalls are almost the same colour as the officials' clothing. There is the Toyota, the Cologne-built Supra for Han Li Chao. Han Li Chao, former China Endurance, China GT racer.
And a very kind member of the team has just passed him a bottle of water without a straw. So
that's a bit like giving food to the man in the iron mask, isn't it, really? You know, what are you meant to do with that?
It is, yeah.
Into the pit road comes number 26 BMW of Yang Chun Lei. Former Clio Cup China racer. One of the drivers with perhaps the best track record of anybody in all of this, in terms of championships won, is the man at the wheel of number 99, Lo Ka Chun. But his Ginetta has had a fairly torrid time so far. And I don't even think made it out. Oh, no, it has. It's 6th fastest. I was going to say it hasn't made it out, but it has. It's lurking, but set for 6th fastest for the Hong Kong driver.
I wouldn't have thought that this break in the session is going to be that long. I may be wrong. It might be in a tricky place.
Yeah. I mean, clearly it couldn't get itself going.
No.
KTM with the
I know.
up and forward bodywork.
It's really cool, isn't it? What a bit of engineering and design as well. I wonder what happens if you break the glass. That'd be expensive, that.
Absolutely, probably a whole new section to put
it
on.
would be. Yeah.
KTM, of course, was a brand that made its name really in motorbikes, both for bike racing and motocross.
And always interesting designs on the bikes as well.
True.
That pretty much is their unique selling point, isn't it?
Ginetta has been a bit happy with life. Kenny Chun's car.
So, when we get this session back on the way, we'll have 12.5 minutes of qualifying for GT4 cars in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. And we're Adam Christodoulou currently 0.4 of a second ahead of his teammate. The work is for Law Kai Law to do that work. Now, when we then look back at the rest of them, it's the first time I've done this, 3 seconds is the gap back to the best of the rest. Car number 7, Hanli Chow in the Toyota Supra. Those Toyotas are very much today the class of the field, aren't they?
Yeah. 2 Lotus. Yeah.
By some margin.
Yeah. Yeah, it surprises me that the gap is such, and it's almost tempting to suggest that the BOP might be looked at for tomorrow. It's not unusual for balanced performance to be reviewed after qualifying if there is a massive difference. And of course, with the Emira being new, it's been a bit of an unknown quantity. The balanced performance, which is normally worked out by SRO's technical genius, Claude Semon, is really the kind of area that only a very, very astute technical brain wants to go towards. Because the one thing that you can't always do, of course, is factor in the pace of the driver.
Yes.
And therefore, it's all very well to say, well, that car's too quick, but, well, actually, maybe you need to drive yours faster. Green flag is shown. You can't really say that's right.
No, you can't.
But it's going to be factored in there somewhere.
So, 12.5 minutes just under we've got of this session to enjoy as they line up down pit lane, keen to get out. Bit of a queue at the end of pit lane, some of them holding back a little while to let the first cars leave pit lane, and then the clear track for the number 17 car of Terence Sir, and that car leads the field out. It's quite a bump, isn't it? Yeah. Quite a bump in the road. I don't remember seeing it being quite as much. Has there been a little bit of resurfacing there? And
yeah, different patches of texture of colour, aren't there? Yeah. Right, that battle that's been going on all day between the Angiaton and Hanli Chow is carrying on another outlap from the pits. So they're together again.
Up San Francisco Hill they go towards Maternity. The right-hander down on the run towards Teddy Yip, the left-hander, and then into the Solitude S's here on the gear circuit at Macau, the world-famous circuit, the world-famous city here at Macau is really looking forward to 2 weeks of celebration for the 70th Macau Grand Prix. 2 days of motorsports on the gear circuit this weekend, and 4 days at the end of the week and next weekend as well. All culminating in the prestigious Macau Grand Prix at the end of next Sunday. Plenty of racing to look forward to over the course of the next week.
Yeah, there's a double dose of single-seaters because you've got Formula 4 and Formula 3. There's a multiple dose of touring cars with TCR China and TCR World Tour. And there's more GT3 with the FIA GT World Cup next week. And you add motorbikes in as well. Yeah, fantastic programme of races to absorb over the course of the weekend. The car that caused the stoppage was Brian Lai, number 2 Ginetta. It has been brought back and the front of it is a bit shorter than it was, so he certainly wasn't going to drive away from there. So Brian Lai's Ginetta was the result, or the cause, I should say, of the drama.
Oh dear. And we're looking at the back of the Lotus, the number 88 car of Adam Christodoulou, who is currently quickest, twisting the way through the top part of the circuit, through the left-hander at Donna Maria, and then up towards the... Oh no, beg your pardon, got the wrong part of the circuit there. So through into Police now goes Adam Christodoulou. There are multiple turns left and right through the Solitude S's, and then up towards Faraway Hill, which leads up towards Police. And Adam back weaving the car again.
Yeah.
So, bit of heat lost down in pit lane. This the outlap from pit lane, so gives us the impression Adam's going to be pressing on this first flying lap, isn't it?
But he knows how to read a session. He knows what to do with the car, so he knows that at the moment he can't really afford to push because he wants a bit more warmth in the tyres. So having been in the pits for a little while, now the pace starts to quicken again. Around about 5 minutes or so, I think, lost with Brian Lai's Ginetta being retrieved. There's the Audi through. Not that many Audis in GT4, certainly as many as they used to be, but Miguel Lay with his car welcome on the grid.
When they turn out of Reservoir, the exit barrier is so close. If they're properly pushing on, so close. And that sets them up for the run down towards the vital Mandarin. Vital not only because it is so quick, but also because it's the run down towards Lisboa, which is a gift of an overtaking opportunity if you get everything right on the run down towards the corner. It's potentially the best overtaking position on the circuit. And it's very tight, and you have to make sure that you've got the manoeuvre completed before you get into the corner itself. Car skipping about again for Lokai Law.
And that wasn't the bump you were talking about earlier on, so it does illustrate just how daunting that section is. It's very fast and it's quite bumpy.
It is, yeah.
And then imagine doing this next week on 2 wheels.
It will happen.
Yep.
And it will happen with some of the world's finest motorcycle riders. I can't wait for that. We don't talk about that, but
no, we can go watch it.
It does allow us to go out to the grandstand and enjoy it. And it's historically, apart from the race, it's early in the morning as well. So 2 days running, they'll be out 7:30, something like that, first thing in the morning.
Well, on account of what my bedroom window overlooks the bit between Reservoir and Mandarin, I might watch the first lap.
Oh, that's a good idea.
The first lap from up there.
That would be a first time, wouldn't it? What a good idea. You're lucky to have a track-facing window.
Do you not?
No, I haven't, no. No. All right.
Little good does it do me, because I'm here, but you know what I mean. It's
well, it's nice to have you here.
It's quite nice to have a look over the track.
There, that would be good.
Right, Terence Say's Mercedes we've just been seeing. 6.5 minutes of the session still to go. And the Angia Tong down to 4th, number 1, last year's winner. The other BMW behind there, they break for Lisboa of Yang Chun Lei. Everybody back out again, or at least those that can. 93 Ginetta. Do I mean 93 Ginetta? I think I do. Goes through. '83 Ginetta. Chan Chi Ho. Whoops, another one off. That's number 19 Mercedes of William Chung. Not for the first time today.
That used the escape road at Lisboa already, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he's done it again, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it.
It is an option. It is the best option down at Lisboa to use that escape road, but twice in the session is quite damaging. That's that lap gone.
Yeah. And the danger is, while you're sitting there trying to sort yourself out, somebody else comes up the escape road and it all gets a bit messy. But I think for the moment he's okay. So William Chung looking to rejoin. 39 BMW then. That's the Li Yanhan entry. And there's a KTM in strife now, so we've lost Lee Shen Yu. He had an accident with the Armco in the first session of the day in free practice. And can that car get out of harm's way? Just under 5 minutes on the clock right now.
So we've got 2 yellow sectors now, Sector 1 and Sector 2 as well. One for the Mercedes down the escape road in Sector 1, and that, the KTM in Sector 2. Red flag.
Dear oh dear. 4.5 minutes still to go. And the KTM did hit the barrier, got sideways, clattered it with the left rear, left front, left rear, left front, and then sort of skittled along. And so the red flag is shown and the session is interrupted once again. So drivers making their way back round to the pit lane. I'm assuming that we will go again. There's probably just enough time for another lap, isn't there? An out lap and a flying lap. So got the drivers now making their way towards the pit road once more. And the session will not be resumed. The session will not restart. So they've had, if you like, their 2 efforts at it, and that's that. So race control say effectively enough is enough. So no restart to the session. So the car's back to the pit lane, and we'll have confirmation of the order in a few moments' time. But a shame that was interrupted, because we were rather hopeful that we would get a proper rhythm out of the session, but it was not to be. So the drivers come to the pit road, and very shortly the leaderboard will be shown. And then the next car's on track. Well, we stay with GT, but we get even faster, because it's going to be GT3 that we will turn our attention to, and they will be next on circuit. So Adam Christodoulou takes provisional pole position for the Greater Bay Area GT4 Cup from Lo Kai Law and Han Li Chao. Liang Jiatong 4th from Calvin Leung and Lo Ka Chun. Then you've got Li Yanhan from Terence Say, William Chung 9th, and Yang Chun Lei in 10th. 11th was Brian Lai, who caused the stoppage. Zhang Jianfeng next, ahead of Lau Kim Ho. Kan Che Wei was ahead of Kenny Chung, and then it was Wang Wei Hong from Miguel Lai. Patricio Wu 18th, Li Xuan Yu next. And we'll see the cars, of course, tomorrow for their race, the Greater Bay Area GT4 race. GT3 to come once we've got cars out of the way, and they'll be on track in a few minutes' time.
4位嘅位置。咁啊，今日嘅排位賽咧，其實事都相當之多啊。咁啊，希望聽日嘅正賽咧就可以順利啲。同埋咧就喺呢一場排位賽之後咧，稍後做完咧就係今日最後嘅2場嘅排位賽。咁呢一場。
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. 5 minutes to start qualifying. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. 5 minutes to start qualifying.
咁而家咧就大會宣布大灣區 GT 杯 GT3 組別嘅排位賽啦。咁啊，仲有咧就係5分鐘咧就要開始啦。我哋啱先講過啦，今日喺東博洋創造進行嘅比賽而家剩翻2項，呢個咧就係大灣區 GT 杯 GT3 組別嘅排位賽。另外一個咧就係澳門4級方程式大賽嘅排位賽咧，亦都要進行。所以今日嘅比賽時間應該咧就最終去到晏晝大概4點鐘左右。仲有2場比賽，呢2場比賽咧其實賽車嘅速度係非常之快嘅。GT3 嘅賽車嘅速度咧就明顯比 GT4 快啦。咁啊，至於咧就係今年4級方程式嘅比賽咧，用咗新型近現代嘅 F4 嘅賽車，所以成個嘅速度方面亦都係非常之快。
Attention in the pit lane. Attention in the pit lane. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. Qualifying will resume shortly.
咁啊，好快咧就會進行咧大灣區 GT 杯嘅 GT3 組別嘅比賽啦，應該唔夠5分鐘就會開始。啱先講過呢隻 F1 方程式嘅賽車，今年用咗近代 1.4T， 咁啊，佢哋用加之大嘅引擎之後咧，佢速度明顯咧就比過去，咁啊係過去3年喺澳門跑過嘅第一代，咁嚟自咧就係法國嘅跑道車架嘅 F1 嘅賽車亦都快嘅，所以今年其實澳門4級方程式嘅比賽仲係相當之有睇頭嘅。咁同埋喺天氣方面，賽車對於顏色下，因為其實就冇咁3年代表嘅地方落嘅，暫時顯示咧就係未嚟到我哋嘅紅色區域。但係睇到天氣咁沉咧，可能好多車隊都想就係注意啦。咁啊，今日嘅排位賽開始之前亦都唔好落雨，咁啊唔好影響佢哋比賽。我哋見到啦，喺個地方
So in the holding area, the cars get set for Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 qualifying. It was Darrell Young who was fastest this morning from Min Hang. So we had Mercedes 1 and 2. And then the Lamborghini in the background of Ling Kang being third fastest. Fourth quickest was Chris Cha. There you can see in the Audi number 33. A driver that's normally to be found in GT4 machinery. Now, the drivers had been told this session would start on short notice, but now they're all being told to turn the engines off again. So it makes me think that we're not going to be quite as close to releasing the cars as first hoped. So we've had a accident in the GT4 session which stopped it, and this is going to start in about 30 seconds time. So the Craft Bamboo engineer there standing next to Darrell Young's car. Close the door, engines will fire, and very shortly the cars to be released to the track then. This is going to be another 30-minute session. Engines fire. And so, green flag shown. Darrell Young leads them out of the pit lane. And Macau and GT3 cars, always quite a spectacle. And so, one by one, out they go, including the Aston Martin of Anderson Herr, who caused the red flag earlier on in the day for these cars, but that's been made good. Andrew Harriento's Audi also caused a stoppage. That, I think I'm right in saying, I've just seen go through the shot as well. The ever-creative liveries in this region, including the sort of zebra-style Porsche there of Adrian de Silva, the car run by Earl Bamber Motorsport, Earl himself racing next weekend here. So Darrell Young leads them out, and whatever else you put on the Macau circuit, there's something about a GT3 car that just looks fantastic.
It's so emotive, isn't it? Absolutely superb. They are just gorgeous. So, confirmation of the temperature today, 25 degrees ambiently at the moment, and that's a couple of degrees down or more from yesterday. Very, very hot yesterday. Piercing sunshine. And even the security people wearing umbrellas for the day, because standing out in the sunshine all day yesterday would have been pretty detrimental, I reckon.
Well, it's going to be hot in the cars again right now, and Darrell Young on a fairly gentle outlap here. He's not throwing caution to the wind. He is building up the pace.
Thing being, he's got pole position as far as the order is concerned. Clear track in front. That's a nice position to be in. And he was impressive in free practice, wasn't he?
Well, Darrell is somebody that knows the circuit very well, knows the car, knows the team, so everything kind of gels for him. The only thing that you sort of feel for him a little bit is that he's not in the FIA weekend, as it were. He's in this, which is all, okay, it's still racing at the Macau Grand Prix, but a victory, if it comes, and it's expected to come, I think, is not necessarily going to have quite the same kudos as it might have done next week. But I think equally, Darrell Young is savvy enough to realise that, that's how it is. The FIA GT World Cup is very much a manufacturer-driven event. This is not, and this gives the likes of him and the others, who are AM pluses, a chance to shine anyway.
It's a very high-quality first weekend.
Absolutely.
Event.
I mean, the F4 race, which we've got qualifying for next, I think is going to be absolutely fantastic because it is such a level playing field.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. And in fairness, you said it might be expected that Darrell Young would go very well this weekend. Yes. But as Darrell Young will attest, sometimes things happen at Macau.
Well, they do.
That can create a bit of a story over the course of the weekend, and that happened a couple of years ago for Darrell Young with a car that was pretty much all but demolished on the Saturday, wasn't it? And then to come through and become the star turn on Sunday was quite remarkable.
Yes, he'd gone through quarantine in order to take part in the event, and then it was oil dropped by another car that he hit.
That's right.
And it just fired him into the barriers, under braking for Lisboa. And yes, it was quite a damaged car, but it was rebuilt, and he won the following day, which was the major talking point of the weekend, and in many senses, a just result for him, really.
It was, when you say you couldn't write the script for this, you really couldn't. It was quite superb. Very dramatic, very emotional stuff.
But how often have you said that at Macau? Because the stories keep on coming, don't they?
They do. So, outlaps are being completed now. So, on to the first of the flying laps, and therefore the first of the beautiful engine tones come past the commentary box. Goodness me, they sound lovely.
It's always been one of the big features of GT racing, whether it's a normally aspirated engine or a turbo, whether it's 6 or 8 or 12 cylinders. They all have this, as we know, distinctive engine sound. 88 through, another of the Mercedes. That is Chang Shang. Macau Roadsport Challenge racer in the past, and the winner 2 years ago of the GT4 race here, in fact. Number 22 Porsche is Liao Yang, K-Sport Petite, for the 991.2 iteration of the 911.
So, not surprisingly, 2 sectors complete now for Darrell Young. purple in both. So quickest of all in the first 2 sectors for Darrell Young. That's this car here, the 55 car of Darrell Young. Overall quickest in the first 2 sectors, which has not surprised anyone thus far. I think we can expect that this is going to be the benchmark time for everybody to aim for at the end of this lap. Yep, purple. Oh dear. We should spend less time together.
Lin Howe, yellow flag, Lisboa, Audi. Please find reverse gear. And this is how he did it, all on his own. Turns in, just didn't get it slowed down in time, can't make the corner, and bang. Relatively low impact.
Quite gentle.
Yeah. But now he's got to go down through the box, because you don't just hook reverse, you've got to go down, 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 find reverse, and then try and pull away. The yellow flag is still there. So that car yet to flee the scene of the crime.
Darrell Young had, not surprisingly, while all that was happening, gone purple in the first 4 sectors of the lap. Now we are yellow in sector 2. And is that car going to find reverse? Are we going to be able to keep this session going? Green flag.
Hooray.
We go, well, we don't go racing, we go qualifying.
We go quicker, because the restriction of having to slow for a yellow flag has now been lifted. Right, so Darrell Young then pressing on. He's just on a 2 minutes 20.469. That's quicker than he went in free practice. So drivers on the money here. You think cars look quick in free practice, but they always look that little bit more purposeful in qualifying and with justification.
Means something a bit more now, doesn't it? And Darrell Young on his own, see the car skipping over the bumps on the run into Lisboa. Beautifully done through Lisboa. That was a perfect line, wasn't it?
It was, and that was the scene of his big shunt a couple of years back. But now the grunt and go Mercedes makes its way up the hill, and Mercedes, like Porsche, and to a slightly lesser degree BMW, coming here in a week's time mob-handed with an absolutely stellar cast for the GT World Cup.
I should say. The return of the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau, a very, very welcome return. We had the... we were eased into it last year with some of the manufacturer drivers, weren't we? And boy, did they give us some excitement last year. But to have the World Cup back on the timetable this weekend is absolutely superb.
If you saw any of the first half of the first lap, the Marcello versus Engel battle, you'll know how good it was, and they're both in the entry.
What I saw,
So,
what joy. Absolute joy that was.
Well, we saw them both, didn't we, a month or so later in Abu Dhabi, and they were still wide-eyed about it then. So it clearly mattered to them as well.
I think my first question to each of them was about what happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, right now, Darrell Young in his Mercedes, who is very much the favourite for Greater Bay Area GT Cup honours for the GT3 cars. He's coming down to Melko Hep, and he's got behind him the Lamborghini of Lin Kang, the Chinese driver, who closes up a little bit under braking. And actually, Lin Kang is also doing good sector times on this lap.
Has been the first car, other than Darrell Young, to put in a personal, an overall best sector. Sector 3 for Lin Kang on that last lap, on this lap rather. So 2:20.4 is the benchmark time from Darrell Young. 1.4 the deficit for Lin Kang in second place, car number 6. But Lin Kang is only to complete sector 5 with another purple. So this is good news. Lin Kang going well in the Lamborghini. The gap down to 0.6 of a second now.
Right, well, Darrell Young has pitted, so that gives Lin Kang a free ride. Look, he's got the road to himself as he accelerates out of Mandarin down towards Lisboa. And let's see what he can do on this next sector. The answer is not as quickly as before, strangely. Whether he was benefiting from a tow from Darrell Young, hard to know. But on his own, he doesn't go any faster. So he's got to try and beat a 2 minutes 20.469. Heads up San Francisco Hill now, and looked all good.
We have a clear track as well, which is really good news for the Lamborghini driver. This is Lin Kang, currently second, put in a overall best in sector 2 on the way towards the wall that marks the left-hander at Teddy Yip onto the Solitude S's. But so not particularly spectacular in Sector 1, but an overall best in Sector 2.
Yeah.
I think it was the previous lap that he was overall best in Sector 3. So we'll see what this part of the circuit is going to be like.
Yeah, the best in Sector 1, Darrell O'Young, 23.9. This lap from Lin Kang, 24.1. So he's about 2/10 down. But then, in the second sector, as you say, he's now done the absolute best. But in the third sector, he's jumped to 10th. So, net, it's a lose, not a gain, isn't it?
Yeah. So, 1 out of 3 sectors have been superb. The Lamborghini pushes on up towards Melco hairpin, through the hairpin. Close to the inside barrier there. Going through the corner. This is quick, isn't it, on this final sector. There's a personal best in Sector 4. The car skipping around now and about to complete the lap. And let's see if Lin Kang can do something spectacular in Sector 5 while Darrell O'Young is down in pit lane. Meanwhile, we look at the number 18 Mercedes. Kevin Sayre. And nothing special for Lin Kang on the final sector. Someone else is in the running as well now, because an overall best in the final sector for Min Heng in car 66, which is currently in 5th place.
It's under the Mercedes, isn't it, Min Heng? That's Kevin Say, who's just got up to 3rd fastest, and he did the absolute best in the last sector. So 2:22 for Kevin Say, and it's still only 0.2 of a second between O'Young and Ling for the top time.
So number 18 then, Kevin Say. In the Mercedes, currently 3rd. Personal best in Sector 1. Through Lisboa, on towards San Francisco. Up San Francisco Hill towards Maternity. What are we going to have for Kevin Say in the second sector? Is it going to be another personal best? 2 cars down in pit lane. One is the 33 car of Chrison Chow, and also Darrell O'Young, who tops the times.
Right, so Kevin Say pressing on, having raced this year in British GT, started his career, as you would anticipate from a macXony's driver, in Germany, yes, in the German Polo Cup, and then he went to race in GT Asia and won the 2011 Macau Roadsport series, but he's raced all over the globe, whether it's been in one-make events or multi-mark GT racing more recently. Lin Kang here, I think, being possibly held up a little bit in traffic behind Adrian De Silva, the Malaysian businessman. He's quite an experienced racer as well these days.
Porsche, oh no, it's gone wrong at the Melco hairpin. I was just about to say the Porsche threading its way through the Melco hairpin. It's so easy to get it wrong, to just not get the right line, to just be too tight on the inside, and it throws you over to the barrier. I don't think it even touched the barrier. It's just wrong, but it's now found reverse gear. It can get going, so that was just a little bit of a throttle block on at the Melco hairpin. And now the question is for everyone else to get going again.
Yeah.
And they're not, unfortunately.
No, Lin Kang stalled the Lamborghini. He actually was reversed into, wasn't he, by De Silva? Right, he's got it going now.
Everybody else still going?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's ruined Kevin Say's lap that had 3 personal bests, and he was the 4th in the queue and had to come to a dead stop. So that was the end of that for him. So Lin Kang gets away up towards the pit lane. Others press on, go for another time. Right, Lin Kang in. Macau driver Kevin Say also very frustrated. He's carried on, but that lap having completely disappeared from him. It was a 3 minutes 2, so that cost him about 40 seconds. What he has now got is a clear road again. So maybe this one will turn things around for Kevin, up to third fastest. And yes, absolute best in the first sector. So not only with clear road, but also I suspect being a bit revved up after having to come to a dead stop. Kevin Say is pressing on.
Really is pressing on, yeah. Overall best in Sector 1. Darryl O'Young is out of pit lane, back on circuit as well. As you can see, the 55 car currently has the quickest time, a 2:20.469, and is back out on circuit. So the Macau driver, Kevin Say, car number 18, with an overall best in Sector 1, a personal best in Sector 2. So local driver, one to watch on this lap. Number 18, Kevin Say, the blue Mercedes you saw go out of picture, back into shot now. And let's see what this Sector 3 is going to be, twisting through this very tight section of the circuit, up towards the right-hander at Police, through Police, up towards Moorish, onto Donna Maria. Personal best in Sector 3 as well, 29.8 in Sector 3. So Kevin Say is probably pushing on now onto the Melco hairpin. Was that quite a slow approach to Melco?
Possibly. Interesting, isn't it, how some of the cars sort of turn, and then the final bit of the turn he's done with a bit of acceleration to drag them round the corner, sort of squirt round.
Got a yellow flag at turn 16, that's Police, so not anything that's going to worry Kevin Say.
No.
And nor was Sector 4. That wasn't anything to write home about for Kevin Say. But the final sector, what will happen here? 2:22.116 was the previous best line, 2:22.001. So an improvement personally of time for Kevin, but not an improvement in position. However, the lap as a whole was a net gain for personal time, 2:22.001. Darryl O'Young has done an overall best in Sector 2 after spending a fair bit of time down in pit lane.
That yellow flag is still out.
Still there, isn't it?
Yeah. So we await news as to who it is. It might be 61 Adrian De Silva, who has not made it through that sector because he is still shown as being stranded within the sector. So we're looking for a Porsche in the next few corners, which might start to answer. Red flag again, red flag again.
Right. Yeah, the yellow flag had been out for some time, hadn't it? So all the signs were there. If the yellow flag goes in quickly, then they've been able to recover the situation so things can carry on. But sadly, with 12.5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 cars, they have time to pause, reflect, lose heat in tyres, and then repeat the process.
Yeah, exactly. So, if we've had to have a red flag, is it because it's a rather damaged car, or is it just that it can't restart under its own power? Time will tell, but into the pit lane they will all stream. And what have we got left on the clock? 12.5 minutes, so there is time available to the drivers. And there's the Porsche, it was 61. So Adrian De Silva has gone to the barriers. The crane rope is attached, and it is at the Melco hairpin, in fact. It's not down at Police, it is at Melco, and you don't often find people that go straight on there because you've got to be slow to take the corner. He's arrived at a fair old lick.
Yeah, yeah, that's a bit of a puzzling one, to be honest. Yeah. Although we had a puzzling one for Raffaele Marciello, didn't we, at the Melco hairpin?
Last year.
And then we discovered afterwards that it was a problem with the car.
Yeah, it was mechanical, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that car went straight on and robbed us of the battle that we had between himself and Maro Engel.
Right, well, Darryl O'Young, the fastest then by a fifth of a second, comes down the pit lane.
Your provisional pole sitter into pit lane. Darryl O'Young brings the car to a stop. The team heave-ho the car back to its berth in pit lane. Important part of it, wasn't it? To get the car out of the hot parts of the pit lane. The main lane that leads from in to out. Someone warned about that earlier on, didn't we, today? Was it today?
Probably.
Yes, it was. First thing this morning. And opportunity for drivers to not only wave to the outside world, but also to get a couple of photographs themselves inside the car. It's the Lin Kang car, the Lamborghini, who's been pushing on in this session.
Yeah. It's fascinating to see how he has come on as a sports car driver since he left Europe, because in FIA F3, I have a recollection of him, for example, driving for the Lucas Motorsport team. He was never a standout. And quite a lot of drivers from the region came over and had a go at F3 in that era, and at varying degrees of success. But bringing him back to this area with the lessons learned to put him in a GT car, Kangling is very, very quick.
Chris Onchow, that was just having a little wave at the camera, and you kind of got the impression that even to have a little wave was a positive thought about whether that was going to use too much energy, because it does look warm in those cars, doesn't it? Really, really hot.
And he is somebody that, as we said earlier on, normally is to be found in a GT4 car, which is less aero dependent. But Chris Chia, last year's China GT champion, has raced in GT World Challenge Asia this year. Oh dear.
Oh, it's not good, is it?
That is not good at all. That would, to me, suggest throttle sticking open or a brake failure, because you don't do that amount of damage at that corner without going in very, very quickly.
No, that's not good. So driver out of car, which is good to see, because the car is going to be lifted. Best to get the driver out of the car before you do the lift. Otherwise, it's a slightly concern for the driver. So driver out of car, but a lot of front end damage for the Porsche.
Yeah, Adrian De Silva, Malaysian businessman racer, who's been a friend of Earl Bamber's ever since Earl was doing driver coaching at Sepang and taught Adrian how to race.
Wow.
And EBM runs Adrian's cars, amongst others. And he's not missed a season since about 2008, whether it's been in touring cars or GT cars of one form or another. Carrera Cup Asia racer, Ferrari Challenge racer. And drivers in cars, getting warmer and warmer and warmer. Number 5 there is the Vincent Fiorendo Audi. He appears on entry lists as Vicente, but he is a Vincent on the car. So Vincent Florendo, the Filipino driver for the Be Quick Absolute Racing team. Right, the marshals still stand with their boards and flags, but I think everybody is in the pits now. The start and finish area, and that's where Alan and I are based, is very, very close to the water, and therefore it's quite blustery at this part of Macau.
It is.
Whether it's the same across the island, drivers will tell, but wonder whether that's going to have an effect on smaller single-seaters aero next.
It's been a bit breezy all day, hasn't it? The trees are the only real sign that we have, but it's been blustery all day. And David's quite right, we've got water in front of us over on the far side of the paddock, and we have water behind us at reservoir, and it's a very big reservoir as well. And it's a unique part of the world, this Macau. Always warm, always humid, not surprisingly, because we've got a lot of water around, and always a little bit of high cloud, isn't there?
Yeah.
Just shields us from direct sunshine, but occasionally we get the sun blasting all day in blue skies, and that was something we had yesterday. I think they've had a hot week all week this week, actually. The weather forecast for next weekend is a little bit more normal.
Okay.
So a little bit more down to 23, 24 degrees, which is probably good news for drivers that are in closed machinery.
And especially here, because it's a very physical lap as well.
Extremely physical, yeah. You don't get too much time to relax, do you, around the gear circuit? Pretty intense stuff.
So, number 19, Lin Hao's Audi, or Vincent Lin, if you prefer. Thumbs up from others. 26, Hank Kicks, the man who owned Be Quick. Big wave, thumbs up, ready to go. And when he does go, it'll be 12.5 minutes, just under on the clock.
So we saw the Porsche having been pulled back, didn't we? And in the centre of the circuit, they've got good lifting equipment up there at Melco Hairpin. So I am confident and optimistic that we can get this session back underway, which will be over the course of 12 minutes and 28 seconds. So 12.5 minutes of this session remaining. They've been on a while. They'll have lost a fair bit of heat in the tyres. So this outlap is going to be pretty critical. Darryl Young it is that tops the times, 2:20.469. Looking at the 27 car of Andrew Harrianto and Kevin Tay, who we watched and enjoyed, improving on that lap.
Doors closing, which makes one think that we're getting closer to a restart. We haven't had a restart time, but Kevin Say, doors closed.
Well, you
looking pretty set.
You wouldn't want the doors closed unnecessarily,
No.
would you? So
No.
yeah, I think it probably is an indication that we're going to be getting things back underway fairly soon. This is the second red flag of this session.
Yes,
just
it is.
thinking back. Yeah. So into the second half of qualifying, and at the end of this, we have just a short break before we get qualifying underway for the Macau Formula 4 race. They were the first cars on circuit this morning, and there was scheduled to be a little bit of a break. Afternoon tea, do you think that was the idea? It was going to be a half-an-hour break before the end of this and the start of qualifying for Formula 4. That gap is currently coming down, so the gap built in to try and ensure that the qualifying for Formula 4 can start exactly on time.
And part of that is because of this weekend, it is still being made, if you like, into the unofficial Grand Prix. It's still the headline race.
It's the headline race, yeah.
So everybody ready to fire the cars out of the pit lane. So engineers all out of the way, drivers are strapped in. One or two still with the door open, but doesn't matter hugely, I don't think.
Do you remember how quickly the team released Darryl Young this morning?
Yeah. No messing, wasn't
We need another one of those, please, says Darryl Young. And you can be pretty sure it will. Those blowers going in the front to keep things cool are going to be, with the ambient conditions, absolutely vital. Try and get a bit of airflow in the front. So we're still under red flag at the moment, and we're not getting any pictures on the recovery of the Porsche at the moment, are we?
No. No, I confess I'm surprised that all the teams are doing what they're doing, whereas there's no, as far as we can see, confirmed restart time.
I bet the drivers are surprised as well.
Well, yeah.
It's like, oh, so short call now for the resumption of the session. There's only one place to go from there, and that's very short call.
And then green flag.
And then green flag.
Yeah. Which is what everybody now wants. So 12.5 minutes.
Yeah,
barring any stoppages. What are we going to get? 5 laps?
Yeah, probably. And that assumes that we don't have another stoppage for the remainder of the session. 12 minutes and 28 left on the clock. Darryl Young, car 55, is top, 2:20.469. Darryl's done touring cars as well here, hasn't he?
That's right, yeah.
So, yeah.
And indeed, he had a season or two of World Touring cars, not just here, but the whole championship.
That's right.
Yeah,
Full
as a
year.
independent. Yeah. Right, green flag, we're back in business
Good
then.
news. So the clock starts counting down again. And GT3 cars back on the gear circuit here at Macau, leaving pit lane and populating the streets of Macau.
So this long, long line of cars doing the correct thing, staying to the left of the yellow line. When you're past that, then you can accelerate away. So the clock ticks on down. It's nearly a minute gone, and only now has everybody almost left the pit lane because Kwakwo Shin has yet to go. But he's away now. In front of us, the grandstands have got much, much busier over the course of the day. And as the drivers then turn out of Lisboa, make the climb up the hill, it's all very Mercedes AMG at the front of the field. Darrell Young leading the queue.
Yep, so not surprisingly, weaving the cars to get the heat back into the tyres. Brakes as well, they need to be back up to temperature. So one or two spacing out their exit from pit lane to hopefully make the most of a clear track. But most of them involved in this train heading around the top part of the circuit through the S's and up towards Police, the tightest part of the circuit.
Nobody really attacking this outlet with much gusto, are they? They're all being remarkably calm about it, which you could argue is a good thing, but I suppose my point is that with only 10 minutes on the clock, you might have anticipated one or two to try and hustle through the traffic. Indeed, the Beat Quick Audis only just venturing out now.
Yep, so the two of them leave pit lane as a pair. Darrell Young first out onto the circuit after the red flag intervention was resumed. And on sector 4 at the moment is Darrell Young leading the field around. Currently with provisional pole time, 2:24.69, and with 5 laps completed by Darrell Young. We see the field making their way down towards the left-hander at Donna Maria. Long left-hander. Donna Maria is an area that historically kind of avoids the most typical notorious incidents at Macau. It's not often you see something happening down there.
Which isn't to say that it's an easy corner.
No.
It's just that, yes, you're right, it doesn't have quite the same magnetic draw to its barriers that other bits do.
True. Yeah.
Right, so Darrell Young starting to get the warmth back into the tyres, taking Alex Liu with him.
So the two Mercedes across the line, they rumble past the hospitality units and the grandstand on the start-finish line.
Chang Sheng behind them, and then Vincent Lin, or Lin Hao, with his Audi. Right, so Darrell Young now picks up the pace, runs it really close to the guardrail on the outside at Mandarin, but he gets away with that, as does Alex Liu behind him.
And into Lisboa, into San Francisco, and now the climb up the hill. So Darrell Young on this first sector, not doing a personal best. However, number 3 did. So Alex Liu in car number 3, currently in 8th place, put in a personal best, and so too did Li Qingxin in the number 14 car, also a personal best. And number 3, Alex Liu, has now put in a personal best in sector 2 as well. So maybe the break has paid off for number 3, Alex Liu.
Yeah, certainly there's a bit more pace in that car now, isn't there?
There is.
And possibly also it's staring down the barrel of the gun, thinking, I've only got 7 minutes to go, we need to get on with this.
Oh, Darrell Young doing what Darrell Young does. Purple in sector 2, purple in sector 3, fresh out of the box. And this might well be another overall best lap time for Darrell Young. We'll wait and see what the split time is for sector 4, but it was a purple in sectors 2 and 3 so far for Darrell Young.
When he comes into this as the favourite, we've been saying that all day, he's done a 3rd purple sector on this lap alone. So he's trying to move the goalpost from a 220.4, and if he can, with a bit of a twitch there coming out of Black Sands into Fisherman's, it'll be impressive. I reckon he's been a bit close to the wall there, but even so, this on a first flying lap after the restart has underlined the fact that he can just switch it back on again straight away. Look how he's gapped the Alex Liu Mercedes behind him.
Close to the barrier there as well. And a new provisional pole time, 2:19.656. So Darrell O'Young, he's good out the box, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
One lap out from pit lane and then absolutely on the edge. It was twice, you said, a little close to the barrier because where was it? Mandarin as well. So that was a push lap, wasn't it?
Most definitely.
Impressive.
Alex Liu, even though he dropped away on the road from Darrell O'Young, still improved, and he's up to 7th then in the orange Mercedes, which was behind. He's now that sort of dot in the background. Ling Kang has done an absolute best in the 3rd sector, so number 6 Lamborghini is still hustling along. And Kevin Say Wing Kin, Kevin Say, is 3rd fastest, the Macau driver, but he's not improving on this lap.
Yeah, so keep an eye on number 6, Ling Kang, who is currently 2nd, and a personal best in sectors 1 and 2, and an overall best in sector 3. Nothing special in sector 4. Still looking at Darrell O'Young. So he wants the full set of purples, doesn't he? He's gone purple in sector 1 this time. Didn't on the previous lap. But he did on the previous lap in sector 2. Didn't this time. So threading all the laps together.
Well, Ling Kang has just done an absolute best in the 3rd sector. This is he coming up towards the timing line. 4th with a little bit slower, breaks the beam on a 2:32. So that was a slow lap, all told. Weird, that.
Yeah.
He dropped 10 seconds in the 4th sector, and we've got more drama down at Lisboa, because up the escape road has gone Henk Kicks. Now, he should be able to get it going from there. The camera's having to sort of peer through all the scaffolding to find him, but he's got it moving. So the road should be clear as Chris Chia, the Chinese driver, accelerates to that part of the circuit. Henk Kicks is looking for the way out, but he isn't going to find it there.
4.5 minutes just over of the session remain, and a provisional pole time 2:19.656 for Darrell O'Young, car number 55. What is the number 20 car going to do about getting back on circuit? It's going to be a bit of a 3-point turn to get the car back round, isn't it?
Darrell O'Young 2:19.3 now, so he's 1.3 seconds quicker than Ling Kang. Kevin Say still 3rd, and now up to 4th has gone Chen Shanshang with another of the Mercedes AMGs, but he is in turn 2.7 seconds down on O'Young.
Oh, and we've got the number 17 car now. That's Anderson here, and that car in the middle of the track. You have to make a quick decision where to go, don't you? And it's going to be around the back of the car. The car's stricken right in the centre of the circuit. Yep, you pick your way, don't you? If you've gone slow enough, you can get tight into the inside of the corner, or if you're approaching maybe a little bit more hotly, then you can go at the back of the car. It's not going anywhere, that's the trouble.
Well, exactly, and there are people on purple laps. So Kevin Say and Ling Kang have both been doing absolute best, and their laps are going to be affected massively here because we've got a 3rd red flag. And with 3 minutes and 21 seconds on the clock, that might just about do it. We'll wait and see, but again, big frustration for the likes of Ling or Say, because nothing they could do about it. Somebody has a moment.
Darrell O'Young's last improvement on pole time was impressive because it was perfect.
Oh, he's been clobbered. No. Sorry, Alan, to interrupt you, but that's after a red flag.
Oh, no.
Now, that's what's been feared. That's why the session was stopped. But I'm afraid the Audi has arrived far too quickly. Is that Chris Char's car? And ploughed into Anderson Hayes' Aston. But to do that after a red flag goes down like a cup of cold sick with the officials. So here you go in replay. The Aston is there. Red flags are flying, and bang.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear, that would have been quite a shock inside the car, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's 2 cars I doubt we'll see tomorrow, I'm afraid to say.
I think you're right.
But if that was Chris Char, then he really does have a case to answer there, because he shouldn't have been going that quickly under a red flag.
That would be the 33 car, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. oh dear, not what we'd like to see. And a big shame as well for Ling Kang. He'd just gone personal best on sector 1, overall best in sectors 2 and 3. So that could have threaded together to be a mighty impressive lap.
Well, with it was going to be recovering 1 car. Now it's retrieving 2 badly damaged cars and clear up debris. I mean, look at that.
That's going to take a while, isn't it?
It is. I can't imagine the session will be restarted, but I'll wait to be proved wrong. But
it would be 1 lap, wouldn't it? Just for 1 lap, a restart.
Yeah. What's it, 2 minutes 19. What have we got left? 3 minutes and 20. Yeah, they could just about do 1 lap.
Lap, yeah.
The point about that, looking at it, it was also unnecessary. You know, the decision had been taken. The session was stopped. It was under red flag conditions.
Yeah. And
still there was a big accident.
Yep.
And that, no doubt, will be brought to the attention of the stewards.
Yeah, big shame that. And the Aston Martin was okay. It looked okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously had its moment and was stranded, but it's got bigger problems now, as you can quite rightly say.
Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear. So maybe a need for a bit of fire extinguishing down there, and the session will not be resumed. So confirmation that this is going to take a little while, I think, this incident, and that's why the decision is made, and it's nothing to do with us, but I would suggest that is the right decision to not restart. It had been a fairly bothered session already until that point, and now they need all the time to deal with the incident down there on circuit. 2 cars, lots of debris, and therefore presumably a little wait before we get our final qualifying session of the day underway for the Macau Formula 4 qualifying. It was due to get underway at 3:45. That's about 14 minutes away, and there's a fair bit of work to be done down there on the circuit. So
it's still doable, I think, given how
doable.
swiftly people can work.
Yep, they work incredibly quickly here to get circuits clear. But that concludes qualifying for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3. Darryl O'Young takes provisional pole with a 2:19.3. Ling Kang in car number 6 was on a quick lap in the Lamborghini, finishes second, and then Kevin Say from Toro Racing in car number 18 in the Mercedes completes the top 3. Chang Cheng Shang in car number 88 in 4th position, and Chia Chris On in car number 33 in 5th. Min Heng completes the top 6. Lulik Carr in the Elegant Racing Team car is next in the field, and 17 in total complete qualifying for the Greater Bay Area GT3s. So, with 3 minutes and 20 on the clock, that was the conclusion of qualifying for GT3.
班一齊唱喺呢啲係先係因為冷氣，明白。同車手講咗，而家應該等緊個最後嗰張嗰個。喺個門裏邊等啊。係啊，你幫我上，一上咗去先，等啊，因為我帶入去先好嘛。好，我想帶你上，我先帶你上先。
中咧就贏到咗排頭位嘅資格，咁凌康咧就排第二，但係對於凌康嚟講咧，其實速度方面仲係有潛力㗎，所以聽日起步之後，假如表現正常，又可以跟得上歐陽陽基嘅話咧，相信呢兩位車手之間咧仲會展開好激烈嘅爭鬥。佢除此之外，包括咧就係中國澳門嘅本地嘅車手謝明燕啦，仲有咧就係啱先撞車嘅謝安啦，其實速度都非常之快啊！謝安假如今晚個車係嚟得切整得翻嘅話咧，聽日仲係有機會咧可以參加比賽，去爭取一個比較好嘅成績。咁衷心希望咧就今晚可以休息好啦，同埋車隊咧係有機會可以將佢嘅賽車咧就完全收復。聽日繼續為我哋共建一場咧好精彩嘅大灣區 GT3 組別嘅比賽。咁聽日呢一個組別嘅8公嘅正賽咧，就將會喺咧12:20，即係將近1點鐘嘅時間咧就會進行嘅。大家就可以留意下呢個時間啦。畢竟呢個組別咧就好多啦，好名貴嘅跑車，例如從海中城嘅專業嘅賽車，速度更加快，咁引擎聲咧又非常之震撼。咁睇呢場專業嘅比賽咧，喺我哋澳門嘅男 P 大賽車嘅比賽當中，亦都係好受歡迎嘅其中一個嘅比賽項目啦。咁我哋一場大灣區 GT3 嘅 GT3 組別嘅排位賽結束之後咧，稍後就會進行今日嘅最後一項嘅比賽。就係澳門4級方程式大賽嘅排位賽，咁方程式嘅賽車天生嘅賽車啊，冇諗住攞嚟行街嘅，所以咧成個嘅賽車嘅構造啊、重量啊、操控啊各個方面咧，都要比呢隻 GT 嘅賽車嚟得更加貼大。相信排位賽嘅競爭咧亦都會好激烈，特別係今年啦 F4 4級方程式嘅賽車咧，係採用咗最新款嘅第2代嘅賽車，咁同埋咧就換上咗1.4T 4氣缸嘅。咁有機會今年嘅賽車可以做出一個好靚仔、好靚仔嘅足夠嘅演出，可以去到幾快咧？佢同呢個嘅 Formula 3又爭好遠，稍後嘅排位賽就會為大家預料啦。請大家稍時留意。
So the car's being cleared up and effectively received into the qualifying section for the GT3s. So that'll be just coming past Ponty Docks, sorry, Aston Martin after the flat area down to her. So Aston Martin 70, which is added on coming out of Bridgman track. It's part of the competitor, the Audi competitor was Chris Chubb. Qualified in the top 6, so partner to get around digital store back to pro racing, back to par. So that is being cleared up. That will get the final session underway. It's going to be a return to Formula 4, which we started in May with this pre-practice session. This is something with qualifying race, race 1 tomorrow. Then they'll have the main race to determine the winner of Formula 4 this year. A longer race tomorrow morning at 12 laps. There's a second generation Formula 4 cars introduced this latest version, this latest spec car in 2022. Turbocharged engines. This weekend.
Attention in the pit lane. Attention in the pit lane. Macau Formula 4 race competitors. 5 minutes to start qualifying. Macau Formula 4 race competitors. 5 minutes to start qualifying.
So with these enjoying yourself here. And Craig Slater was a driver who took the free practice this morning, number 27. He's pretty new to see the GT racing in Formula 4. Prix driver at racing successful testing and field Prender racing team. All confident that racing.
And so the Macau Formula 4 race qualifying about to get underway. These drivers started activity for the 70th Macau Grand Prix this morning, and it was bright and early. 7:45 this morning they took to the circuit for free practice. They have had all day to now look forward to qualifying, which will be over half an hour for Formula 4 cars around Macau. We've got the best of both worlds this weekend and next weekend, because Formula 4 stepped into the breach for the last 3 years and provided a very, very able championship to be competing for the Macau Grand Prix crown. This year, FIA Formula 3 cars are back and they compete for the Macau Grand Prix crown. But because we are celebrating 70 years, we have 2 weekends of racing, and that means we can enjoy Formula 4 and Formula 3 all within the space of 7 days. So who is going to be on pole at the end of half an hour? This morning, it was a tricky session for free practice. There were 3 red flags in total, so there was never the opportunity to really get into any kind of rhythm or groove as the session went on. Let's hope, let's keep our fingers crossed that qualifying is not the same story and they can enjoy half an hour around the gears circuit, which in the last 3 years, David, has proved to be the F4 car and the gears circuit just seem to go together really well.
They're the right cars around here. They are not that much slower than Formula 3 cars would have been, say, 10 years ago. And actually, as you and I have said also over the last couple of years, the way that the Formula 3 world has gone now to be one championship effectively supporting Grand Prix, whereas F4 has all of these either regional or national competitions. This sort of recreates, or is going some way to recreating, what the Macau Grand Prix for F3 cars started off as, which was a non-championship end-of-season shootout, if you like, for the best of all of those nations. And we're getting it again now, courtesy of F4. So I'm all in favour of this. And I think also what we've yet to really enjoy, but we will do so this weekend, is an entry quite as good as this, because it's always been a local race, but now you've got a number of European drivers coming into it. and that just raises the bar even higher.
Including young Freddie Slater, who topped the times this morning in free practice. He is an impressive driver, having competed in the UK in junior Formula E and then stepping into F4 in the British Championship this year. And when he did, he was incredibly impressive on the occasions that he was involved in the British Championship. And impressed this morning in free practice, went quickest. It's a circuit he would never have driven on before. It was the first time, he was a rookie. And is that going to be an idea about what's going to happen in qualifying? Well, there are plenty that will be wanting to do something about that. And Charles Leung, who finished up in third place this morning, is a double winner in 2020 and 2021 and was right there in the fight last year until Andy Chang finally took the crown on the podium and enjoyed winning the third of our Formula 4 Macau Grand Prix here over the last 3 years.
Even worse, he got back to third, didn't he? Because not only did Andy Chang win it, but Gerard Shee got ahead of him as well. So it was very disappointing for Leung Hon Chiao, or Charles Leung, who wants to fight back this year. Enzo Ye there, who is new to Macau, and that is the Indian driver, Kai Daryanani, who makes his Macau debut 10 years after, you can see the name on the side of the car, Dan Wells and investors. Dan Wells, the British driver that's been based out in Hong Kong for many, many years now, made his debut, and it's Dan that manages Kai and looks after him. And yet Dan, who's been a mainstay of racing in the region, can't be here next week because he's got to go to Europe, to go and race, it's a tough life, Lamborghinis, because it also is the Lamborghini World Finals next weekend. The last round of the European Championship is this weekend at Imola. Next weekend, Vallelunga, and then next weekend at Vallelunga is the World Final. So Dan goes over there and shares a car.
Just being told by race control, slippery track at turn 22, which was where we just had an incident for GT3 cars.
Yeah, which was Anderson Hayes' Aston Martin, and Chris Shear's Audi hit it under a red flag. The Audi has been brought back. I've seen it. It was that car, but it's very badly damaged. And because of that, this session is slipping backwards on the timetable. It was going to be a start 3 minutes ago. It's now a start to be confirmed in 2 minutes' time. But it's not only the removal of cars and debris, but also treating the liquid. Again, fans in the grandstand have found themselves on TV.
And they do come from all over the world for the Macau Grand Prix. And we are treated this weekend. 2 weekends of racing, not just the normal 1, 2. And we've got 2, if you like, single-seater headliners.
Yeah.
Formula 4 cars and Formula 3 cars.
This is dubbed or termed the Macau Formula 4 race, but it's a kind of unofficial F4 Grand Prix, isn't it? But drivers from France, Macau, India, Japan, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Britain, Norway, Australia, Chinese Taipei. Which one have I missed? China, I think, also, yes, the last in the entry list, Zhao Kunpeng. Right, 4 o'clock start,
wow.
So we've got another 5-minute delay, I'm afraid, before things get underway.
Now, we're not seeing it, but I guess that's because they are still dressing the slippery surface at turn 22.
I think you might be right.
So I guess that's what's happening. We're not seeing pictures of the incident scene. However, we are seeing pictures of a huge and happy crowd for Saturday, the first Saturday of the 70th Grand Prix of Macau celebrations. And they've come out in fine style, haven't they, this afternoon, seeing themselves on the big screen, giving themselves a wave. And this is a really good, feel-good atmosphere here at Macau. Every decade, it seems, more big things happen as far as infrastructure is concerned for the Macau Grand Prix. 10 years ago, it was the building of race control, the administration building, the now iconic black and yellow building on the just in front of the start line. And this year, we now have a new complex for the GT cars, the GT cars for next weekend and this weekend. And above that, a huge international press office and media centre. It's very, very impressive. Over the course of the weekend, we will see the press conferences that take place live on our live television feed and hear from the drivers as well. It's a very impressive building on the far side of the paddock, celebrating 70 years of the Macau Grand Prix. Looking at Bianca Bustamante, having competed in F1 Academy this year, and doing a jolly good job of it as well.
Well, her manager, Darrell Young, has just topped the times in GT qualifying, so let's see what she can do.
And still we find more grandstands absolutely crammed with spectators, motor racing fans, Macau Grand Prix fans, whatever they are. They're having a lovely Saturday here to enjoy the first day of action. The free practices this morning, the qualifying sessions this afternoon, which leaves us free for Saturday to enjoy racing all morning and all afternoon. That's exactly what we will do. Young motor racing fans and old motor racing fans alike can all come together and enjoy Macau, not just for the Grand Prix, but everything else that Macau has to offer. And a team shot, if you like, for the number 28 car of Vivian Siu from Hong Kong in the Champ Motorsport number 28 car. So not surprisingly, a big team. Supporters, family, friends, all of them down here. Because make no mistake, for a local driver, this is a huge event to be competing at the Macau Grand Prix.
Now, we had 3 red flags this morning in free practice, and that meant that there were a number of drivers that never got a lap time in at all. There you can see the track being treated, liquid sorted, but still that all needs to be dressed before Rui Marquez, the race director, is prepared to let the cars go, especially given that they had those 3 red flags this morning, so he's being ultra cautious with them.
Yeah, super cautious. Great work by marshals, some 20 or more of them down there, and that's quite a bit of fluid, isn't it? That's quite a wide, expansive area for them to be dealing with. But we were given the indication that this would start for half an hour at 4 o'clock. We are local time, 2.5 minutes before that. So we'll see. There's been no update from race control, but presumably they are reasonably confident. It's always easier to wave at the screen rather than to try and look where the camera is.
Yes, but if you look at the camera, you don't see yourself on the screen.
Exactly that, yeah.
You see yourself on the screen, not looking at the camera, but... Right, 4 o'clock confirmed, he says, going back to something plot. There's this wonderful thing out here called jet lag, and it only seems to hit in the middle of sentences. You go for a walk, you don't have it. As soon as you have to make a sentence, jet lag kicks in. 4 o'clock, session start, qualifying will. And there you can see the last of the track treatment. So the cement dust is down, the speedy dry, and as that soaks in, so the track sweeper vehicle reverses into the gap. Marshals go back to post. The drivers will fire up engines, and we will very shortly be in business. Fastest this morning, Freddie Slater, by 0.6 of a second. He's never been here before. He's only recently started driving F4 cars. But Freddie Slater, BRDC Rising Stars, he's recently become underlined why. He's got this great reputation, having shone in karting, and then blitzing Ginetta Juniors, and now looking absolutely mighty in F4.
Yeah, and as soon as he came into F4, he was instantly, oh, hang on, this is someone we need to watch. And he did that this morning as well.
Well, in Ginetta Juniors, he had 16 wins and wrapped up the championship, so could afford to just walk away.
Yes.
And everybody else thought they'd had a good year if they had 3. But when he came into car racing, looked after initially by Phil Glue's Edge Management stable last year, Phil said, you know, he's pretty special. And yet you think, yes, driver managers always say that. But he really has proved to be the real deal, hasn't he?
And the thing is, when you look down the list of winners of the Macau Grand Prix, single-seaters around Macau, all the drivers that have won are pretty special.
Yes.
You have to be special to win here. It's a unique place. Takes a good deal of bravery, a good deal of speed, and maybe a little pinch of good luck as well over the course of a race weekend.
All right, the green flag is shown. So the Macau Formula 4 race qualifying session is now live. But it takes a few seconds for that message to percolate down the pit lane, but it has done so now.
Yep, so Formula 4 cars make their way out onto the gear circuit here at Macau for the 4th year running for qualifying. 2020 through to 2023. Formula 4 cars have featured here and they've done a very good job as well. We've had some good racing from Formula 4 cars. They just look nimble, don't they? And neat and tidy and little on the gear circuit here at Macau. So they can race, they can overtake, the space.
Yeah. They might look narrow and small, but they're certainly not slow. And what were they doing this morning? Well, it was 2 minutes 30, so that's an average of 146 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, not slow.
It's an average of it.
Not slow.
So very rapid indeed. Everybody has the same Tatius chassis, Geely 1400 turbo engines. They're on GTI tyres. So for some, it's a new power plant, certainly a new circuit, and possibly a new tyre to run on as well, which is how it should be, really, to level the playing field here.
I've never asked a driver who has come here for the first time whether a simulation of this track is anything like the real thing, because there can be no substitute really for the barriers and the walls and the undulations, the ups and downs of the circuit.
Right. And of course, other factors like these drivers are going to have to cope with a slippery track surface, because your simulator may not take into account the accident in the previous session and what's dropped on the road. So it'll tell you what the track is like, but not necessarily the surface at a given time. But as far as this session is concerned, half an hour should give them plenty of time to get the teeth into it, although 45 minutes was much interrupted and abandoned at the start of the day. But they've had all day to wait, so after an early start, now they're all on the toes, ready to bang in a quick lap.
Well, I hope they are, because it's a long time to wait, isn't it? And it's difficult to keep the focus over the course of a day when you know you've got to get back into the car at the end of the day. We shall see, because you do need absolute 100% concentration and commitment around the Kia circuit at Macau. And as they head down towards the Melco hairpin, the single file part of the circuit, constant yellow flag throughout the whole course of competition here at Macau. No overtaking around Melco for obvious reasons. You can't fit two cars side by side. It would be just that one step too far.
I think it's fine going in, it's the coming out that's the real problem.
Oh yes.
So drivers there having to keep away from that cement dust, and then in turn over the timing line now. This is our bend, the last corner of the lap. And then over the timing line down towards Reservoir Bend. And you can see there in the background the Prema car weaving left and right to get the warmth into the tyres. So it's the next lap that we'll start to see some times offered up, although Hadrian David is the man that was first over the timing line. He will perhaps be the driver that sets the benchmark qualifying effort. Hadrian David, who has been racing in a part season of Formula Regional this year, but he drove at Spa and Red Bull after Charlie Wirtz and another driver were taken ill, so there was a need for a sub, and he stepped into the void for the French Formula 4 champion. So sort of stepping back in terms of the machinery, but it gives him a chance to race at Macau, which he's not had hitherto. So Hadrian David drives number 2. Rafael Narak, his teammate, former Italian F4 racer, started the year, like quite a few of them do, in the UAE Championship in the winter months, and then did another year in Italy, and the new Euro 4 Championship, sort of 4-race mini regional series. And the other driver who is worth watching is Jack Beaton, but he fell off into the barriers this morning as well with quite a bit of damage to the car. So Jack Beaton, if he can stay out of trouble, should be another driver who is, as they say, there or thereabouts.
As far as Freddie Slater was concerned this morning, he left it quite late in the session to show the pace, and that would suggest to me, leading up to it, learning the circuit, which was exactly the point of free practice, because so many of the drivers are rookies around the Macau circuit. But Freddie left it towards the tail end of the session to show his might in free practice.
But there's a confidence in doing it that way as well, isn't there? So he did look very, very strong this morning, Freddie Slater, no question about it. Comes here with a big reputation, but also so too does number 7, Thiago Rodriguez, who is in the Asia Racing Team, another Macau driver. 6 wins in the Chinese F4 Championship this year. He leads that by 50 points. And Thiago Rodriguez, or TR8 as he has made his brand, will be another driver to watch, although he never got a lap time in because of all the stoppages this morning. So he starts qualifying a little bit on the back foot. Right, Adrien David does a 2:29.396, so that's better than Freddie Slater did in free practice this morning, straight away. So a bit more rubber has gone down on the road over the day, hasn't it?
Certainly has, yeah. Totally green circuit this morning. It's a normal road. These are the roads around Macau from 6 o'clock at night until 6 o'clock in the morning. And of course, this is day one of competition, so the rubber has gone down all day as the day has gone on. Probably most notably from the GT3 cars that have just been out. I would imagine big, wide tyres on GT3 car.
Right, Rafael Narak, absolute best in the first sector, as there is Jack Beaton, number 45, turning out of Lisboa. Now through San Francisco. Some great names for corners here. There are many old school circuits, Bathurst, Le Mans amongst them, where you've got proper corner names, not just turns 1, 2, 3 and so on. But some good names for corners. And Jack Beaton presses on. So personal best sector 1 as he drops down the hill now.
Arvin Lindblad has just put in the overall best in the first sector, 25.8. So car number 23 with an overall best in sector 1. Adrien David with an overall best in sector 2 and 3. And Adrien David looking pretty good in car number 2. Topping the times at the moment, 2:29.396, and that is likely to be eclipsed on this lap, I reckon. That was on the first of the flying laps at 2:29.3, and with 2 personal bests and an overall best on the first 3 sectors. Let's wait and see what happens in sector 4.
Again, track position quite important in all of this. You want to not really get yourself caught up behind the traffic, as you look at number 14 of Rashid Al Bahiri, the Emirati. That was the one nation I missed out on that roll call earlier. The UAE represented as well, courtesy of Al Bahiri, who's only recently come out of Carter's first season of car racing. And interestingly, lots of different people taking purples. Adrien David, Martinia Stenson and Arvin Lindblad across the course of that most recent lap.
And Lindblad has got 2, sector 1 and sector 3. This is going to be a good lap. We've got a personal best in sector 4. Let's see what sector 5 certainly is going to be a move up from position 13. I think it's going to be quite an impressive one as well, with 2 purples and sector 5 about to be completed for the 23 car. Lindblad about to come through, car number 23, and complete the second of the flying laps and goes 3rd. So car number 23 then with a 28.054 goes 3rd. Narak is 2nd and David is 1st.
So that means it's 1-2 at the moment for RHGP. Arvin Lindblad, the British driver, Red Bull athlete, who's done most of his racing abroad in Italian F4. Only made his debut at the back end of 2022, but Arvin Lindblad 5th in the UAE Championship at the start of the year, 3rd in the Italian Championship. So although he's a British driver, electing not to race in the UK, but going to Italy where there's a different range of circuits, and with the Theodore Racing squad, Lindblad a man to watch. Although he was another one in the tyres this morning, wasn't he?
He was. Although a few drivers have elected not to do their racing predominantly in the UK. UK drivers, well, Lando Norris was doing UK championships and European championships in the same year. So just about racing every weekend. There's a lot to be said for keeping sharp, and it's certainly paid off for Lando, hasn't
it? It has indeed. I mean, budget helps to do that.
It does,
but yes, he was doing GB3 and dipping out to go and do Italian and German F4.
Yeah,
quite right. So it was a pretty busy season for him. So Adrien David is the fastest. Freddie Slater at the moment is 4th. So it's David, Narak, Lindblad, Slater, then Charles Lung and Martinia Stenson, with Thiago Rodriguez 7th. Jack Beaton is 8th. Rashid Al Bahiri 9th. And Enzo Yer in 10th at the moment.
Interested in Lindblad's time again this time, because has gone purple in sectors 1 and 3. Adrien David with a purple in sectors 2 and 4, and about to complete sector 5 for car number 2. Here we go, about to come up towards the timing beam. What's this final sector going to be for Adrien David? it's another purple and a further improvement on the provisional pole time. 2:26.617. 2:26.617 for Adrien David. And what about for Arvid Lindblad, with 2 purple sectors as well in sectors 1 and 3. What's sector 5 going to be? Lap time about to be completed. Currently he's third in car number 23 and will come over the line to complete the lap and go top. So a purple in sector 3. Arvid Lindblad goes top with a 2:25.778. A new car on provisional pole.
So Arvid Lindblad, as you say, quicker by nearly a second, because 8/10 is a big, big margin.
That's a huge chunk, isn't it?
It is. Now here you've got cars running in traffic, but I just wonder whether that's a beneficial tow or not as they come into Lisboa. It's Freddie Slater getting up the inside, so clears there. Number 14, Rashid Al-Dahiri, and starts to pull away, but now Freddie Slater only 6th in the times because Charles Leung has gone 3rd. Martinius Stensorn is 5th, but having got up through the traffic, Freddie Slater now ought to be able to push on.
So we're going to watch Lindblad on this lap as well and keep an eye on the timing screen, because not only has gone top, but also has got overall best in the first sector, not so in sector 2. So Lindblad a little slower, not even a personal best in sector 2, but currently on provisional pole, 2:25.778, 8/10 of a second the advantage, almost a second.
Red
and that's
flag.
the first one.
That is Kai Darianani. So Kai Darianani is off at the exit of Lisboa. He's almost made it round the corner, but tried to turn it rather than go up the escape road, and it's not worked.
Yeah.
So wait for the impact behind, loses the back, and that's his session done. Where is he? 9th in the times, and that's it for Kai Darianani.
So a reasonably low speed bump into the wall has caused a fair bit of damage on that car, hasn't it? Front and rear.
Yeah, I think he arrived too rapidly, tried to turn, hence the angle that the car's hit the barrier at.
It's just an unfortunate angle, you're right. Yeah. So rear suspension, rear wing, and I think maybe the front suspension as well on the left.
I think you're right. It doesn't look quite right, does it, there?
No.
But not surprising, given that it's gone in with a fair old whack.
So a lift is a fairly quick thing. You can see the hook from the crane already poised over the car, ready to haul the car out of the way down at Lisboa. But a red flag means they come into pit lane through the Melco hairpin, thread their way down towards the pit lane, and they will have 18 minutes of the session remaining. So Arvid Lindblad, car number 23 on provisional pole, 2:25.778 by a big chunk of time, 0.8 of a second over Adrien David. Car number 2, 2:26.617 for David. Charles Leung, car number 11, double winner here at Macau, is 3rd. Where is Freddie Slater? Down there in 6th place at the moment, car 27.
Yeah, he'd yo-yoed a bit, but as you say, dropping to 6th, ahead of Rodriguez, Beaton, Darianani, and then Al-Dahiri.
So Formula 4 cars back at Macau, which is really good news. We became fans over the last 3 years, didn't we, of Formula 4 cars around the gear circuit.
Oh, yes.
And really good news that we can have them both. I don't know what the potential would be for running 2 single-seater on a normal one-race weekend.
Weather's a will.
Yeah, because traditionally we've only had 1 single-seater category, haven't we? And it has been for Formula 3 cars and Formula 4 cars in the last 3 years. So we celebrate 40 years since our first Formula 3 race for the Macau Grand Prix crown.
I suppose part of the answer depends on whether you assume that Formula 3 would come every year, because we've proved that the Macau Grand Prix can run for F4. We're proving again this year that it can attract an international lineup.
Yes.
And maybe, you know, this is a test to say, well, okay, look, Formula 4 will be a really good headline race, and maybe we have F3 occasionally. Perhaps.
There's an option. Yeah.
Because for the teams, of course, they want to go and do winter testing. So to come to a non-championship race in Macau, it's got to have a big draw. I think it still does. And the fact that there are drivers coming into F3 and indeed the F4 race so they can race at Macau does illustrate that. You know, how many returnees have we got next week? Dan Ticktum as a double winner wants to come back. You've got Marcus Armstrong, who's stepping back from IndyCar because he wants to come and race at Macau again.
So
there's always an attraction.
Dan Ticktum is a bit more like the Antonio Felix da Costa. So comes back after a few years. Felix da Costa was doing DTM at the time that he came back and wanted to win a second time, and did.
Yeah.
And Dan Ticktum has been doing Formula E this year, hasn't he? Has come back, he wants to win a third time. So that's a good way of writing your name into a record book, isn't it?
Absolutely so. Right, we are just under a minute away from getting the session resumed.
I still watch back Dan Ticktum's first win here, taking it on the final lap because the two in front of him came together and he just sailed through and said, "Thank you very much indeed."
Yeah.
It's still just the most remarkable finish to a race.
It was Ferdinand Habsburg, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And who was the other one?
I can't remember. Yes, I can. It will come to me. No, it won't.
No pressure. You nearly filled a minute, though, by thinking.
Probably worked better because you could see me.
Answers on a postcard.
Some people might have thought I just fell asleep.
Right, 10 seconds to the resumption then of Macau Formula 4 race qualifying session. When it does restart, 18 minutes will remain. There you can see the engineers waiting for the flag to be shown at the end of the pit lane, which it now is. Go, 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 they say. The drivers need no encouragement to blast down the pit road.
You know what I'm doing? I'm looking it up now. I need to know.
Yes. Go on Twitter, somebody would have answered the question for you. So the field pouring out of the pits. 1 or 2, I think, might just be lagging back a little bit to try and get some clear track space. Luigi Comita being one of them. So down to Lisboa they come. Track live once again, and the clock ticks on down with currently Arvin Lindblad, the man on pole position, from Hadrien David and then Charles Lung. Are we going to get a Macau driver onto pole position come the end of the session? Well, it could well happen. There in 68 is Ethan Ho, back from racing in America this last season. So right off roundabout 3.5 minutes for the outlap. Some drivers trying to get themselves through traffic, some drivers trying to let the traffic go so that they can fall behind it and let that wave of cars pull away, and then they've got the road to themselves. So different strategies from different drivers, possibly with a bit of help from the teams to say, right, just drop back, let those cars go.
So this is the outlap after interruption with a red flag, which has been pretty much the story of today for not just the Formula 4 cars, but for pretty much every category that we've got racing here this weekend at Macau. Most of the free practice sessions, all of the free practice sessions were interrupted by at least one red flag, and the qualifying sessions have proved to be pretty much that way this afternoon as well. So. Yes. Just one qualifying session that we've had without a red flag, and that was a 15-minute Q2 for the TCR Asia cars.
With 11 cars?
With 11 cars, yes, with 11 cars.
So if you were to bounce off the wall, potentially. Yeah. But when cars have circulated, they give them drama all day, and tomorrow's going to be a pretty full-on day with a busy timetable of races. Out of our bend, then number 19, Bianca Bustamante, up towards the line. 11th fastest she is at the moment. Another one that we've not yet got a time out of is number 5 of Jaden Parriott. Now, I don't remember that car being in any of the accidents this morning.
No.
Nor do we have a time out of 22 of Thomas Lung. But I do remember him causing a red flag earlier on in the
Yes, yeah. Yeah, but Parriott, no. Don't remember mentioning that car at all over the course of today. looking at the 19 car. That's Bianca Bustamante. And has just done a personal best in Sector 1. Many of them have, apart from Arvid Lindblad, who is on provisional pole. The time to aim for, 2:25.778. Now, Adrian David has gone purple in Sector 2. Overall best in Sector 2 for Adrian David, who is in car number 2 in second place. Charles Learn is third. Personal best in Sector 1 for Charles. Nothing special in Sector 2. And for Lindblad, nothing special in Sector 2 either. So after the restarts, Lindblad not yet pushing on, but you would expect maybe at the end of this lap the pace to increase. Maybe looking for a bit of clear track to set up another quick lap for the provisional pole sitter.
And traffic, and therefore clear laps, becoming quite a factor here. Freddie Slater, who's cold, looking a bit edgy on this lap, has now got caught up behind a slower car, and that's the lap compromised. So he was down in the sectors anyway, but he needs to clear that promptly. And he's not going to do it, I don't think, before the Malco hairpin, so it's going to have to be coming down through Black Sands, where he's able to start to up the pace and think about the next lap as the quick one.
Martinius Stenshorn has put in an overall best in Sector 2. 34 car is currently in 5th place. So purple in Sector 2 for Martinius, and a purple in Sector 3 for Adrian, and another red flag.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 13 minutes on the clock, and that's quite a substantial accident for number 34, Martinius Stenshorn. So the man that's 5th fastest has taken the front right corner off the car.
I've just put in a purple in Sector 2 as well.
Right, okay. So in Sector 3 of the lap, Stenshorn off, damage, stoppage.
And 13 minutes remain.
Yeah.
2 red flags in this qualifying session so far for the Macau Formula 4 race. And Martinius and the car stricken. Oh, there's the rear wing. Somewhere divorced from the car. And it's brought out the red flag, unfortunately. Oh, that's not...
Yeah, front wing it was.
Front wing,
It's been
front
ripped
wing.
off, yeah.
Beg your pardon.
So the cars come to the pit lane, then the instructions can be given that marshals can go trackside, then they can get that car out of the way. Crane attached. So again, frustration, because nobody had really been able to get into a rhythm at all. We haven't had a lap, had we? So back they come. Number 16 there, which is Chukar Kam. Parks into place. That's you.
Once again, an opportunity for the crowd to... it never fails to amuse, does it? Seeing yourself up. Oh, so look, not worried about looking at the screen, looking straight at camera, straight into the camera.
Not everybody was fascinated. I think there was somebody still doing their online shopping there who was studiously staring at her phone rather than anything else. Number 14, the background, Rashid Al-Rahiri, and that's Ethan Ho, you can see it.
Yeah. So they really have turned out in their thousands, haven't they, today for qualifying day for the first weekend of the 70th Macau Grand Prix celebration here in Macau.
But a huge amount of effort has been put in over the last few weeks to starting off this carnival, whether it's been the art exhibition, whether it's been the special merchandise, whether it's been the family carnival, the fun run, you name it. So many more things than just cars on track.
Good build-up, isn't it? Yeah, superb. It takes over the place.
It does.
Not just for the weekend, as it would normally be. This year it's for 2 weekends, but also the whole of the build-up as well. It's something that Macau are incredibly proud of, this event, and rightly so. It just gets better and better every year, and more iconic as well. It's just the yellow and black seems to grow every year. Everywhere I look, there is yellow and black in the hotels, all celebrating the fact that it's Grand Prix week.
Totally embraced.
Yeah, totally behind it.
And if it didn't exist, I wonder what the reaction would be now if somebody enterprising came along and said to the regional government, why don't we have a motor race around the streets? You know, close it for 12 hours of the day but now it's such an integral part of Macau that it's a definite yes. Vivian Su for Champ Motorsport sits and awaits the resumption. Hong Kong driver, works for a hedge fund company and recently voted the company's second best regional saleswoman. And her partner, Tiffany Jane, Netflix star of Supermodel Me. The eyes have it down in the pit lane. Vivian Su, yep, gets ready to go back out again. And the Chinese Formula 4 Championship she's been seen this year. Car number 11 is that of the aforementioned Charles Leung.
Currently third, car number 11, Charles. Just a cool, calm and relaxed thumbs up for the camera. But, currently third place. And the recovery vehicle in place to get the 34 car back to the paddock, let the team assess the damage on that car, and hopefully for Martinez, who is out of the car and about to climb in the cab of the recovery vehicle, hopefully that car can be repaired before too long. It's a good grid position at the moment, so how much he will lose as the session goes on without that car competing, well, we shall find out in 13 minutes of competition. We can get together start time for the resumption of this qualifying. Licio Hua, 53 car, 8-star racing entered car.
Session will restart on a short call, is partly the answer to your question. There is no time given, it'll just be, right, let's go. Because we're nearly at 4:30. I'm not saying it's going to take an hour and a half to do 13 minutes, but, you know, we're getting closer to the time of the day where the track has to be handed back over to Macau motorists.
And 5:30, it is pretty much dark.
Yeah,
it's not fully dark, but the sky is certainly dark. I know because when I arrived here the other day, I opened the windows of the curtains of the hotel and just looked out to see just how quickly it gets dark. Yeah. Half an hour between 5:30 and 6. 6 o'clock, completely dark sky.
Do you have a track view, do you, from your window?
I can see a sliver.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can see a car. I'm hoping to catch a motorcycle helmet.
Slither is a new single season.
Yeah.
Right, we're back in business. Green flag shown then, 13 minutes on the clock. And interesting that when it was the original start of the session, everybody wanted to be out now. Let me through, I want to be first out. But this time around, there's a little bit more waiting, biding of time, perhaps letting the wave of traffic go so you don't get caught up in anything.
So the session gets back underway. That's the 23 car of Arvid Lindblad, who currently sits on provisional pole at 2:25.778, but the car remains here in pit lane, which I reckon is a pretty good idea, really.
Yeah, go along with that. Yeah, for the moment they can afford to just sit and wait, can't they?
Yeah. With provisional pole time, and poor old Martinez Stencil, although at the moment the screen says that sector 2 was a purple, what followed in sector 3 was unfortunately a damaged car. 77 having a problem. That's the car of Enzo Yer, reversing back at Lisboa, puts it back into first gear, and when safe can rejoin, and does so now. That escape road at Lisboa is very, very beautiful.
Cheers.
And particularly with cold tyres, you could just get things a little bit not quite right at Lisboa, and taking the option of going straight on, turning the car around and thinking again. You've not lost much on an outlap. You are just basically trying to get the tyres back up to temperature, so not too much loss there. And that's exactly what this lap is. It's the push lap to get heat back into tyres. And then we'll see over the remaining 11 minutes if Arvid Lindblad can hold on to pole position for tomorrow's qualification race, which is the first activity on track in the morning. And as memory serves me, that's at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, local time. it is. 8 o'clock for an 8-lap race, qualification race. And then at the end of the afternoon, at 20 to 4, it is the final race, 12 laps. It is not the Macau Grand Prix, but for the last 3 years, these cars have been.
Yes, but it is perhaps the first in a chapter for Macau Formula 4 race, which could well be part of the calendar to come. Let's see, because the fact that you've got such an international cast proves the appeal is there, the desire to race is there. So over the line goes number 11. That is Charles Leung, another of the SJM Theodore Prema Racing drivers. And he makes the run now down towards the fast right of Mandarin. So Arvind Lindblad, a late return to the track for the pole position driver, but he's gone back out. So to Freddie Slater.
Yeah, Freddie, who topped the times in free practice this morning, British driver, down there in 6th place, and has left pit lane along with Lindblad as well.
Just have a look at the nose cone on Charles Leung's car for me. Has he tweaked that slightly, or is it my tired eyes? I just wondered whether it wasn't just ever so slightly askew. It looks slightly more wobbly than others.
It is wobbly, I'll grant you that. It is wobbly a little bit. And yet previously, if memory serves me, Charles Leung in the previous 2 years, just over the course of the weekend, didn't put a wheel wrong. It was absolutely textbook driving for Charles.
Talking of wheels wrong.
Yeah.
That's a single digit, isn't it? That's one of the R8 cars. I think that is either Rafael Narak or Hadrian David, and it's another red flag.
Is that the third?
That's the third, so we're equal to free practice.
With 9 minutes remaining. And we said it this morning during free practice, the problem with this is that obviously you have to have a red flag, you've got to get the track clear, the car is in a dangerous position, there's debris on the circuit. But you can't get into that flow, can you, over the course of lap after lap after lap. And it must be a frustration for the drivers to get into a flow, being able to do a lap, do another lap, try something different, just by tiny margins, but you can't do it, can you? It's just interrupted again and again. So, Adrien David, car number 2, currently in second position. And for Adrien, it was a personal best in sector 1 and an overall best in sector 3 on that lap. So, might have been slightly unhappy. This is what happened. That was quite a clonk as well.
It was as well, yes, you're quite right. Lifting the back of the car off the ground, that might well have done more damage than just suspension. But
that was heavier than I thought, having seen the car where it rested. So
I'd like to see what the line was coming into the corner. We saw what it did.
It was the wrong line.
Clattering the barrier. Thanks for that, yes. But why was he on the wrong line? Because certainly something went awry. Arvind Lindblad, then, fastest in the session. He might hang on to that if nobody can string together a couple of laps. But it really has been the most extraordinary day with so many interruptions, not just in one category, but everything.
Everything, absolutely everything.
No, almost as though everybody is so dim-ob happy to be here.
I was going to say, they were a little bit overexcited.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So that is Adrien David. It was Raymond Narak that was in the wall. And Adrien David's car good to go.
Is there a rule on number of red flags during a qualifying session?
No, I think it can be at the organiser's discretion.
Yeah.
But no, normally, if there is time left, then you would run the session to its conclusion. If the timetable is constraining you, then you might, with 2 minutes remaining, say, no, we just can't do this. But there isn't, to my understanding of them, a regulation that says if you've had 3 red flags, that's it.
I didn't think there was. And with this being our headline race over the course of the weekend, it is our desire to run it to its full conclusion of half an hour. However difficult that may be for the drivers and for the teams with these interruptions. And if I'm honest, I'd rather not see any more cars getting damaged.
Well, yeah, because the other thing is, with only a 2-day event, as we said at the start of the day, damage them.
That's it.
That's your the end of the weekend, and we've had that in quite a few of the support categories like Roadsport, as an
Yes, we
example.
have. Yeah, we've had
TCR.
some nastily beaten up cars today.
Yeah. Jack Beaton having a quick word with the AGI team. The Australian driver who crashed out in free practice, but the former Australian Formula Ford racer who's been in F4 around the globe this year. Miki Koyama.
But Arvin Lindblad, who remains on provisional pole. And if I remember, he was just on the outlet, wasn't he?
Yes, he got out late.
Just
yes.
the outlet, yeah. Bianca Bustamante.
Interestingly, the race control fleet of vehicles is about to go out and do an inspection lap, and I haven't been conscious of that happening in the previous stoppages.
It has on a few,
has
but
it?
not many.
Right.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether there's something in that.
Potentially an inspection of barriers.
Could be.
Might be the case. They're quite noisy when they put the barriers in first thing in the morning, aren't they? What sort of time do they go in, David?
Oh, it's about 3:30, 4 o'clock. There's a lot of clanging this morning. I was trying to work out what it was, and then because I hadn't looked out of my window last night when I arrived because it was dark, when I did get out of bed, it all made sense because I could see the track, see the straight down towards Mandarin, and yeah, making sure the barriers were all affixed, ready for the start of the day. It's quite strange last night because, as you were talking about earlier on in the day, you drive on the circuit and you come over the start and finish area. By the time I was arriving last night, all the barriers were there, and it was finding the gap in the barrier.
Yes,
you know,
yeah,
the little
trying to
gate
get
that
through.
opened.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that the flatbed recovery is doing a good job of recovering that car. The car in place on the back of the truck now, and that can be on its way. I didn't see the course vehicles there, though, so the race control vehicles.
Still heading that way, I think.
Still on their way. Long circuit, the gear circuit, 6.1 kilometres in total, and offers just about every possible conceivable challenge for driver and machine over the course of the weekend. Car number 7, proud Macau driver Thiago Rodriguez, driving with the Asia Racing team this weekend and carrying the Macau flag on the front of the car and on the halo as well, away for the audience.
And he should be one of the front runners dominating this year's Chinese F4 Championship. 50-point advantage that he has within that. So there is Rafael Narak's car back on the flatbed.
What does that barrier look like?
Looks all right to me.
Has it passed the kick test, which is what they were just doing? The master was just checking, but as you've said, David, the course vehicles potentially on their way to inspect that. That was a heavy bash, wasn't it?
It was, for sure,
Yeah.
yes.
Rafael Narak's car number 1. Fourth position is shown. Car number 4, Chen Henhei.
So they're the teams with the cars await, and as soon as they can, they'll send them back out. We've got 9 minutes on the clock. Number 19 nearest us is the blackout car of Bianca Bustamante, the Philippine racer, racing in the F1 Academy, which is going to take a more significant role within the support package for Formula 1 races next year. It's been quite a good way of trialling that. They've got on with it under the radar, as it were.
Yeah.
And
not with the pressure of the audience,
no,
the
exactly.
television cameras, all of that. It was, yeah, let's just see how this is going to work, iron out the problems, and now you're ready for big score.
Exactly, yes. Come back next year and you've had your taster days.
Yeah.
So there are the fans all finding themselves on the big screen, all happy. So the pit lane is still busy, and the course cars are not yet back in, but they are hopeful that they won't be too far off now.
So local time is 20 to 5 in the afternoon, and just in the last couple of minutes we've lost a little bit of light, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, it's never been the brightest and sunniest of days. It's not been cold by any means, but it's not been sunny like yesterday was. Just seen that snatch vehicle, the flatbed, off the track. So are we a little bit nearer to getting things back underway? The teams think we are, as they're getting ready to wave the cars out. So again, I suspect it'll be a call on short notice, but those course cars are still out there somewhere.
Yes. 9 minutes and 1 second of this session remain. 3 red flags in the course of this half-an-hour session.
3 red flags so far.
So far. No, that's it.
Okay.
We're done.
We're done.
So we can have 9 minutes and 1 second until the checkered flag of beautiful trouble-free laps.
Okay. That would be good news. It would be very welcome, that is for sure. So drivers are ready. Teams are ready. So we just need now the word from race control. Rui Marquez, who is a very experienced race official, is the race director. And he will give the instruction. And of course, cars, no, still not yet back in.
Wow.
I thought they were, but I was looking at the wrong lane because there is the public road that's parallel to pit in. Yes. And there were people carriers coming down there, which slightly hoodwinked me.
We're in our little Macau Grand Prix bubble within the confines of the circuit.
There they are. So they're coming down the hill.
Okay.
Session will resume again on short notice. So in the pit lane, there's a whole flicker of lights. The rear lights on the cars flash as the engines are on idle.
Which is terribly disconcerting when you go into Parc Ferme and you're greeted by, because they're all on a different flash, obviously. Yeah. So it's just like a really weird disco.
Does it come with a warning? There might be flashing lights.
It should do.
Yes. Right, then the officials in the pit lane prepare themselves for the call. It's the scene. Red flag still shown.
And what are the questions that we still have to answer for this session? Maybe one of my biggest questions is, what is Freddie Slater going to do? He has impressed in Ginetta Juniors in the UK this year. He has impressed when he came into F4 on his first weekend. He impressed this morning at Macau, first time on the circuit, and topping the times in free practice. But he's currently, and I say in inverted commas, only 6th.
Well, if the session stays green long enough for him to get a flying lap in, I would think he would improve.
Yes.
But
I would agree.
It's a bit, in that respect, it's slightly out of his hands, isn't it?
Well, probably his best improvement would be to 5th, because Martinius Stenshorn is out of the running now after causing one of the red flags. I can't remember if it was the first or the second.
I think he was the second.
Second, yeah. But, we are on short call to get the session back underway.
Right, there's a course car hurtling down towards our bend. There should be another one in the vicinity, so we can't be too far away. What they've been out to look at, I'm not sure.
No, we're not too sure.
But they're both there, so we should be good to go now, because by the time the track is live, the other course car will be in the pit lane.
Restart at 45. We are 44, 40 seconds away from getting this session back underway.
Okay.
Local time just coming up to 4:45 in the afternoon on Saturday, day 1 of 6 for the 70th Macau Grand Prix celebration. 2 days this weekend and 4 days starting Thursday next week.
By which stage we'll know the winner of the Macau Formula 4 race. This very, very impressive, very international entry, ready to do battle for the grid for 9 further minutes. The course car has just arrived back. It is largely local officials, I think, that have been out for an inspection lap. And the pit lane starts to empty then. Green lights go on at the end of the pit lane. Bianca Bustamante waved away, but others already in the train, so she's going to have to wait and try and slot in at the end. So we're back and running then for qualifying for the Macau Formula 4 race.
So, all of that work to do once again. Now getting the heat back up into the tyres. Bianca gets going, joins the train in the number 19 car. And this is the work in hand on this lap, weaving the cars, heating tyres, everything up to temperature. And then we've got potentially a good few laps of running for this final qualifying session of the day. Tomorrow morning, things get underway with their race, their qualification race, 8 laps. So we're straight into racing tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, over 8 laps around the Gears circuit. Then the first of 2 races for TCR Asia Challenge, so touring car racing follows single-seaters. Macau Roadsports, 2 races for GT Cup, second race for TCR Asia, and then the big race, the final race for the Macau Formula 4 race coming up at 20 to 4 tomorrow afternoon.
And this is these cars that will be on track for that. So Arvin Lindblad remains at the moment the fastest. Drivers doing good sectors on this lap are of interest, but it's all a bit academic because it's only the out lap. It's next time around that you need to be doing that. What it does do, I suppose, is A, prove their pace, and B, get them away from any traffic behind.
7 minutes and 20 seconds of this session remaining. So, all things being well, we get green flag running right the way until the checkered flag now. But they are not going to get that many laps, are they? With 7 minutes left on the clock, just over. I've said it many times today, it's a long lap here at Macau. It has every conceivable test of driver and machine. Tight and twisty, flowing and fast corners, but one thing remains the same: no runoff area, barriers, walls, everything to contend with.
Right, just over 6.5 minutes to go as the first car comes out of Fisherman's Bend down to our bend now. Of course, the other element to tomorrow is we've talked about what the grid is going to do. You're still going to get through that qualification race, that qualifying race, to get a good grid position for the main race itself at the end of the day. So a little bit like we discussed in the context of touring cars earlier, you're still all the time having to keep thinking forward and survive this, concentrate on the next element of the weekend. Right, so now we're on to a flying lap for the people that have crossed the line, which include here Hadrian David and also Jack Beaton. So Hadrian David currently second. He's got to find .840 to go fastest by 1,000.
So Hadrian David at the front of that queue, heads into Lisboa, kisses the curbs on the entry up towards San Francisco, and then the run up San Francisco Hill. This is where the circuit just comes in on you from the left and from the right. The wall on the right, the barrier on the left, gets narrower. 2-lane traffic now, and the circuit opens up. It's dual carriageway, 2 either way. And,
now, what about improvements? We've got 1 or 2 which are rogue. Haidarian Arni, for example, who's out of the session. But Jack Beaton, I think, will be one to watch. He is improving. Martinez Stensorn had done before he crashed out, so we can ignore him. And Rafael Narat also before he crashed out. So the most recent improvers have all come to grief somehow.
We still can't ignore the fact that Martinez, before he had that accident, had done the purple sector in sector 2, because no one's gone better. He's still there on the screen as being in purple. Adrian Davies has just gone purple in sector 3. So car number 2 in second place at the moment has got a personal best in sector 2, an overall best in sector 3. And what can Hadrian David do in car number 2 on this first flying lap after the resumption, after the 3rd red flag of this qualifying session for F4? Well, quick through the Melco hairpin and very, very close to the barrier on the exit, I thought.
Right, Hadrian David, 2 absolute bests here. So number 2, the former French champion, looking good. It's up to him really to uphold RA's GP honour here as he fights the car into Fisherman's Bend. Again, he's right up against the wall. He found all that cement dust there. Traction broke for a moment, but he got away with that. But that would have given him a big heart-in-mouth moment. Hadrian David now then turns right out of our bend. The timing line beckons. He's got to try and beat a 2:25.7, and he breaks the beam now with a 2:25.4. Really good lap.
Goes top. So Hadrian David up towards provisional pole. for the first time in a long time, Arvid Lindblad is demoted down to second place. Car number 23 in second place. So bear in mind that Hadrian David was 0.8 of a second behind, wasn't he, in second place? That was a really pretty stellar lap. And yeah, I think the proof of that was kicking up the dust and being really rather spectacular. Coming, I thought, quite close to the barrier. Melka hairpin on the exit as well. But purple for the final of the lap was enough to go. Provisional pole, 2:25.4. 3 minutes and 19 seconds of the session remain because Freddie Slater has gone top. Thank you. You saw it and I didn't.
Well, a 2:25.4 is the lap. He's only 19 thousandths quicker than Hadrian David, but he has gone fastest, as you say. Freddie Slater then to the top of the times. Hadrian David fights back. That's Slater then. That's currently the gun driver. But David has done a personal and an absolute best in sectors 1 and 2. It's going to be a really good fight then between these two as long as the session is live. And already we're down to the last 3 minutes.
You were waiting until I looked to the left-hand side of the screen and looked at the name, weren't you?
Well,
I did say that Freddie leaves it until the end.
No, you're absolutely right.
Did it this morning.
And he just got on with it.
He did, and did it to great effect as well.
And I don't think he's done yet either.
No, I think you're probably right. Car 27 is Freddie Slater's car. 2:25.423. On provisional pole is Freddie. And they are pushing on, because you're quite right. What was the restart time? 9 minutes.
Yeah.
9 minutes and a second. And that's gone in no time.
Absolutely right.
With the outlap and warming up the tyres and all that kind of thing. It is very quickly diminished into 2 minutes and 9 seconds now remaining on the clock. Turning into San Francisco, up San Francisco Hill. And Arvid Lindblad is now down in third place, has just gone purple in sector 3. It's a good battle between these, isn't it?
Now,
So,
depending on where you are on the track, you might get one more lap, you might not. Hadrian David will, Freddie Slater, I think, will. But if you're right at the back of the wave, this could greet you with a checkered flag. So Hadrian David has done 2 personal bests, and then sectors 3 and 4 were a bit slower than hitherto. So again, he runs absolutely up to the wall, breaks the beam now, and the time is fastest, 2:25.131, absolute best last sector. So he's ahead of Slater by 0.292 of a second. That's quite a margin.
2:25.131, 0.292 of a second advantage over Freddie Slater. Freddie Slater on this lap has gone overall best in sector 2, personal best in sector 3, nothing in sectors 1 and 4. And we're waiting for sector 5 to be completed by car number 27, Freddie Slater, up towards the line, goes top, 2:24.938. The
Not
first
for long.
Because Arvid Lindblad has gone quicker, 2:24.568. So they exchange provisional pole positions. This has been great. The restart, 9 minutes of qualifying was all we needed.
And 2 teammates, aren't they, for SJM Theodore Racing, Arvid Lindblad and Freddie Slater. Hadrian David then down to third again. But, you know, that's just over half a second covering those 3. That is good. And it's 1.2 seconds covering the top 4. Charles Leung, best of the rest, 4 fastest. But interesting, isn't it, that he might be the best of the rest, but these pesky interlopers from Europe are ahead. So it is Lindblad and Slater, the 2 Brits, ahead of the Frenchman Hadrian David. Raymond Narak, that's his dad, Raphael Narak, pushed back to 7th. And we've got a mere 10 seconds of the session now.
Hadrian David then with an overall best in sector 2. Arvid Lindblad not happy with pole position. He's just gone personal best in sector 2. Checkered flag is out. So all of them have this final lap to complete qualifying. And Arvid Lindblad on provisional pole position is still pressing on. Personal best in sector 2. Hadrian David has gone overall best in sector 2. What about Freddie Slater? Well, his second is on the front row of the grid, but hasn't even done personal best in sectors 1, 2 and 3.
He's dropped about 3/10 in sector 3. So I'm a bit worried about this lap for Freddie. I mean, it has looked okay, but not standout.
Looking at Charles Leung as well, the double winner here of the Macau Grand Prix. He's currently in 4th. So exciting has been the battle in the top 3. We've not mentioned Charles Leung for a while. He's there in 4th place. Jack Beaton is 5th. And purple in sector 3 and sector 4 for Arvid Lindblad. Not just content with pole position, he wants to smash his own pole time now. 2:24.568 is the provisional pole time. What is Lindblad going to do on this lap? We're looking at Charles Leung.
And Lung's got effectively a corner to go on this lap. The checkered flag is out, so he will end the session this time. Freddie Slater up to second fastest as he takes the checkered flag, 2:24.842, half a second back from Lindblad. Hadrian David is third. That for the line is Charles Lung, and he's going to stay fourth.
And Lindblad does improve on his own provisional pole time by 2/10, so goes 2:24.293 for Lindblad. That was a jolly good session for Lindblad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially given that he was in the tyres in free practice,
yes.
So he had to get that out of his system. And don't forget, he is paired with, at the Prema Theodore squad, one of the drivers who is being talked about the most in junior racing at the moment, Freddie Slater. And so to get into his head and to beat him, that's quite a result in that respect as well.
Well, Freddie is second and a 2:24.8, so half a second between the top two. Hadrian David is third, having put in an overall best in Sector 2 on that final lap, 2:24.8. And Charles Lung completes the top four. That, I'm pleased to say, was a thrilling final qualifying session.
Worthy of the star billing that F4 gets this weekend as well, I would suggest. So vindicating that decision. And I can't wait for the race now, because we've got so many imponderables in this that when you actually let them go racing rather than just trying to do a time, because sometimes different discipline and different way of driving, putting everything on the line doesn't work, whereas in a race it's a different way of approaching a lap. It should be really good. Arvin Lindblad, Freddie Slater, Hadrian David for Europe, if you like, topping the times. But yeah, really, really interesting day, never mind just a session. And that sets us up nicely for tomorrow. It's going to be a long, busy day, but we've got some great racing in prospect.
And we don't have to wait too long. You said you can't wait for the Formula 4 race. We start the day at 8 o'clock local time tomorrow morning. And we start the day with the Macau Formula 4 qualification race, 8 laps. We look forward to tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And we'll have, of course, all the action live streamed throughout tomorrow and throughout the 4 days of the Macau Grand Prix weekend next week as well. So it was worth waiting for, wasn't it, for that qualifying session? And that is your pole sitter. Arvin Lindblad makes his way slowly around the circuit for the slowdown lap. He'll form up down in Park Fairmate, and all the various technical checks will be made, weighing the driver. All of those kind of things will take place, but a good deal of self-satisfaction at the end of that. Drove a superb qualification session over 30 minutes and takes pole position with 2 minutes 24.293 around the gear circuit here at Macau.
So Arvin Lindblad's margin, just over half a second from teammate Freddie Slater. The start tomorrow is going to be absolutely crucial between those two, isn't it? To see who gets the run down towards the first corner and how many survive, if you like, coming out of Lisboa. That's going to be the first pinch point.
It certainly will.
And you've got Rafael Larac 7th and Thiago Rodriguez 8th and Martinius Stenshaw 9th, all with points to prove. So quite a lot on the line when we go racing bright and early tomorrow. You mentioned it this morning, a real wake-up call for these young drivers. And the same again tomorrow.
You've got to be up at 6 o'clock. Of what?
Yes, there are 2 in the same day. Now you tell me. Yeah. Well, there's the driver of the day, Arvin Lindblad. As you can see on the side of the car, he's a Red Bull athlete. And a good result here would certainly put him further up the radar, one suspects, of the Red Bull management. So at the end of qualifying, Arvin Lindblad takes the top time from Freddie Slater and Hadrian David. Charles Lung 4th from Rashid Al-Dakhiri and Jack Beaton, with Rafael Larac crashing out but being 7th. Thiago Rodriguez 8th. Martinius Stenshaw crashing out but was 9th. Ethan Ho rounding out the top 10. 11th Bianca Bustamante and 12th Enzo Ye, with 13th in the times Liu Kai-shun. 14th fastest being Mika Kuyama, ahead of Kai Darianani, another crasher. Jacques Peng 16th from Cheung Man Hei, then Chuika Kam and Riji Kumita, aka Dragon. 20th in the times Lo Siwei, ahead of Vivian Su and Jaden Parrott, who never got out, nor did Thomas Lung.
We'll have a press conference for this, so the drivers will make their way over to the new media centre here at Macau, and our first time to see the new media centre and hear from the drivers as well. So top three will make their way over towards the press centre, the media centre, and we'll get to hear from the drivers after we've enjoyed the highlights of qualifying for the Macau Formula 4 race. So that was a look back at the highlights of what was, in the final 9 minutes, a thrilling qualifying session for the Macau Formula 4 race. And they will race tomorrow morning over 8 laps at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. TCR Asia Challenge will follow at about 9:05, all things being well. And at 10:20, the Macau Roadsport Challenge over 8 laps. 8 laps also for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars. 8 laps in prospect at 11:30, and then at 12:50, Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 races for 8 laps as well. Second race of the day for the TCR Asia Challenge at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 9 laps for their second race, and then we have our second race of the day and the final race, the big race for the Macau Formula 4 race. The cars we've just seen qualifying over 12 laps around the gear circuit. And that shows you that normal life continues in Macau. The roads alongside the racetrack here around the gear circuit for the Macau Grand Prix. It's running just up towards the ferry terminal, and the cars going about their business. The circuit will be open in less than an hour to traffic, normal traffic, and there will be also a press conference taking place, we hope. We'll get the audio for that, for the top 4 drivers, I understand, in the Macau Formula 4 race. And as we see, plenty of personnel from the organisation of the Macau Grand Prix making their way onto the grid.
I feel a group photograph coming on.
I think it's a group photograph.
Yes.
And maybe a bit of a run-through briefing as well for tomorrow. All of the organisational staff take a very important role in things this weekend and next weekend as well. Quite a few bits of choreography to get absolutely spot on over the course of this weekend.
Yes, it's a well-drilled machine because it runs so effectively every year, but it's always worth just having that reminder with the officials, isn't it, as to what's going to happen and when. With dignitaries to come as well, of course, on race day tomorrow and on Grand Prix Sunday. So we will go to the press conference very shortly. And there are the drivers making their way to the press conference table, with the backdrop showing all the different partner logos for this 70th Macau Grand Prix weekend. We need one more driver. We've got Arvin Lindblad, I think. We've got Freddie Slater. We need Hadrian David, but we've got Charles Lung. So it's the third seat that needs filling. And then we can go to the press conference. Right, there is Hadrian David. Driver's crash helmet's just being moved out of sight of the camera lenses. And the press conference then for the Macau Formula 4 race qualifying session, ready to get underway.
Welcome to the post-qualifying press conference for the Macau Formula 4 race. We are joined by our top four, the pole sitter Arvid Lindblad, in second Freddie Slater, in third Hadrian David, and in fourth Charles Leong. We'll start with you, Arvid. You actually had 2 laps good enough for pole there. Did you know that you didn't need to keep pushing on that last lap, or did you not have that information? You were just going for broke?
No, well, my engineer told me when I crossed the line to start the last lap that the reference was 24.9, and I saw on the dash it did a 5. But I knew there's a lot of evolution, both track and driver, so I knew that I had to do another lap just to be safe. To be honest, even when I crossed the line, I wasn't sure of the fact that I would be on pole, because I know there's so much improvement throughout the session. So to answer your question, no, I didn't know.
好，歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭希治大賽車澳門4級方程式大賽排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先呢，我哋恭喜台上面嘅車手啦，佢哋分別係第1位嘅林伯雷、第2位史雷特、第3位大衛同埋第4位嘅梁漢超嘅。咁剛才呢，我哋都有問過排第1嘅林伯雷啦，佢其實呢，喺佢擦圈嘅時候呢，係有2次上到杆位嘅。咁其實就問下佢2次有咩唔同啦。咁其實佢就話呢，其實喺佢最後一次擦圈嘅時候呢，車隊係有同佢講呢，係需要繼續去push 嘅，因為其實賽道啦同埋車手之間嘅嗰個競爭都好大啦。咁所以呢，佢就為咗安全起見呢，都最後又推多一圈啦，咁就好開心可以上到杆位嘅。
And just to follow on from that, were you surprised by the margin to the rest of the field with that last lap? And how happy are you to be on pole for tomorrow?
Yeah, obviously super delighted. Such an iconic track, iconic event, 70th anniversary. I think the first proper year, you'd say, of Formula 4. So yeah, obviously delighted with the result. We still have 2 races to go, so it's I don't think it means too much in general scheme of things. But yeah, obviously really happy. And I was quite surprised by the margin. I didn't expect it to be that much.
咁林伯雷咧頭先亦都有分享啦，其實佢就好開心啦，可以參加到第70屆澳門格蘭希治大賽車啦，對賽果咧亦都感到非常之意外嘅。佢覺得最後一圈咧，大家擦出嚟嘅圈速嘅成績咧，嗰個之間嘅距離其實都比佢想象中嘅大啦。咁因為跟住落嚟咧，仲有2場比賽要鬥，所以咧佢都保持住比較客觀嘅態度啦。咁希望可以繼續努力嘅。
Freddie, you had a great battle with Hadrian there. Do you think you've got the pace to try and get a bit closer to the guy to your left tomorrow in the races?
Yeah, for sure. It's a 2-minute 20 laps, so there's a lot to play for. Mistake on my behalf in the last lap kind of affected it. It was all to play for. I think we had pace from this morning. Obviously, track evolving so much. It's so tight. All the top boys are obviously all in range, so it's about all putting the lap together. And then the racing is a different story. We've got a massive straight to get through on lap 1, and then we see from then. But yeah, I think it was quite a big part here, so we'll have to see how that plans out.
而第2位嘅史雷特咧，剛才亦都有分享到啦。其實佢喺追逐前車嘅過程當中咧，其實都遇到有好多嘅一啲問題啦。譬如話賽道都非常之窄啦，其實對手亦都好犀利啦。咁所以咧，佢都希望可以喺之後嘅賽事裏邊咧做到更加好嘅成績嘅。
Hadrian, obviously had that fantastic battle with Freddie there. Sort of same question to you. Do you feel that you've got enough left to try and chase down Arvid tomorrow?
Well, first of all, I don't feel very comfortable in between of all the premas. There will be many premas around me tomorrow. For sure, the target will be to have a good start and try to fight with them, but they have a crazy top speed in Sector 1. They are miles faster than us, so we will try to fight in lap 1 and see what happens next.
而第3位嘅大衛咧，亦都有分享到啦。其實佢因為聽日咧喺佢身邊咧就全部都係 Prima 車隊嘅賽車啦，咁所以佢都有好努力咁樣去追上佢哋嘅，但係咧只可惜速度咧依然唔夠佢哋快啦。咁佢今日咧就會去繼續去研究啦、分析下數據啦，睇下聽日會唔會有機會可以做到更加好嘅成績嘅。
And Charles, you've had some great success here in the past few years while Formula 4 has headlined this event. Is it nice to have some international drivers back here in Macau?
Yeah, for sure. It's good to see international drivers back here, and yeah, to see where I can improve as well. And yeah, it's the first time in this car, so still improving every lap by lap. So I think I just need to get used to this car, and I think the lap time will be there.
剛才澳門車手梁漢超咧都有分享到啦，其實佢就覺得澳門可以重新邀請到國際車手翻嚟澳門參賽係好開心嘅一件事啦，同時亦都可以見到自己仲有啲咩部分係需要去繼續進步啦。因為佢而家係第一次喺呢一架車度啦，咁所以都需要一啲時間去繼續進步啦，為聽日嘅比賽做準備嘅。
Thanks and congratulations to the top 4. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll be back after the second race with another press conference.
And that concludes our...
Please stay for the photo.
Just wait there for a photo, please.
And that concludes our qualifying, post-qualifying press conference for the top 4 drivers over there in the brand new media centre here at Macau, celebrating the 70th Macau Grand Prix and 40 years since we first had a Formula 3 car competing for the title of Macau Grand Prix champion. So, time for press photographs for the top 4. They will be racing first thing tomorrow morning. David and I will be back tomorrow morning. David, we have completed free practice. We've completed qualifying. From now on, it's racing all the way.
Gets more serious, doesn't it? We go from free practice to qualifying, in some cases qualification races. But race day tomorrow promises to be fantastic, with a number of drivers taking the limelight that they might not ordinarily be doing. But this year, the 70th anniversary year of the Macau Grand Prix, well, racing is going to kick us off in style. It's going to be an early start, but it'll be worth the early get-up, that's for sure.
Certainly will, and we'll be carrying all the action live here tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening over the course of today. Day 1 of 6 for the Macau Grand Prix, the 70th Macau Grand Prix. We'll be back local time tomorrow morning at 8. Bye-bye.
首先我哋睇台上面嘅4位車手啦，佢哋分別係第1位完成嘅唐偉峰倉倉，第2位盧思豪，第3位係嚴闖，第4位係陳榮學澳門車手佢。We have with us on stage top 4 qualifiers. They are number 1 Sean Tong, then finishing second we have Lucy Ho, and then Yan Chuang, and finally we have Chen Wing-tong. Very exciting qualifying. 排位賽進行得非常之激烈，我哋台上面我哋喺電視度都見到，其實兩個排位賽連埋一齊咧，見到大家其實嗰個爭位置都非常之激烈。可唔可以同我哋分享下，其實大家各自喺比賽過程中嘅感受？非常激烈的排位賽2場接着一起的，看到大家呢，其實在那個換位的過程都非常的精彩。可不可以跟我們分享一下這個比賽的過程 ？Shall we start with Sean?
Is it going to be English or Cantonese? Is it going to be English or?
You can do Cantonese.
咁首先多謝各位啦。咁今年亦都好高興可以再次嚟臨澳門格蘭披治啦。咁我自己對上一次已經係10年前，咁60週年嘅。咁嚟到見到好多熟悉嘅項目啦，咁亦都好開心車隊可以咁架好嘅嘅賽車俾我。咁今個星期嘅時間係比較少嘅，咁所以我係盡量喺其他嘅方面去熟悉架車，咁亦都同車隊上下都做咗好多嘅測試同溝通。咁係啊，依家都仲做，因為都係第一日，咁聽日先係正賽，咁希望我哋可以繼續
應該係未有其他車隊用過呢個賽場，咁所以暫時 setting 上面都仍然喺度揾緊啦，咁盡量揾一個比較安全同埋一個比較中性啲嘅 setup 啦。咁學阿 Sean 話齋啦，今日嘅時間其實幾短啦，因為我哋喺嗰個練習入邊基本上都係得1-2個圈，咁跟住之後就要開始呢個排位賽啦。咁排位賽入邊其實都做一個唔錯嘅時間自己，咁第一節入邊做到第一啦，咁但係去到第二節嘅時候，阿 Sean 好快，首先恭喜佢啦，攞到呢個頭位啦。咁so far 而家暫時都positive 嘅，咁希望咧可以經過咗個排位賽之後，咁就再 study 多少少關於車嘅 setting 啊，咁盡量揾到架車嘅一啲可能weakness 啊，咁希望咧可以喺正賽嘅時候咧就再改進下，咁希望可以有一個好嘅比賽。
延长。
不好意思，刚才大家说的我都没听懂啊。对，然后挺开心的，我觉得能再次来到澳门，然后刚才的排位赛也是尽到了我们最大的努力，因为我们驾驶的领克赛车相比起去年的性能有一个明显的下降，70th Racing 把我们的低扭出弯的动力做了很大的阉割，所以我们在整个的上山的路段，就是整个出弯的时候的马力有严重的不足。所以现在也没有什么太好的办法，但是我觉得在排位赛也是做到了自己最好的一个努力和尝試，所以還取得了一個相對滿意的成績。希望明天正賽跟各位車手有一個很好的享受比賽的過程。謝謝。
好，亦都要更正一下咧，第4位咧其實係香港車手李嘉希嚟嘅，係麻煩你都同我哋分享一下你今日嘅感受。
其實今日我自己係好滿意呢個成績嘅。咁首先係 Q1 度啦，我個排位時間係比我19年嘅時間係進步咗好多啦。咁但係有少少嘅遺憾就係 Q2 度我自己未把握得到嗰個好嘅窗口啊胎嗰個，咁令到做唔到時間。咁但係 so far 都滿意嘅，其實今日嘅成績係啊。
Okay, thank you very much. Here's a quick summary of what our top 4 finishers are shared with us. So I'm going to start with Sean. So Sean is very happy to be back. He's very happy with the team and also his car. One thing that he did mention is that because of the tight schedule, he still needs some time to earn track time and to get use of his car, and he look forward to the race tomorrow. For our second place, Lo Si-ho, he's also happy to be back on for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, back on the gear circuit. He's driving a new car, which he believes is new to the track as well. So he's trying to get familiar with the car on track. He'll probably get a more neutral setting for the race tomorrow. For the first session, he's very happy with his result. He got number 1. And for the second session, congratulations to Sean, he ranked number 2. So he's going to go back, study the data, find the weakness for the car for improvement, and be ready for the race tomorrow. For our third finisher, Yan Trang, he's happy to be back on track. He did mention that for the uphill session, his horsepower is not as strong as before, but what he's getting right now is the best he can perform with limited track time, and he looks forward to the race tomorrow. For our fourth finisher, Lee Ka-hei, he's very happy with the result. Comparing to the race result he had in 2019, he's doing much, much better now. Unfortunately, he didn't get a good window for overtaking in qualifying 2, but he's looking forward to the race as well. Thank you very much. Now, the floor is open for questions. If we don't have any questions, then this is the end of the first press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Thank you very much. Can you please stand up for the photo, please? Thank you.歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門路車挑戰賽排位賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-qualifying press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix Macau Roadsport Challenge。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手啦，佢哋分別係第1位完賽嘅謝家興，第2位司徒永信，第3位陳大興同埋第4位嘅沈兆琪嘅。 We have with us on stage the top 4 qualifiers, and they are finishing first, TCR Heng, finishing second, Ivan Sito, finishing third, Chen Da-Xin, and fourth, we have Rolly Shan. So very exciting race. So let's start with TCR Heng. Tell us about your race.
大家好，我第二次嚟澳門賽道嘅，都好興奮。咁就今日用平常心去揸啦，都好刺激、好緊張嘅。有好多即係好少跑街道賽，兩邊都係鐵欄，好驚。期待明天有好成績啦，大家加油！
咁第二條問題咧，我就想問下司徒永信同埋陳大興嘅，其實咧你哋喺比賽過程當中咧，見到嗰個時間都好近啊，做出嚟嘅時間，咁所以咧其實想問下大家喺比賽過程嘅感受，可能我哋司徒永信講先。
即係我哋爭幾多秒啊？都係平常心咯，其實都冇乜話特別可以做。澳門呢條跑道就我覺得一半運氣一半技術啦，希望聽日好運咯。
我今日就跑咗2圈，我第一圈做咗第二圈做咗成績，然後第3圈就想再嘗試下，因為方向機有少少卡牌，我知道上路已經做唔到，我就想下路衝下，然後喺東方灣炒咗，所以我就好快就翻咗 P 房啦。希望今晚整車整快啲，聽日我仲有得出。加油！加油！加油！
好，最後咧就問下 Rolly 啦，咁可唔可以都同我哋講下今次參賽嘅感受？
今次我對比我上次嚟澳門比賽，基本上都相隔10幾年啦。咁我今次再翻嚟呢度好興奮咯，好開心。咁亦都同班見到好多舊朋友，係咯，希望今次一路順利啦，大家開開心心完成賽事啦。
唔該晒4位。So here's a quick summary of what our top 4 qualifiers have shared with us. So let me start with TCR Heng. This is his second Macau Grand Prix. He's very excited to be back. He does feel a bit different about the track, but he's still looking forward to tomorrow's race. For Ivan, he feels that in order to conquer the gear circuit, you have to have luck, and you also have to have skills. So he looks forward to tomorrow's race. For our third qualifier, Chen Da-Xin, he said he did 2 laps, so the track time is actually from his second lap, and when it comes to the third, he got into a little incident and hit the barrier near the Mandarin. And he looked forward to the race tomorrow with a fixed car. For our fourth finisher, Rolly, it's been over a decade since he's had his track time on the gear circuit. He's very happy to be back, good to hang out with the old friends, and he looks forward to the race tomorrow. Now the floor is open for questions. If we don't have any questions, this is the end of the press conference of the Macau Roadsport Challenge qualifying. Thank you very much. Can we please stand up for a photo, please? 歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車大灣區 GT 杯 GT3 排位賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅4位車手，佢哋分別係第1位歐陽若曦、第2位寧康、第3位謝榮健同埋第4位嘅張謙尚。
Darryl, you've had plenty of success here in Macau, but you must be delighted to have more success and take pole position for the race tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. It's tough out there today because it's only the first day of the event, so the track is quite slippery and green, and then to have to push for a quality lap, yeah, it's tricky. A couple of times I ran quite wide and came quite close to the walls, but that's probably why there's a bit more
crashes today. The being day one and going for quali. So yeah, I think it was challenging for sure. And on my second run on the new tires, I had a clean run, so I was able to get the time.
好唔該 Daryl。啱啱咧，佢有同我哋講下今日參賽嘅感受啦。咁佢又話咧，其實今日係比出嘅。
使唔使我講啊？可以講。唔係，我都好滿意呢個成績啦，因為今日都係第一日咧，咁喺排位賽嗰時咧個地都係幾跣嘅，因為平時如果我哋第二日去排位賽咧，咁有多啲機會有多啲 grip 啦喺個 track 度。咁今日咧喺排位賽要 push 得咁盡咧，唔係咁容易嘅。咁或者今日先係令到見到多啲車去撞今日，咁或者係少少跣。但係呢個係正常嘅，唔係一個呢個係平時我哋係第二個日先會做排位賽。係咯 ，OK，overall 係我第二個 run 嗰時係用新胎，咁我可以做得一個圈速，咁可以攞到時間。
And Kang, second place today. How much did that late red flag cost you? Do you think you could have had a crack at Darryl's time for pole position?
I think it will be very close. In the first round on the old tire, the time is already quite close, and we were unlucky this time because our pit box is very behind. So after the first red flag, we wait 2 minutes to try to have a clean gap. But less than one push lap was again red flag. And then in the last run, just post my push lap, there were some cars in the wall, so I didn't have a chance to put a time on the new tires. But P2 is okay for tomorrow, so looking forward to the race.
好 ，thank you。咁啱啱凌康咧都有同我哋講啦，咁其實咧佢喺第一 round 用舊胎嘅時候，其實同 Daryl 嗰個距離都比較近嘅。咁但係咧，因為唔好彩啦，喺第二次開始嘅時候咧，其實佢就好難咧揾到一個比較清靜啲嘅賽道咧，可以做到超車啦。咁然後咧又有紅旗啦，同埋亦都喺賽事嘅期間咧有一啲事件發生咗啦。咁所以咧就導致佢未能夠可以喺用新胎嘅情況底下咧做到更好嘅圈速嘅。但係佢對依家嘅排位都非常之滿意咧，都期待聽日嘅比賽。
And Kevin, same question to you. How costly was that red flag at the end there in terms of improving on the time that you'd set?
Actually, the red flag didn't. Just before the red flag, I brushed the wall in the mountain actually. So I had a little scare myself. So the red flag actually came in actually pretty good time for me. I just had I can at least calm down, recoup inside the pits. And yeah, after the red flag, I think we went out directly. And luckily we had one flying lap, and that was a good lap. And yeah. P3 actually I'm pleasantly surprised. I haven't been back to Macau for 3 years and first time in the GT3. So P3 is yeah pleasantly surprised. 我使唔使講廣東話？好啊。咁啊，其實紅旗都 OK 嘅，咁啊，因為紅旗之前有少少喺個山度有少少揩到埲牆，咁其實都有啲驚自己，咁啊，紅旗之後就翻到個 pit 度啦，咁同啲工作人員再調整下嘅車，咁跟住之後好彩紅旗之後出去有一個快圈可以做到，咁做完個快圈，咁都 OK。第三都自己都有啲驚喜嘅，因為3年冇嚟過澳門啦，咁其實第一次揸 GT3，咁都有第三嘅，都有啲非常滿意嘅。
And Chin Chung, tell us about your session today. Are you happy with fourth place?
你可以讲中文。
对，排在这个第四，我还是比较满意。然后刚才上一节练习的时候，其实自己的练习量也非常的少，只有1圈半。然后刚才排位赛一开始自己的状态到最后才出来，但最后比较可惜红旗，然后也非常感谢车队，然后明天的正赛再继续加油。
So Zhang Chenxiang is actually pretty happy with being in the 4th place for tomorrow's race. He said he didn't really get enough track time during practice, and he only got to push during the last bit, and then there's red flag, so it kind of got into the way. But he would like to thank his team for all the effort, and he look forward to the race tomorrow.
Congratulations to our top 4. We'll be back after the race tomorrow. Best of luck.
Thank you.
大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車 TCR 亞洲挑戰賽排位賽嘅賽後記者會。Welcome to the post-qualifying press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix TCR Asia Challenge。首先我哋恭喜台上面嘅4位車手啦，佢哋分別係第一位完成嘅唐偉峰 Sean Tong， 第2位盧思豪，第3位係嚴闖演闖，第4位係陳永彤，澳門車手陳永彤。We have with us on stage the top 4 qualifiers. They are number 1 Sean Tong, the finishing second we have Lo Si Ho, and then Yan Chuang, and finally we have Chen Wing Tong. Very exciting qualifying. 排位賽進行得非常之激烈，我哋台上面，我哋喺電視度都見到，其實有2個排位賽連埋一齊咧，見到大家其實嗰個爭位戰都非常之激烈啊！可唔可以同我哋分享下，其實大家各自喺比賽過程中嘅感受？非常激烈的排位賽2場接着一起的，看到大家呢，其實在那個換位的過程都非常的精彩，可不可以跟我們分享一下這個比賽的過程 ？Shall we start with Sean?
Is it going to be English or Cantonese? Is it going to be English or
You can do Cantonese. Yeah.
咁啊，首先多謝各位啦。咁今年亦都好高興可以再次嚟臨澳門格蘭披治啦。咁我自己對上一次已經係10年前，咁啊60週年嘅。咁啊嚟到見到好多熟悉嘅口面啦。咁啊亦都好開心車隊可以提供一架好 competitive 嘅賽車俾我啦。咁今個星期嘅時間係比較少嘅，咁所以我係盡量喺其他嘅方面去熟悉架車，咁亦都同車隊上下都做咗好多嘅測試同埋溝通。咁係啊，依家都仲早，我哋都係第一日，咁啊聽日先係正賽，咁啊希望我哋可以繼續用住呢個動力去帶到聽日啦。
盧思豪。
OK， 咁好開心啦！今年70週年就再一次翻到嚟呢個澳門東門嘅跑道啦。咁今年呢，我轉咗一架新車啦，咁都係一架之前以我印象中應該係未有其他車隊用過呢個賽場嘅，咁所以暫時 setting 上面都仍然喺度揾緊啦，咁啊盡量揾一個比較安全同埋一個比較中性啲嘅 set up 啦。咁啊學阿 Sean 話齋啦，今日嘅時間其實幾短啦，因為我哋喺嗰個練習入邊基本上都係得1-2個圈，咁跟住之後就要開始呢個排位賽啦。咁排位賽入邊其實都做一個唔錯嘅時間自己，咁啊第一節入邊做到第一啦，咁但係去到第2節嘅時候，阿 Sean 好快，首先恭喜佢啦，攞到呢個頭位啦。咁啊so far 而家暫時都positive 嘅，咁啊希望咧可以經過咗個排位賽之後，咁就再 study 多少少關於車嘅 setting 啊，咁啊盡量揾到架車嘅一啲可能weakness 啊，咁希望咧可以喺正賽嘅時候咧就再改進下，咁啊希望可以有一個好嘅比賽。
延长。
不好意思，刚才大家说的我都没听懂啊。对，然后挺开心的，我觉得能再次来到澳门，然后刚才的排位赛也是尽到了我们最大的努力，因为我们驾驶的领克赛车相比起去年的性能有一个明显的下降，CN.racing 把我们的低扭出弯的动力做了很大的阉割，所以我们在整个的上山的路段，就是整个出弯的时候的马力有严重的不足。所以现在也没有什么太好的办法，但是我觉得在排位赛也是做到了自己最好的一个努力和尝試，所以還取得了一個相對滿意的成績。希望明天正賽跟各位車手有一個很好的享受比賽的過程。謝謝。
好，亦都要更正一下咧，第4位咧其實係香港車手李嘉熙嚟嘅，係麻煩你都同我哋分享一下你今日嘅感受。
其實今日我自己係好滿意呢個成績嘅。咁首先係 Q1 度啦，我個排位時間係比我19年嘅時間係進步咗好多啦。咁但係有少少嘅遺憾就係 Q2 度我自己未把握得到嗰個好嘅窗口啊胎嗰個，咁令到做唔到時間。咁但係 so far 都滿意嘅，其實今日嘅成績係啊。
Okay, thank you very much. Here's a quick summary of what our top 4 finishers are shared with us. So I'm going to start with Sean. So Sean is very happy to be back. He's very happy with the team and also his car. One thing that he did mention is that because of the tight schedule, he still needs some time to earn track time and to get use of his car, and he look forward to the race tomorrow. For our second place, Lo Si-ho, he's also happy to be back on for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, back on the gear circuit. He's driving a new car, which he believes is new to the track as well. So he's trying to get familiar with the car on track. He'll probably get a more neutral setting for the race tomorrow. For the first session, he's very happy with his result. He got #1, and for the second session, congratulations to Sean, he ranked #2. So he's going to go back, study the data, find the weakness for the car for improvement, and be ready for the race tomorrow. For our third finisher, Yan Chuang, he's happy to be back on track. He did mention that for the uphill session, his horsepower is not as strong as before, but what he's getting right now is the best he can perform with limited track time, and he looks forward to the race tomorrow. For our fourth finisher, Lee Ka-hei, he's very happy with the result. Comparing to the race result he had in 2019, he's doing much, much better now. Unfortunately, he didn't get a good window for overtaking in qualifying 2, but he's looking forward to the race as well. Thank you very much. Now, the floor is open for questions. If we don't have any questions, then this is the end of the first press conference of the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Thank you very much. Can you please stand up for the photo, please? Thank you.